live on Zoom, and well, much more than on Zoom. There's 250 on YouTube, 250 on Zoom. But check this out. Some of the Zoom, each Zoom, look at this. Look at this, Neighbor, PayPal, all these are all the sound allocations live. Big Pirate, Jam had that over 40 people in Big Pirate, he said. So they have every night looks like that. Stone, Ashdod, what? Airshot, 3,000 at home. Very, Qasim, one of them here. This Rabbi size, he's got a big round of applause. Eilat, check this out in Eilat. It's unbelievable. Tell Tia needs a little help. This, Rabbi said, give me chills for a second when I heard it, so I'll share it with you. It's very quick and. Seriously, I don't remember what it was. What was it? Do you remember? Just send me some. Cedar Ridge Satellite, CedarRidgeFilm.biz, learning satellite location in Cedar Ridge. Happy birthday to Irish Guinness for all special gift from the Federal of the Cedar Ridge Satellite Page, custom architecture of Harad Blake Eagle, the rug of the Eagle, the fiberglass was recently lifted. He sold your rebellious show at the shop in October. Yep. Yeah. Black and Seal. MDY Coffee. So, the voice I the new people, when we get to the MDY Coffee corner, is the committee that abandoned left. Dr. Schlafreck dropped us, abandoned us for 2 weeks. Hired by 11-year-old Yankee Komarski. Crazy, 11-year-olds are doing. There he is, so there it is. The Schlafreck development, first time to win. That is the first time to win. Your spindle thing that does balloon, unfortunately. What? Let's show your moon. We're gonna be a barrier. It's one of your best friends that broke it. Soon. Get over here, best friend. Okay, we'll tell you later. The boys have one revision. I'll tell you this. Listen. It's 18 I on him, literally. 18 that I'm on him. Seriously, I remember the first have one revision sheet, though. Official edition of the White Shop in the set. And by the set by Zach and Yao Shoha. Acquired by the Bandit family. The Doc Dillon, Joel Richard. Dalias, with memory of Mary Dalias, Marion Bass, Van Zaman, a last showing Yossi sponsored by Bates. David Sal was dedicated to the sponsors. David Sal was dedicated in memory of Edward Meredith, Small Parker, and she's done. I don't want to confuse the two things. There's Lou Mora that Arthur said, MDY puts out. It's called the official edition. Then you have the general reception, this, that we're doing right now. That's the second song, Great Sound, with Small Parker, Fancy Done. The Power Foundation, look who came back. The horses who came back. The Cheetah guy. The Power Foundation got the consortium and the Lions and all the geek sport at PY. Anonymous, I've stuck with working to the guys with the thank you to Chief Benny. One day I'll have to explain what Cheetah is for. The new guys, Anonymous for Cleveland for the statement, or you can sell them to Levis Esther. Here we go. Bell sponsors, month. HYK Ventures. Mary Simon. I don't know if I don't do that. I don't know if I was planning it. The first level of the Mayor of Bavaria. Where's this sponsor? He tries to do it. Moishe Rukni Markovich, proudly supporting the Young Spanish in honor of our parents' excited. Let's see where it goes. It's going to lead to a lot of things, I think, including Guinness. Zelig and Zeichen family, Malvikov, Ethan Zelig, 15, and Hunter Zeichen, 14, under 500 halfway WY low case status. Survivor. Michael Wertheimer, 1 year down, 365 lap burn, 23, 46 to go. Okay, we don't have plays. 12 and 13. Yeah, but Google tell against it that open up the Shabbos. And okay, here you go. We're going back. Oh, we skipped. We thought I saw your name and I went, Yisrael Alfred, my mother, Allah Hashem, Moira Bashema Cohen, Allah Hashem, a devoted Hebrew teacher in New Haven, Connecticut, for over 60 years. She was shown to have an Aliyah. Leon Michael Bernstein, the Yisrael Zelda about Leon Bernstein. MDY, Kids, Fancy Monthly, Innovation Girl Sales, and Skills Factory, Simple and Vega, and Ricky Union Class at the Kaya. MDYR, the first name of Elkanega, the first name of Rothschild, the first name of Vanessa, the first name of Daniel, Seven, and Elkanega. I didn't see the coffee corner. Do you do coffee corner? Oh, so I lied to everybody. No. Okay. The right side, somebody came over to me and told me, first of all, when Menachem Kolker brought over 200 people to the class by putting it in the status, he saw the camp is Tuesday, over 200 people. But he says in his status, he says that food is one of the hardest receptions. It's not going to be hard, Baruch Hashem. And somebody came over to me after she says, wow, this is a lot easier than Menachem. So, nice. What's your name? Chevrolet from Rebella. What's your name? It's Rebella. And you? Yeah. Chevrolet. I know you sit next to me in show. What's your name? Very good. You're a good learner. Very good. Okay. Who else do you have? It's actually very best. Chevrolet. Okay. Yeah. And set right over here. Set in the hot seat. Very good. You ready to go? The boys like that. People. We're going to start from the bottom. So this is what we had yesterday. It's very clear. The first 4 words of the Mishnah are called first. It's because of Shera. So, first 2 are green, second 2 are red. First 2 are green is gold. It's the Hafina in the first place. These people could do Shkita, which we get into after the fact. So, the green is usually. And everything's I did that noise. Great. She doesn't change after the fact. So what we need to figure out is who could do Shkita in the first place, and who can only do it after the fact. We have six Shitas, and we're holding all here on the bottom of days on days. 2 lines from the bottom. Shita number 1 is Rabbi Barlow, who says, so we're talking about somebody who's coming, and he's trying to share Rabbi Barlow. Here, let's see. So all you guys who were here last time, this is Sarah. This is the number 1 Kame team in the world. Everybody thinks it's a rat. No, it's this guy right over here. He's the number 1 Kame. It's the mosquito, man. It's all right. Cerebro. That's right, bro. Look at people. Someone's coming. The chef. A regular, I don't know which is, because he's not good as if it's a carbon. Why? He wants to use the deal with carbonics eating carbonics when it's carb. So even though it's carbon, he accepted it upon himself, not that you can't check the carbon. When you find it out for sure, you can't touch it. So these, the tequila, he's telling the tequila if he uses it overnight, go ahead and check. Make sure you don't touch it. Go ahead and check. The tequila the person. So what did he have? He's actually checked his touching. And he's not supposed to check touching. But after the fact, he checked this $5,000 animal. He goes to the rabbi, what did he do? I was coming. And I brought a carbon and I checked it. So the rabbi says, did you touch it? He said, 100% I didn't touch it. Nah, I without it. So then it's okay. After the fact, the rabbi is going to say, it's a good price. Throughout the sugi, we're going to have to see these three things. What's the tequila in the Mishnah? What's the tequila in the Mishnah? And then the next slide, the tequila to shop. The good news is that the Gemara repeats itself 6 times in a row, 30 words. What's the goal to shop? It can't mean the Pharaoh showed the problem that we just mentioned a second before, but then it would say the if, and if this Pharaoh showed the problem, it's also true. It must be what we're talking about. And like usually, it's within with what that she did. So right now, we're talking about Hamay or touching. Oh, the good to shop. If he shops the touching, and somebody saw the good to shop, you have to put the word there. And they saw the good to shop, and they saw. Somebody's watching the eat that one, and the shepherd ran away. So we asked the guy that said, you see if he touched the animal by mistake? No, he didn't touch the animal. Okay, then it's kosher. That's the kosher shop. Okay, so that's the first. Now the Gemara asks, what kind of tumah are we talking about? What are we all seeing in the video? Did he put out a sheriff? Why did we see the video of the sheriff? Maybe he touched that person. So for now, we're going to see a beautiful halacha. Another for this double. Every day we're going to do this. The way it works is, and this is of course for the new people, guys that are here for a year or so, know this inside out. This is second nature. This is the chart of Tumah. It goes in levels of Tumah. The worst is Rabbi Tumah. Then it drops out of Tumah. So, a dead person, the roof in the roof, you can't get any worse than that. A sheriff is one step below. It's only a Tumah. A person who touches a dead person, who goes to a funeral and touches a dead person, he's only a Tumah. That person that touched the dead person, that touches food or another whatever it is, payment, it drops it. Another person. A reshine, he touches food, it drops the shade. Okay. So, if a person went to a funeral, and he, after the funeral, he decided to touch this knife, you guys want to know this? You want to smell it? Show me his salad. It's also your thug now. See blood. Okay. Let me ask you something. Person went to Labaya. He's Abatuma. What is this? What does this become? Does it become a Rishon? It's a drop one. No. Big Kaddish. This becomes what I am. If this touches a dead person, this becomes a dead person. This becomes a Bia If a person who's a Abatuma touches this, so this becomes as the Gemara. So this is out of Tumah, and then you slice the animal with this. You should give me this. So what did the animal? One step less. One step less of Avatar is what? A Rishon. So became Pandey. What did you gain by a long night? No, using long night is great. But you're a Pandey. And you touch the knife. And the knife is like you. In fact, the same level that you have, even if the knife is not like you. The knife is with you is better. But let's say it's still being shady. So hey, it's still good. So when we show get it to be a Rishon, even if it drops level, it will be a Rishon. A whole partner. So that's your now, this only applies to one side. That's the finish of today. Another finish. This halacha is told only when it has to do with dead people. But when a sheret touches a knife, the knife doesn't become a sheret. It doesn't become out of a tumor. It actually drops onto a Rishon. They're always do that sherets, yes. No. There's a bottle of blood. That's why I did a bottle of blood. Yeah. This is here. Let me show you again. Here. We don't want to gross people out. It's dead stressing. So here, look, check this out. Using a bottle of blood to show. So it looks alive, but that's why I put a bottle of blood. Right. Next. That's the Gemara. I tell me the time will be right. I think I'm going to either the time will be right. Say if you touch the person for, let's say, a person that went to Levaya. The person that went to Levaya is an avatar. But the last prayer on that one. Prayer is the color. The knife has the same halacha as the dead person. Avatar. So he's an avatar. He becomes avatar. So then, if you can mix the sake and the knife, avatar. Then the knife goes and touches the meat, so the meat will drop one level, the avatar will go down to the Rishon. So he's a Rishon. Hello. A lot of people get so nervous when they hear the whole thing is coming higher. That's basically it. It's a dropping level, and that's it. There's a few little variations and stuff, but that's the basic coming to higher. A lot of people are not familiar. Hello, says the Gemara, the time of the Sheret. The Sheret is a and the knife drops down to a Rishon. You both say the Lord on this makes right. The person, no. The person, right, 100%. The person touches the chef. The person becomes a Rishon. The person himself, the Aratuma, shows the Aratuma. Anybody touches the church, drops a level. You both say no, Lord will become a race. You can say that he touched that person. If you're going to put it, we're not dealing with this kind of knife. And that's the question I asked yesterday. What if you do shkita with a plastic knife? Are you going to? Yes. You're going to with a piece of glass. Very well. What the time is, there's a lot of things to come to. He's saying about culture, he gave it to with the rock. Gave the scissors. The sharp things down. But it used to be the minute that everybody used the rock. See, part used the rock. Use the rock. Until Governor Miller threw stuff on that dollars. And the rock asked permission from the metal to pierce the helmet. So then I said, what are you going to give him? So he said, I'll trade this. You let me go in now? And then you can use knives for me now. The creation music is Miva. You know what you like, British Aquana? Time, hold on, very good. Okay? That's what I'm supposed to do. Yeah. So just a review video that we had the other day. Here we go. Just this part. And this explains the end of that video. If he do one point, if he stands far away, it'll be far. It's difficult. Alright. Tell you a real quick story. I just heard it. So I'll share it from Rabbi. He gave Rothschild class with the woman of India. The story is He's a boy who went for her in Philly. Everybody's amazing for Rabbi. With his father. And they come to the Tahir, Rabbi's father asks him, what are you learning? He said, I'm learning cooling. What Tahir? So the father says, a shofar. So he opens up and asks him all these questions on a shofar. And the boy doesn't know a thing. Zero. He got a 0 on his test. Reminds me of the other flying, right? You got from the dentist, right? Yeah, what's his name? Ben Schwartz. Ben Schwartz. Tell you the story Ben Schwartz later. So, he father can't believe it. The son is like a big kid. He's a mess. He loves his well, fuck that. He went to the car. I said, what? He said, before everyone else, before everyone else, he said, sir, I can say something. Just because you said I showed it, I want to feel with my father. I said, a showed it, I showed it. He said, but you didn't get the faces. You know, no, I don't want to embarrass the child. So the father calls up. Because of the residents in another room for Shiva. The son didn't want to embarrass him. He was retired in the room. So Wednesday said, okay, he's such a kid. That's the type of kid I need. Now, of course, so you're thinking, of course he learned that show, he just didn't learn it. It was a great. So, PK, so I accept this guy because he gets such a beautiful path. People have aim and this. Just for that alone, you have to accept him into his name. Alright, what happened to Ben Schwartz, in the beginning, he's with us, he's one of the Miyakim of the Shield. He sent me an email. It was Mamish Harder, one of those first emails that were wow. So he went to Rabbi Yeshiva, and his father said, hey, we can give you a tutor, so help you out, and do well, and it's fun. He said, they learned the whole daf Gemara, and he's so, the hair, he's going to ace the hair, and he gets the hair, and he was a tutor, they learned the wrong daf. So we filled in whatever we could. And the next day, the Rebbe did the test. Finally, he gets to his test, and he says, what test is this? He got a 0.
What's going on? How are you? Yes, sir. The next one.
It was wild.
They did go wild.
Yeah. Like you go off the car, off the hospital, wild.
Yes, sir.
skirt from 1 to 2, whatever it is. That's his fears. No matter what, he's wearing that. So,
Have a good night,
we
my dog.
Thank you. Again, we're trying to figure out 3 things in the mission. The first 4 words, how the serpent seems like in the first place, which she doesn't show it seems only after the fact. But then we also have the third thing in the Mishnah, what's going on with if there's a Eidef that watches, it's culture, what's going on over there? Say Rabbi. Rabbi wrote basically the same thing with a small variation, so that's 2 different ones. Rabbi wrote a pussy is a person of the same, the whole nation that came to Palestine and they became gay. And the Machlokes and Shas, whether they are gay or not, they really become gay. They become a little bit more relaxed. It's too late when you become a chair. So that's it. It's like a regular. The Jews, so it becomes as you relax. And when you swing forward, you're faker. They only want to be part of the Jewish nation, but they were forced by the lies of the parents, and they said, oh, we're going to do tshuva, we're going to be prepared to be gay. With the sheep that they're gay. Gay, that's what you say. They are vegan, and I think we speak that. We will each put this skidus as a violent factor in the first place. I'm conditioned that somebody's watching it. Why? Because they are not putting their rights. They're not going to speak it. Something that didn't have street. The problem with speaking was that they're not mounted under a bone. You don't have a problem with making people instead of the trust. If they even which means don't put a stumbling block. So they don't put blocks in front of people. If it's not a block, if it's a pillow, they do put it. This is new first, don't put a block. They don't have problems giving people traits. So, I'm a certain in the first place, not giving pussy. Why is it getting out? That one more is so they were like, I was don't need a tree standing right there. But if you have a mosquito, if you're having a lot of places today, can't afford a mosquito, it's going to sit there in the kitchen day and night, 24/7. So he comes in and out. So he comes in and out. He said, bye, y'all. That's not acceptable. You can't do stupid. Do something. And this is after the fact. If he did it, but the desire, what's it like? You cut off the desire. They also tell what you do. So make sure it's a nice big piece. He's a nice learner, a guy who's red-handed. What's the one for spring the houses? The Hakara. Exterminator. He's a fake exterminator. So he did this calculation in his head and said, listen, they caught me. Now, to do extermination, illegally is a big crime. Go to jail. It's better for me to say that I stole than to say I was exterminated. He said, you're going there. I don't exterminate. Spring water. It's spring water. You're a guy. But you did not exterminate. So that was it's water. He's everywhere. I could have got now. So if you trust, if this guy's gonna eat it, he's only tricks. He keeps all the right here. So each of them could be certified. Okay. We're gonna do this another 5 times. We're gonna do each time a little quicker. Let me show you over here, just in the chart. The says the Mishnah, Kol Nefarious Shoulder Katan. The sacrifice of the company cannot be speaking right, because they're not supposed to speak right. They can do Shihira, which is called. They can do juice of it, the downward instead of slice. They can do halada, open between the two simonim, and then it's covered, and then cut. And then immediately afterwards it says, Kulos Shashakta. Grammatically, it doesn't really work. What's the Kulos Shashakta? These three people that were done? No. There's these three. It says, Dikim Shakta. And if these three, the parents should have come Shakta, and somebody's watching them, then it's good. The word the Kulos is no good. We'll see that question 5 more times today. Each time is a freebie of 30 words. Let's see the beautiful pictures again. This is what we're going to have today. This is also, we have a special artist. You didn't see it. He does this 3D stuff. This is Talada. Going in between the two simonim. So now right there, that's where it's also watch because it's covered. And you cannot do a shkita that's covered. So the machag is covered with say a scarf. It's considered covered, but certainly if the animal itself is covered, and then you do shkita for sure also. This is drisa, going downward. And shihira, something like this. You do one, sit and then you take a coffee break, and then you come back and do the other one. So the place is somewhat to a higher, so then we have some third sentence in the Mishnah. But yes, if somebody will watch them and say, hey, you know that person about them, don't know that person about them, you should not know about it. And it should say different wording. I love them. He's talking about this right there. We're talking about the person that's other. You're pretending and other people. No, for you. These people that you just talking about. And I do see, so usually there's that, who's that? She did, we're talking about. You see how nice it's going. This is, why is the way it is? How could it be that you need somebody to watch them? Why is so learning about that? What's talking about you? This is saying that if somebody saw it, the fact it's okay, no, but if somebody's standing and watching it, I feel like I feel it. Let's see the sheet of and the nurses. Remember this passion. Remember I was going to say, how come Yahweh doesn't say like the Bible? How come Torah doesn't say that? Because there's a passion on the Bible. He didn't say that. Here's a Bible sheet. These guys are juicy. So if you show watching, that's okay. So now my life is going to feel music. So you feel it for you to show up. But you saw it. You're to look at us. You're to look at us. Because in the now, what's all right? So sorry. Yeah. Sometimes it's show up once a week, once a month, once a year. I don't know what you like. But today was the video. The parents did a difference in it. Okay. I'm a rough, I have a problem with what you're saying. Because we're going to Yotze, we know, even today, she was like, nowadays, we're going to Yotze, the people of the other. If you go to a restaurant and there's a much gift, you're not for Yotze. It's not there in the kitchen. Once in a while it comes in, and that's the people, you eat the people of the other. It's not that fila. Rose is also with you, that's the fila. It's the problem. Yeah, you don't eat in a restaurant that has look at the Yotze. It's not with the other. Most restaurants are with the Yotze. It's too expensive. Maybe there's two in every restaurant. I don't So maybe that video cameras that are that's what helps you. It's a mission of the desire of God who says, I mean, yeah, if you sell a bunch of wine and you leave a offering, an offering for covenant, be so good to this one. Hey, yeah, the Jews don't need it now. So, okay. What's the deal with us here? Because I'm concerned that the guy, I'm concerned, the girl is concerned that the Jews are going to catch him. The actual guy, the guy that's working away from is concerned that he's going to get caught. He's a computer technician that went to fix his computer, sitting on his desk, fixing his computer, and the guy left. So he's doing it. So he's still, yeah. He's still up on the million. He says, I've been doing this for a bunch of years. He says, always figure out people's history. This is the first time I heard someone's history is cool. That was cool. I'm standing up. No, you have to see where the came from. What? What? Oh, what's that? You're not working out. You're doing something wrong. You're not concerned with that. I'll show it. This is an older one. This is a guy. The conservative is going to go into it and take some wine. And then what he's going to do? He's going to have to repair the bottles be sealed, right? It's not a open bottle. He's going to repair it. Now I'm not concerned. Why? Because he's going to look for it. So it's going to take 3 hours. It's going to draw his stuff. So that's actually the one's going to answer later on. What's Rabbi doing right? I'm going to take such a long time. We're over here. It's just a slice of the knife. I mean, yes, it's just a chef. Maybe I'll mess up. It says, you know, it's a lot of hustle. I mean, he's sitting in the back. He's looking at the computer. And she did it. And he left his gun by himself. That's what you should do. He left him on his desk. The other, then it's okay. We'll let you use that wine or whatnot. Another guy is that Nicholas the young son is okay. Hey, that's so and so organization of commerce. They're going about wine, it's kosher, and it's by the guy. Goes into his house. So he sit in his house, live in his house. And it goes up the young son of commerce. He's all going in and out for a while. And I'm on the level, therefore, I agree with you in principle that we're talking about a piece. Like a barrister. You're talking about a PC in the first place. But, she said, I'm going to fix it. You said these folks standing in the wisdom of the whole, and you're acting the whole time? No, I'm saying they're talking about a Jew that goes in there. I'm a bum, it's actually something. Actually, the fact you found it, the one guy there, and you found out the piece of this shit, what do you do? That's why you look in the chase for. Yeah, you can eat it. So let's just see what we did. Yeah, we're dropping him. He's looking at you like. He's a yoke. He's nipping us. Okay. So, Rabbi just changes all of it. He's standing there, he goes in and out. That's what it's good. And there's no because he has the pussy grip. The shkita? maybe give him fees. Now we have to defend the third thing in the Mishnah. What does it say? Well, a fresh meal and a shotgun and a cowboy. We had a demonstration here, or a demonstration in Shaka. This year, tell us to look at the guy next to them. Now, if you know the other now we learn. Then, a person you tell them, not to speak at all, you can ask yourself, why? Some of you shoot. What's going to help me? Maybe they fall from it all. Some of you do soon, they're downward, some of you have to get the life. They're good to suffer. And when it says in the Mishnah, that if they check and if I see the witness, then it's okay. Right? Even if I said, I thought it was coming up the line before, I'm not fine. We're talking about that. It's only the truth. Because it's the end. But show up everybody to say, it's only the and our business is going to have the future. I'm not going to give you the talk about that. But he said before is that if there's a young difference, the mistake was in and out of the face, why don't I know a witness to witness the whole thing? That's why people don't say it like that. Yeah, check that. That was the most starting. The first shop is going back to Kusi. Yeah. Yes. Let me change the track. Yesterday's last night's cheer was over. Was it? Over at 4:30. So I didn't get to sleep until after 2 for whatever reason. So it happens once in a while. It wasn't a blue moon, so my wife woke me up first. Which is not a good thing. I didn't have a chance. I wanted to switch in charge. Another chunk. So I just want to point out, while we're here, that Rabbi is actually fixing a dollar. You notice? He says, it's two feet, you have also with a fix. It's not, 3D, so she gets really good. But Rabbi himself doesn't really hold that. Rabbi himself doesn't hold like Rabbi. Because Rabbi has proof. So Rabbi can go with Rabbi. That's all I want to point out. Rabbi's the one that has the price. What's the case? Let's say that he's saying to them, again, or that, what is these two things? For certain means, in the first place, go ahead and do it. This is necessary means, oh, yeah, what's going on here? What's going on here? Who's like that, the one for that? It means a rumor. Now, there's two types of rumor. Two people that went out. There's people that do it because they enjoy trade, they enjoy whatever they do. And there's a rumor in the rumor is the other, rumor is two different things. One guy is about Ivan, and the other is about you can hear the version, he says a Ivan. So now it's that you can rely on him stuff, right? He's not going to be much for other people. He's not a guy but he's a guy who's so Russian. He doesn't even like sports. He's sport finance football. Right? Stop. That's set. That guy can't trust that. So it's all the one that a burger is $3.99, but a kosher burger is $10.99. So that's the McDonald's. Why the right next to each other? And they're both $3.99. Why go to McDonald's? Because you know the two of them is this. Because we're actually we're talking about a murmur, and a murmur is third chef in the first place. I can be silent for a murmur. It's a big act, and it always was since I was kid about straight murmur, and some of them are not such big. Now, every place that you go, you always have a guy or two that who knows what. You're doing it for the money, it is. So, remember the mind? Left in the village of God. We're talking about a guy who went off. He's bad in certain things, areas in the Torah, but he does it because he's about Torah. For the Rabbi. You see, it says this goes according to Rabbi. So Rabbi could actually, this could be Rabbi. Not only Ravashi. Ravashi is the one that wrote the Gemara. He's the last time we wrote. Rabbi was way before. Let's get Rabbi was not waiting for before. Well, my Rabbi, you saw him? Open the days of the Rabbi. Here you have a Jew who went off and eats Levela He has a power. Don't be sacrificing it. You do it, but you can sacrifice. It's one of the things I don't like to do. It's basically, when we're doing the other side, you go like this, you rub your thumb like this. Really? Oh, this is, so we have something like that. Yeah, this is too much. Let's see if it's there. Rubber passion. No. This is also bad. Passion's bad. Don't say no, let's just say pussy. Pussy. Or both, if I wrong. Anyway, we'll deal about 7.5 years. Oh, I loved it as a character. So this actually explains why they don't alter it.
What up, Sue? Dude. What up, Tim? Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose?
Down tired.
We're gonna go to bed, big dog. I was gonna send you an invite for dice party. Of course you will. What up, Zoo? Yep. What'd you say? Dude, you're up.
Yeah.
Oh. Did you know the New York Knicks won the NBA title for the first time in 53 years? That's tight, dog. Does that make you happy? That's tight, dog. Does that make you happy? That's not zero. That was a bad move. I think so.
us we're gonna have two rabbis. Sniper variation in everything. So there's two things, two halachas, two types of shaykhim. There's a shaykhim. He says that there's a mumcha in halacha. You don't talk Rabbi, you know your name? Rabbi, you know your name?
Yeah, but not like incredibly well. I'm not doing super well.
And then there's a muksa, a guy who
just come to the house.
Yes, sir.
and he didn't faint. So that's the difference between the two rabbis. One starts off with fakilas on a person who's a muksa halacha, another one is a muksa. Let's see. So, I'm a person, I can do something, you know what halachas, you could check for the first place. You could have a even though you never proved yourself, you never checked that it's a
Everything's bad enough to use it. What up, Cam? Rabbi. Rabbi, or Dylon. You don't even understand Dylon. It's from a Chappelle show. Somebody says, who are the top 5 rappers of all time? To this guy that Dave Chappelle's playing. And he says, Dylon. Because I spit hot fire.
Just wrote a watch, right?
Yes, sir. This isn't good, Zoo. Not good for me. Probably. Oh. It's over, folks. That still wouldn't give me the lead. Oh. A lot.
But you're a tough guy.
What do you want to play next?
Did you know?
I'm happy with for you. No, that's incorrect. Look at the scoreboard, big man.
That was a good show.
Are you proud of it?
That just helped me.
Yes, sir.
That was a shit show.
That was bad. That is worse.
What was it?
Are you serious? What up, big dog? It's over. No. You call Riser, and you play mini golf with us. Dude, you're up. Dude. You've never beaten me in this. I beat you all the time. Maybe. That might be right. That sounds like a you problem. What's that, Zoo? Dude, I haven't made a mistake yet. Like $1 million, baby. You're not even gonna finish. I bet I win before you finish.
find yourself to treat mundane things
Rabbi.
like something that's funny.
What up, pimp?
It has that level of funny. But I don't know.
There's a
I
fair
don't know if
percent.
you try to treat it like this. This good more
I like my
mushroom doesn't work. So you can't treat a full animal like that. Cool for a good animal, and everybody's going to agree with you. A good shot, we're talking about somebody who knows that left as well, or somebody who could be found. That was not a Muslim in the first shot. They were a bit of a, we're talking about
There's a fair percent.
so good shot.
You? James McCann is second. The Beat Poet is third. Dude, are you gonna finish? Dude, are you gonna finish?
Chilling, big man.
Dude, are you gonna finish?
Everything's gonna make
Chelsea? No one can hear what you said. When does it air? Yeah, but dude, they don't know how to run a fucking tournament. They need to put that out way earlier. They need to put that out way earlier. Because it's just too much time in between the tournament and the airing of it. I don't know why they're running it the way they are. It doesn't take that much time. Where's that, big dog?
When the comedy festival is going to happen again, so be it for them to buy tickets for next year.
It's garbage.
Garbage?
It's garbage. You have an invitation, dog.
Rabbi.
What up, Zoot?
Have we figured out how to talk about it?
We're working on it, baby. You have a shot to score and win. No way.
Do I get it in?
No.
I just hope for I said I was doing this well. That's a big go. That's a big go. How do you stop? How do you stop? Alright. Alright. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Does he give you an
Word.
word? I think this is my favorite. I think this is my favorite. Do you want to hear my true favorite movie to the whole movie?
Absolutely.
City of God. City of God. Casino. Wizard of Oz. Wizard of Oz. And then artificial. And then artificial.
AI.
AI.
Yeah, AI. Yeah, AI.
That's a great list.
That's a great list.
Have you seen that movie? Have you seen that movie?
Nope.
Do you know what it's about? Do you know what it's about?
Artificial intelligence? Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you see I just own gold?
So Stanley Kubrick was it's amazing. It's amazing because we wrote the script. It was meant to be his last movie, and then Steven Spielberg took it over.
Okay, I'll have to check it out.
So it's like watching the Kubrick film at the first half of watching the Kubrick film and that's when you do a Steven Spielberg movie halfway through. It's like this is amazing. It's like the two best way to go my movie. It's just like the most amazing movie. It's just like
That's tight.
but the cinematography over and then halfway through it just turns into like Wizard of Oz meets Wizard of Oz. The actor from The Sixth Sense.
Bruce Willis?
Yeah, the kid actor.
Haley Joel Osment?
Yeah. Yeah. What happened?
He made enough money, he didn't need to be an adult actor.
Haley Joel.
Word, dog. Dude, everybody's waiting on you. Dude, go. Dude, go.
Have Have you seen success?
Have you seen success?
Some of it.
Some of it?
Some of it?
Yeah, I see dead people, all that stuff.
That's at the end.
That's at the end.
I know.
You spoke and you spoke.
I don't give a flying fuck.
You gotta get married.
You gotta get married.
Is that a good move or a good movie?
I'm not good for it.
I'm not going for it.
Okay, that's a cool story.
I just Rabbi, what's the better burger?
Versace on the floor, or 24 karat magic, or Uptown Funk. Did you see the scoreboard? Just asking, did you see it? Oh, I know. It's true.
You know what? You should give it some points if you roll straight. You ready?
You ready?
You ready?
You ready?
What are you watching?
What are you watching?
Podcast. What'd you say, right? What'd you say, Sue? He came in here recently, maybe.
Rabbi.
What up, Zoo?
Check if you get the bonus.
But I'm not getting the bonus. That's a cool story. I could tie you. I need 2 5s here to tie you. What?
Is there a guy on the M3 yeah.
Where do I find this?
The front page.
I'm on the front page. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Why is he so high?
Probably bots himself.
Sorry?
He probably bots himself.
His 40 posts that is old. He has 64 wins.
Maybe he's just undefeated in the game or something. You have an invitation. You can buy it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you have an invitation. Dude, accept my invitation. You have 10 seconds. Come on. Okay, come on. Come on, accept my invitation. Dude, that was one of the best shots I've ever seen.
You have to get again. Oh. Yes. It's a general guy for it. What are you watching?
Podcast. What a shot. I've never seen a ball that far forward.
That's not good enough.
That's not good enough.
Now you have fans, but now you have fans. It was just the placement of the hall is a different skill. You choose to get the ball.
Okay.
You suck at this, brother. You suck at this, brother.
I learned how to do it really well. No, I taught myself.
Is that bad?
Yes.
For you? For me? Uh-oh. Hey, Rabbi.
What up, Sam?
Do you know who the Veronicas are?
The Veronicas?
Yeah.
Nobody knows who they are.
They're a pop duo from Australia.
Scale of 0 to 10 then.
They're older.
They're older.
Okay. Dude, this would be the greatest comeback in the history of the game. Down 2 to win.
How did you know that was theirs?
How did you know that was right?
Because their name's Veronica. Veronica's a girl's name.
Good child. Good child. It's a really child.
That's true.
Does anyone want to play this team?
Yeah.
Why?
They were big in the early 2000s.
One of them was one of them was John John.
Dude, that's the biggest win in the history of the game. The biggest comeback. It's the biggest comeback that anybody could have. Down 2-0 after 2 goals, and they come back for a straight up 3. I've never done that. That's incredible. Dude, you have an invitation. Dude, you sent me a sticker? That's cool. You're up, dude. Psych. Dude, this game is over. Dude, this game is over. I think that's like the biggest win you could have. Pretty close to it. 42. Dude, you have an invitation. Dude. Dude. Fucking lit. What else? I'm not him. Bed-Stuy Coffee in Beaverton will rise again. No doubt. No worries, Beaverton. Where the fuck is that? Nobody knows. I don't know. No one knows. What the fuck? Dog. No. Stop this. This is the worst. Stop this. This athleticism. Folks. 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 Hippie men's clothing. 59% off store buy. Why would you ever call it 59%? No. Yo. Dog. Are you serious? Dog. Dog. Are you serious? Look at this athleticism, folks. This is one of the most athleticism you're ever going to see. But it really goes to the only thing I've ever seen.
Ryan J. Ebelt is sitting right there drawing tonight's episode. He is the author of the new Kill Tony book, featuring every illustration. He draws every single episode, including tonight's. He's already begun. So go to RyanJebelt.com for that book. You guys excited to be here tonight? So are we. Another fun day in the office here at the world famous Comedy Store. We just had an amazing weekend in Dallas, and we have one weekend off before the big run starts. Tony Mania is next week, so there's a couple tickets remaining for the 4 massive shows of one of the biggest comedy clubs in the country, Cobb's Comedy Club in San Francisco. And then 2 days before that in Sacramento are already sold out.
Yo.
So, that's that. And then the week after that, we go to Australia. We do a Monday night here with Eddie Pepitone for the first time ever.
Yo.
Next week. And then we go to Australia. That's Melbourne, Sydney, and Brisbane. October 25th, 26th, and 27th. We're back here every Monday. We don't even miss a Monday. We go to Australia. We come back, fly in that day, do it again. And that's how we work here. Tony, for you, the listeners and fans, our 400th episode is going to be in Sacramento as well. That's episode 400. What a fun number to have in Sacramento. Sometimes you got to get out there. You got to do things. We do the road a lot. You come home and you don't want to go to a store, right? You're online. If you need something, you can get it there. If you ever buy something online and then find out you could have gotten it for a lot less, that's worse than being on an airplane full of landing clappers. Luckily, I have Honey, a free browser extension that saves you time and money when shopping online. Scans the internet for codes and discounts, and then it applies the one with the biggest savings to your cart all by itself at checkout. It knows every coupon code sale or discount of 20,000 sites like Amazon, Domino's, Target, or just like normal. And Honey finds you savings. Shop like normal, and Honey finds you savings. You know all about it. Yeah, this is actually something I've been using before they were even a sponsor. It's just an easy plug into your browser. Every time you go on a website, it tells you like, hey, I can save you $20. Just click this button. It's free. You don't have to pay for anything. It makes no sense why you wouldn't have this. I bought a camera the other day on Amazon, saved myself $48 just by clicking a button. Got the same shipping speed and everything. It's amazing. Use Honey. Honey has found 10 million users, over $1 billion in savings, people. There's no reason not to use Honey. It's free. Installs on your computer in just 2 clicks. Get Honey for free right now at joinhoney.com/Tony. That's joinhoney.com/Tony. What a great way to show, you Kill Tony fans out there that you're listening and you care by signing up to awesome sponsors like this that actually save you money. So that's honey.com/Tony. You guys ready to start the episode or what? We're live at the Comedy Store. This is a special one. Always is, but I am excited about this one. It is the return of one of our favorite guests, and it is the first time for one of my favorite human beings, one of my favorite podcasters, one of the greatest fighters of all time. I am a fanboy of this guy, and I couldn't be more excited to working with the great Michael Bisping and Louis J. Gomez. We were just having fun in the green room, hanging out. Mike's first time performing on the Comedy Store stage. What a more fun place to be than Kill Tony. Louis J, welcome back, my man.
What's up, baby boy?
Yeah, right.
Oh, shit. These fucking
Crowd
fans.
goes crazy. Stank hands are in the air.
These fucking dirty white people.
Yes, you can just tell
This
they're.
guy's ready to rape.
Yes.
Okay. Typical Louis J. Gomez vibe.
Exactly. They always know they're here by the smell. Incredible. This guy barely has a fucking.
Shut the fuck up about that.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, shut up. You got fucking carrot bottom.
I promise you this guy will be.
Scum bucket fans in Utah. These people like he's gonna abide by the 2-drink minimum.
This guy will be ejected within 15 minutes.
He's the only guy to order Monster Energy for his 2-drink minimum. This is so exciting to have you guys here. Of course, you know they have the Believe You Me podcast available everywhere. And of course, Louis J. Gomez presents Louis J. Gomez at Louis J. Gomez presents LouisJGomez.com. That's where
His name is Louis J. Gomez, just in case you didn't know.
and it's going to be a blast. So you guys do that podcast, and now we're all going to do this podcast. I'm excited to have you guys. We have Louis, we have Mike, we have Red Band Soundboard. Did you guys know, though, that we have a band on the show? Did you know that? Louis J. Gomez? Fuck yeah, you did. One time, the band was actually the Skanks before they were Nick J. Okerson and Louis J. Gomez. We never know what they're going to be. The characters every episode, they were getting ready in a separate reader than us, so let's all find out together what they are tonight. It's one of my favorite things in all of comedy. Some of my funniest friends make some noise for the best stand band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Cheers. Chilbert Joel Jimenez and Chroma Chris. Wow, let's see what they are. Wow. Oh my goodness. I can't believe we've seen these guys before. It's been a long time. Crowd goes absolutely wild for them. It's incredible. Yeah, alright. Here he is.
Is this it?
Yeah.
I tried to use the bathroom earlier, but they wouldn't let me in because they were planning a big surprise. All they've done is put a cowboy hat. That's all they've done. Oh, man, I thought it was going to be everybody. They have a big show every week. They have hats on. Sorry, I love it.
Commitment. Normally people don't take shots at the band like that. I think Mike Misting taking clear advantage of his physical situation right now.
How's
How's it going over there, Jeremiah? What is your name? I can't remember this cowboy's name. Rothschild. Alright.
sales. Costa Mesa. Whenever I'm not doing comedy, skateboarding.
Is there anything other than skateboarding that you're into?
No, like, I do that. Small extreme sports, dude.
You don't seem very extreme.
No, this is my work attire. I keep it extremely gay.
I like it that way. Yes. Oh my goodness. I thought I could try it. Is there anything you do for a hobby that's not extreme? Like, is there something like,
Like retro video games. Specifically retro.
Sound like my son.
He's a fucking nerd. Yeah, that's the other thing I've been doing.
Wow, is it
Oh, my kids? No. Fuck yeah. No. Like, stay far away from your kids.
What's your love life like, Kevin? Girls are like, the guy that collects retro video games.
I've had bad luck. I'm from New York. I had bad luck.
What do you mean bad luck? What the fuck do you think getting pussy is, Kevin? You think it's a fucking lottery? What do you scratch off slots or something like that?
The worst luck. Every time I open a fortune cookie, it's never a phone number. It's just,
You mean luck?
we have more luck with getting chicks that were skateboarding after their comedy. What's that? We have more luck with getting chicks that were skateboarding in their comedy. What do you have more luck with? So, yeah, I can't understand that.
Well, neither can I.
Comedy.
Really?
More chicks doing comedy. What's that? You get more chicks doing comedy.
Not from tonight's set.
I was gonna say. Oh, you haven't got condoms on you because that was a waste of money.
When's the last time you had sexual relations with a woman?
2 weeks ago. A girl.
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
I'm so sorry, but it's very natural.
It's a fuck around. It's a fun game. It's all good.
So what happened 2 weeks ago?
It was a neighbor of mine. I hooked up with her, and she claimed I gave her herpes. So,
You know what that means?
yeah.
You gave her herpes.
What's the punchline? This is a joke, man. Well, I get tested, and I spent $400 to find out your veins.
Why not again? So you got tested after she told you that you gave her herpes.
Yeah, and I told my friends that. I was like, she's claiming I gave her herpes, so I got a test for $400. And all my friends were she was like, I just spent $400 on it.
Yeah, that's crazy. You didn't test for herpes. So now you have herpes.
Right. And she took the test. She failed. Herpes. Well, she just told the world.
She lied. It's not true.
Why would you bother to tell everyone you have herpes? Hey, I was Jake Canadian, and I have the worst disease ever. It's fucking awful. What a terrible game plan you have in life. The herpes has been kind of in the set, so.
Rothschild, what do you think about all this? So wait a second. You're telling us you think you didn't have herpes before that?
I didn't have herpes. I knew I didn't. She was lying because she was upset that I didn't call her back after we hooked up.
So do you have herpes now?
No, I don't.
Wow, so you don't even have, but she does, you think, or
She doesn't.
lie?
She lied.
Wow, what a weird thing to lie about.
Yeah. Where I'm coming from, that's called a 500 East.
Oh my goodness.
My friends are giving me shit for spending $400. And
What did you go?
Beverly Hills plastic surgeon, did you get this herpes? I picked the first hospital they could get right. I'm not gonna go shopping around Beverly Hills.
Hospital? Planned Parenthood is free. Oh, yeah, it's not the one. I need an ambulance. I think I might have herpes.
I'm just glad I don't. So
Much like herpes, this type of embarrassment will never go away. But I'll tell you this, Kevin, sign up again next time, and hopefully it'll go different in 2.5 years, maybe it's 2 long minutes. There he is, Kevin Wolf. He's on Instagram, and Kevin is a wolf. We are real cowboys up here.
try to grab another Maker's Rock too.
Tequila and a beer. So, put your hands together for your next comedian, Eric wants to joke. Eric wants to joke. Yay, we know this guy. Hell yeah. One more time for Eric, everybody.
What's up? How are you? Show of hands, any mentally ill people in the audience? It's one of the first signs of mental illness. Fucking lying, okay? I grew up in a decent childhood, mentally ill family, mixed race, South African and Ukrainian, okay? Shanty town just outside of Philadelphia, next to a nuclear power plant. So meltdowns were not uncommon in my family, okay? Went to a great school, St. Barnabas, okay? Learned a lot of things, Guilty Sinner 101, Jesus math, what's one gay plus one black kid equals. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. That's a sign of mental illness, okay? It's not a sign of mental illness. I'm HIV positive, and I'm also a Libra. It's not easy being a Libra, okay? I'm telling you right now, it's not easy being a Libra. A lot of discrimination towards Libras.
Wow, there you go. I'm guessing this isn't Eric's time dealing with a West Hollywood bear before. Eric, come back here. Get up here. Where are you going? Grab that fucking microphone. Is the AIDS eating away at your brain right now? What's happening?
So this is like being surrounded by these alloys. It's very exciting.
I bet it is. What do you think about this guy?
Did you really forget the punchline? I did. I was writing today. I forgot the punchline.
Are you in there right now?
Come on, the minute's all right. No, stay.
We can even hint here. You have to be the punchline for the gay kid and the black kid.
Was it something like lack of opportunity? Yeah, that was the punchline. Yeah, let's use mine.
Listen, I just want to say I have never been more embarrassed than yourself. You guys are adorable. This is true.
I just got AIDS.
That's it. There we go. You might also have herpes too.
HIV positive, yes. Oh,
25. Tony, this guy's like Louis Gay Gomez. There it is. I love it, man. This is your second time on the show. I think you went last week or 2
I was
weeks ago.
thinking about you for the last. I was thinking about the show for the last couple of weeks. How much fun that I had.
Absolutely.
How was it?
Yeah, this guy's like Louis Gay.
I mean, to have this kind of exposure just coming to LA.
Dude, about the last thing you need is exposure. If it was up to me, we'd have a giant rubber plant. No, keep it. No, we don't need to burn that one. All the other, you will never use that microphone.
I watched you in bed. I mean, I sort of said,
You were in bed watching.
yes.
You didn't pleasure yourself, did you?
No. That's silly.
Last thing we need is an episode of that happening. So, 25 years you've been HIV positive, and now you live in West Hollywood, correct?
No, it's another thing.
You're retired, right? Retired.
No, I'm just looking for a manager and agent.
Oh, that's weird.
Kind of like being a black kid.
David Lucas. Yeah. You mean the guy who's hard hitting punchline?
Oh, God, yeah. No, he's good. Yeah. No, he's really good.
Yeah, I love that. Well, I love that. One of the most important things, trying to fucking make it in show business, being positive and knowing the more positive.
Oh, AIDS. And then if you're healed enough, then they change the diagnosis to HIV positive. Yeah, because you have enough T cells in your body.
You guys think, saying the act, I got to go HIV. I'm sorry, it's hilarious, but it's one of the best survivors.
Any type of disease, like any type of disease they gave your body to heal from comedy, that's what it's all about.
I mean, obviously, I don't think you all need medicated with laughter, hopefully, because if so, you're probably on your deathbed. Say you might check out pretty soon. Did you ever, there was a guy on a week or two ago as well, it was actually after you, who was a young gay comic, and he was telling us that he was telling us that you can, like, get tested for the amount of AIDS that you have, or something like that, like your toxicity levels, and basically, I think you can have unprotected sex with other people.
Right, so it's like if you have cancer, there's like a level of cancer, like a tumor, and then it shrinks. So if the tumor shrinks enough, then you're really in remission.
Stage 1 AIDS. So what are your minor league AIDS level, right? I mean, you said you told us a couple weeks ago that you don't hook up with guys anymore, that you're like over it.
I haven't been in a relationship for about 10 years.
What about like hookups or something like that?
Hookups, I don't want to be somebody that's flashing on screen or something like that. Look, slide down there. No, the cowboy is really on the drums.
Hell yeah.
I mean, his beat is
So his nipples aren't the only thing that's on there.
Actually, nipple rings. I got them.
Is that true? Really?
Yeah.
Nipples rings out there? Damn. Feel bad. Almost taking a look at the content. So, whoever did those piercings, that should have been the final act of Fear Factor. Nipples that would not look like putting a needle. Herschel. Oh, wow. It's a real cowboy. Well, Eric, you had some speed bumps tonight, but your charisma.
No, I haven't had speed bumps for a long time. I've been sober.
Oh, shit. There you go.
But I had lots of speed bumps at one time in my life. Yeah.
I love your style. Eric, it's always fun to have people of all different shapes and sizes and character styles. Alright. You don't have to give me that AIDS just to make the compliment. There he goes. He did it again. Eric Kwasnichuk, everybody. Eric Kwasnichuk. KWASNJUK. He gives a real salute to the microphone. God damn, what a hand for the band. Don't they sound amazing tonight? Learning these songs right before every episode just for you guys. So cool. Okay, pull another name out of the book that makes a noise for Tim Hill, everyone. Tim Hill. Tim Hill. Oh, wow, we know Tim Hill. This is very exciting. All the way from San Diego. Come on, one more time for Tim Hill. So a coworker of mine had a baby when he was 13 years old. He had a kid when he was 13, which means that child was like 6 years old when he was a senior in high school, which means they were in the same school district for like a minute. And then maybe watched his dad graduate high school and fully comprehended everything going. Maybe he was really proud of his dad that maybe had a bumper sticker on the back of his big wheel that said, "My dad's an honest student." He didn't graduate high school. He had a baby when he was 13 years old. Beautiful. So, you ever heard of the expression a bare-faced Me either. You know, someone said I've heard of bald face, but someone said someone said a bare face lie. I was like, what's that? I was like, a bare face lie is probably like roar. Voting for president matters. Roar. Oh yeah, Tim Hill, everybody. Did it again. Another great set. That's how you kill with AIDS. That's right. You did it. Thank God. I don't want to say. Yeah. You fucking did it, dude. You did it again. All the way from San Diego. Yeah. Am I right? You had your first comedy set on Keltoni recently? Is that right? Or do I get confused with something? No, I can't believe it. Right. I did. You were in San Diego. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, a couple times. Yeah. Always funny. How long you been doing stand up? Like 4 years. I did about 3 years in Detroit and then moved to San Diego. That first show you did was legitimately funny. Like all those shows. Yeah, that was really good. Hilarious show. It was on. Kind of lost me with the rare shit though. It's great. It's funny and loud. Oh yeah. I didn't lie. The time that I thought he was gonna get like an applause break at the end. So he's kind of waiting for the end of the show. Yeah. It's like openings of stuff that I've seen. That was legitimately funny. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's very interesting. You're one of the only people I've ever seen that looks like both a young man and an old lady at the same time. It's very impressive. Very hard to pull off that type of range. You ever do any acting or anything like that? No, I think I might move here. I'll do it. Hereditary. Weird reference, but what'd you say? I said I think I might move here in January, though. Yeah, but you're in a movie that's coming out in January. No, I'm gonna move here in January. And no success. How old are you? 22 or 23. Actually, my birthday was 22. Wow. Big thing. That's great. What do you do for fun? Let me guess, like the other people here tonight, do you like skateboarding and having AIDS? No. No, I play a lot of video games. I work like 8 hours a day. I don't believe it. No. Other than that, like, what do you do for work? Those types of shifts? I work in marijuana. Oh, you work in surprise. Oh, yeah. Exactly. What do you do in the marijuana industry? I smell it. I work for a company that makes like oil cartridges, gummies, and chocolates. I package all of it and stuff, and then I do all the turns. Wow, that's so awesome. Yeah, very minimal responsibility. I make a lot, very shit money. Talking back to Michael McKelvey, respect him. What's the toughest thing you've ever done? You ever do anything like that? I work at a comedy club in San Diego. We had to kick a very large gentleman out the other day. I snatched my glasses right off my face. What happened there? See? No, he snatched my glasses off my face, and we all, like, there was like 3 of us pushing him away with his wife, like, in the middle of us, like, trying to get us to calm down. And so we let her try and take care of the situation really quick. He talks to his wife. He'll calm down for a second. But no, he just puts his hand over her mouth, and he's like, I know how to handle my wife. Right? Sounds like he's dead. Wives are particularly. Same way I handle mine. Sure, sometimes. But then a couple of bike cops showed up and resolved the whole thing. Say it again. A couple of bike cops showed up and resolved the situation. Wow. Bike cops. That's how they come clean up. Exactly. The cops showed up. What's your love life like, man? You seem like the kind of guy. I mean, like, if I was you and I got lonely and the internet was down, I would just start jerking off and look at myself in the mirror with my eyes sort of closed like that. I'd be like, oh, what is that, a blonde hot chick? I'm coming. You look like a nerdy chick, but like, we can make you hot. You got a problem with it? You take your glasses off. Yes. She's all that. Yeah. How long has your waist size been winning? we got? Snickers bars, Taco Bell. All the healthy shit. Like what? All the healthy shit. Oh yeah, all of it. So you can see it in the complexion. Yeah, exactly. It's got that fancy cheese. So I'm pretty sure I talked about your complexion. Share your complexion. What else are you into? Do you have any other fun hobbies or anything you should know about your past life? Family? Anything crazy? Nothing big, no. My girlfriend and I are breaking up pretty well right now. So I just try to stay out of there. She smacks you pretty earlier than her. Yeah. No, we've just been together for like a while. And like, we got together really young. And it's just time. Yeah, we've been fighting for like a while. How long you guys been together? Like 2 weeks ago? 6 years. So what does she do? She works in the same company. Too much time together. Yeah. It's like you guys are gonna be done after all. You know what I mean? It's like you gotta trim some people out of your life. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like you got yourself in a very sticky situation. You look like Marilyn Manson. There you go. That's champ-worthy. Well, Tim, I mean, unbelievably great set, as always, as every time you've ever been on the show. You're so consistent, and for 22, it's just an unbelievable, you're on an undeniable path to being a fucking real world-class comedian. Thank you, man. Congratulations. Tim Hill, everybody. He's on social media. Tim Hill, 007. Fuck yeah. It's a special episode. You can feel it in the air. See the guy in San Diego that he like roasted for like 20 minutes? Probably. Yeah. You guys having fun out there? Call another name out of the bucket. Make some noise for David Paulus. David Paulus. Let's see what happens here. Yes, guy. Hey, here he is, David Paulus.
Detroit, been living in LA for about 13 years now. Big adjustments early on was getting used to the game. Where I'm from, gay people are like an idea. Heard about all the stereotypes exist. You've never actually seen it. So after living out in LA for all these years, I'm proud to say I've got a lot of gay friends. Some I work with, some I hang out with. Many I roll with next to Robert in Rugged Canyon with fucking 4 times a week. And they're just people, just like you and I. I have made some observations. Namely, you're a fucking gay guy. It's just a good fucking hug. You get your money's worth for that hug. It makes you feel better about yourself. It makes you feel like you can accomplish anything. It makes you feel like you can take on the whole empire yourself. And the whole time you're thinking to yourself, God damn, this is a good hug. And all they're thinking is, that's amazing.
Fuck yeah, David Paulus, everyone. Alright. You've been on the show a few times. 4 times. I feel like this is probably your best set so far, right? Yeah, the other times have been horrible.
There's evidence.
I haven't seen it before. I thought that was horrible.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've got no yardstick. You know what I mean?
I feel like it
This could be way better.
must have been so about how bad it was the other times.
Unbelievable. Shockingly bad. You can agree with this, right, David? So, I mean, this is one of the guys that, like, you know, I was going, it wasn't even a Monday, it was I feel like it was some other night I was working here, like a week or 2 ago, and he came up to me and said something like, oh, man, gave me that look. People do that sometimes. Just like, you know what, next time, I was slumming right for real. You did that as hard as you could tonight. As hard as you could keep with your name. Maybe it was one of the other plain-ass looking guys that third string Jimmy Kimmel looking motherfuckers, you know what I mean?
I feel like it's like, I'm dressed up as a cool guy.
Yeah. He's trying to be him. It's the fucking, how old are you, David? 40. You look like a bird from her hair. You became human. What ethnicity are you, David?
Mom and dad are from Iraq.
Mom and dad are Something cruel in Iraq, like on New Year's Eve, like shot his fucking AK-47 straight up in the air. One of the bullets hit him, stabbed in the Kirby side. I've seen that video before. A statue of Saddam Hussein fell on top of him. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Wow. What were your dad's thoughts on the time at that time? I mean, we had George W. Bush invading Iraq. Does that affect you guys at all?
VHS tapes, like you would record CNN during the Gulf War. We still have videotapes somewhere in the basement.
Somewhere just buried down there right near him. That part is weird. Wow. So, what's your mom up to now? She says a big sand dildo that she uses or something like that.
Jesus fucking Christ. No, man. She's a grandmother. She's 70 and she's happy. That's, I don't even like water. That's damn disrespectful. Like I say, she goes to town on the sand.
Yeah, I've never gotten to use the word sand dildo before. When in Rome or whatever like that.
You need to get right with God. These are the most depressing comedians. Bombs, 9/11, Jesus Christ.
So, what's been happening in the last couple weeks since we saw you?
So, last couple weeks, I'm getting sued by
That's right. You are the filmmaker that made over-budget movie that it was a complete original flop, but now it's sort of getting a second wind on Amazon. You got a big bump after mentioning it on Killtown. It's called, what is it called again?
Best Thanksgiving ever.
You're being sued for more women that was from this movie.
Yeah.
You're being sued for more women that was from this movie.
This bitch was a PA. You're being say whatever you want about men, okay? Say shit about women, you're fucked.
Speaking like a real Iraqi.
We're going to film this episode Exhibit A. This guy is irrational. He can't control himself. He's Iraqi.
Way to end the entertaining story, guys.
She's a coffee on herself. She's suing two steakhouse. She's a what? Let's call her. She's a we're on her fucking cunt is what she is.
David, but getting sued is a weird thing, right? A lawyer or something like that? Yeah.
Does it kill you that you had to hire a Jew?
So there's going to be something new for you. I'm Catholic. I was raised Catholic. We're not Muslim, which is fine. But we're this minority. Jesus Christ! Continue.
So, okay, did it bother you?
I certainly can't play. The point is, if you weren't Muslim, you could have had one of your wishes made that this lady disappears. He's a good Jew. My brother-in-law's Jewish.
So make it real. So make it real. You know what you talk about that?
David, that's Catholic and Iraqi at the same time. Is that real? Say that so that you can stay in the country or something like that.
There's Persians in LA. There's a lot of Catholic Iraqis. That's where they all came from. That's where they were.
Say it again, it's on your tongue. Are they rapists? I'm sure there's a few.
You don't know anything like that, though. All right, David. Well, I mean, fun times. Your best set ever on this show. Worst set of the night so far, but your best set. There you go, Stephen Phillips, everyone. Go watch Best Thanksgiving Ever on Amazon Prime. He borrowed a bunch of money from a bunch of people with money to make that movie. He's still trying to pay them back. Probably will be for the rest of his life. Oh, yeah, wow. I see some celebrities out there. The great Steve Lee is over there, ladies. Oh, look at that guy. Tony Legend. The great Aphrodite. Aphrodite's 64th Thursday. Oh, it's your birthday? Hell yeah. Aphrodite made a sign that says her birthday is on Thursday. It's her 64th birthday. It says Aphrodite's 64th Thursday.
Still care about birthdays.
Oh, yeah. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Fiona Reed. Everybody, Fiona Reed. Here we go. Fiona.
Sandy movement. Nope.
Wow, nothing.
Alright. Blacklisted.
Wow, alright. How about that Sean Lubin? Sean Lubin. There's moving. Oh, yeah. It's all happening here. Here he is. One more time for Sean Lubin.
Thank you guys. So I never want to have kids. Here's how much I don't want kids. I'll wear a condom and pull out. And fuck men. Kind of a history buff. My advice for our 45th president, Donald Trump, is that he should be born. Our 14th president, Franklin Pierce, experienced all three of his sons dying in his arms. My favorite band is the band that was playing on the Titanic as it sank. Seriously, I think those were some badass musicians. They stayed there and they kept playing music for an audience of people that were dying all around them. You know, they didn't run off the stage like that country singer in Las Vegas.
Wow. Sean Lubin. Closing strong. Fuck yeah. First time on the show?
Second.
Second. Hell yeah. I love it. Welcome back, Sean.
Thank you.
So you're gay?
No. I just noticed gay joke. Come on. Be honest.
We believe you, man. It's been a very bottom-heavy show so far.
This is the thing. I don't know what I can say about politics. I think a lot of things.
You can say whatever you want.
Stop here. Keep them to myself.
Safe space for people that hate safe spaces. But if you change your mind at any point, just be good controversy to have it happen here on the So, David, was that better than, Sean, was that better than the last time you on the show? Wow, that's great.
Show. How hard was the last time? Show, so.
How long you been on stand-up?
Coming up on
3 years. All of it here in Los Angeles?
Yep.
Where are you originally from?
Same kind of
Oh, yeah, what do you do for work?
part-time with my mom.
Oh, yeah, that makes four of us.
Chores. Take out the trash, I do the dishes, watch my little brother. She throws me a couple balls.
What do you do working with your mom?
Slut.
So you go out and you just look at places and you're like, this looks cool.
Yeah, we live out near Malibu, so I go find nature spots and she does.
How'd you guys get Malibu money?
My dad is Patrick's family.
This is Batman. Wow. Made enough money so that your dad got 10% of it. He has a house in Malibu. This is what happens when a 60-year-old man creates. You are proof that for him it works. How old are you? 31. 51, yeah? That was 51. He was 50 when he had me. Oh my goodness. Just shooting up fucking ashy loads. Just fucking. Take it, put it into her pussy. Give it over. Syringe it out of there. Straight into his balls. Wow. You ever do anything fun with your dad? Beat him up or anything like that? He's in great shape. Really? Yeah. How old's your mother? What's your mother? He's all fucking the old manager. He's the manager of manager. Yeah, fuck this guy. That's your mom, bro. What kind of photography did she make a wedding photographer? She also danced a lot of strippers. She's like, takes pictures. This is all fucking rich wife shit. This is rich wife jobs 101. What did she teach people how to dance too? Gold digger. Batman's manager's wife taking 50-year-old loads deep in her butt. Lady Quitter. I have never in my life heard her say it. You ever notice her doing anything shady, like exhaling softly after she realizes he woke up again? Just puts an X on another day on the calendar. Has she ever been? Do you think she ever wishes that he took care of himself more like an Iraqi father? Tony said he hears them having sex sometimes. Oh, really? Is that true? What does that sound like? The beginning of Tales from the Crypt? Sounds like Darth Vader. Relax right there, though. Wow, what does it sound like when they have sex? You tell me. It's disturbing. Really? I don't listen to it. How many times have you heard? How many times? You're searching that out. Yeah. Because I never heard my first have sex in bed. So once a month, that means like, there we go. Tiptoe plus the fucking landing. Get class by the ball. Oh yeah, go on, Mom. Go on. Give it to the old fuck. I'm not surprised you never heard your parents have sex then, like if I was they split you when I was very young. Oh, okay. I was gonna say if I was your father. It's a big thing. So inside town. I was gonna say if I was your father, I'd really be afraid to fuck your mom after that. I'd be like, oh, I don't want Mike though. What's that Mike? What's going on in there? Oh, nothing, just knocking on the wall saying hi, son. Nothing's going on. I'm working your mother. I love it. So, wow, Sean, what do you think's going to happen? Who's going to get all the money when your dad dies? You think you're going to get anything? She's just going to do how much you're going to get when he dies. And how much do you think we're talking? Millions. Millions. It has to be the house alone. It's probably like 2-3 million, I'd say. That's why you're doing shitty comedy out there. Some jokes. What happened there? What do you remember about that? Remember any visions?
Yeah, so I left Minnesota.
This is a never-ending story.
So I tell that damn story. I remember, like, one of my dude, there's a lady that she looked at me and she told me,
The greatest thing that happened while I was on UT, I started hearing and feeling and seeing this music that was like, that makes sense. That's called being at a concert, you idiot. So I started hearing it and feeling it, and I started laughing because it was crazy. I go, and the music starts responding to my laughter. I'm like, yeah, that was just right. It's never a cool story. It's terrible. Yeah, I guess it's not getting any better. There you go.
please carry on.
Sean Lubin, everybody, there he goes. He's on social media at Sean Lubin. There he goes.
Whiskey, please.
Oh, shit, we are going deep here tonight. I like it.
Drinking yesterday.
I'll take a Crown Royal drinking yesterday. We've seen this name before. Let's see if I remember this guy very good. Chuck Roquet. Chuck Roquet. What is happening? Where's Chuck at? There comes Chuck. Roquet.
Last week, someone told me I looked like a chubby Taylor Lautner. Told her you just look like an empty nobody. I was raised on domestic abuse and cartoons. My parents were always fighting, and I'd be listening to or watching Courage the Cowardly Dog. A lot of my friends didn't like it. They said the show was too scary. But it was a lot less scary than my parents fighting. My dad would like to hit my mom to John Lennon songs. I really hope there's no causation between the two. Just because I'm a big Queen fan, I don't want to be gay and die. I'm the biggest fan of Doggy Style, but my dog is. Yeah, that's my time.
Fuck yeah. Chuck Roquet? Roquet.
Yeah, okay.
Chuck Roquet.
Yeah, you got it right.
Your set was just Roquet, too.
I used it.
Chuck Roquet.
What was the cartoon? Courage the Cowardly Dog. So that was really, I love that one. So it was really sad. Just the opposite.
Chuck.
I'm a John Lennon song, but he's a big John Lennon fan.
Yeah. What ethnicity?
He's not Mexican. Oh, no, he just loves favorite Beatle. Because as you said, he kind of belongs back in a weird way. He's a John Lennon fan.
One of the more Native American-looking Mexicans I've ever seen in my life.
I've heard that.
Yeah. You ever use that to your advantage?
I like keeping it ambiguous, you know. That's not hard.
Yeah, it's struggling with the Puerto Rican giving you grammar.
That's true.
Herschel? Chuck, how long have you been doing stand-up?
Like a year and a half.
A year and a half. How old are you?
24.
24. What do you do for work?
PA.
Yeah. Sue someone for spilling coffee.
I wish that chick was a bitch. Real bitch. That one. We all know her. QPA for anybody famous. I just got off of Surviving R. Kelly.
I want to keep that one to yourself.
You also got off the Surviving R. Kelly?
That's my favorite joke on film. You ever sue someone because you spilled hot piss on yourself? dealt with the victims of the R. Kelly situation, not R. Kelly himself.
Yeah, I had to drive home from the hotel to set.
Really had a lot of
Responsibility there.
So much money. That's a lot of drive. Like, I'll tell you, also during the picture from the hotel. It's not drive the victims.
Yeah, it's still bummy. It's still a shitty drive.
some tissues too.
They're pulling them out. We get to buy them whenever. Like, they get whatever dinner they want and shit. So they're always from Atlanta, just like,
Oh, and then like Long Beach right now.
yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. Hold on. Victims prior or after? Like after, and they were having a good time. They were calling out in the fucking limo. That's Hollywood, man.
Let me ask you this. So you were in charge of getting them the meals. What did you notice that women that have had relations with R. Kelly, what are they really into? What types of foods are they?
Sausage.
Like soul food.
Soul food.
Yeah. Blue or black. Original cakes.
Really? A lot of them are black. What's your, what else? Chuck, what hobbies or fun things are you into? Fun facts about Chuck.
I don't know. I smoke a little weed, I guess.
That's always a mind-blowing fun fact to hear. That really keeps the energy moving along. So you smoke pot. What else about you, Chuck? What about you?
I lost my virginity when my arm was broken.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, I was playing football and I fell wrong and my humerus broke right in half. And the cat fucked you? Motherfuckers.
That's a weird plug there.
Joke in the whole show.
Silent but deadly. That was from a Chris with a just dropping a Marlboro plug there. Hell yeah. Wow. So you broke your arm and you lost your virginity.
Yeah. She was a horse girl. She had big thighs and she kind of, I was really stoked to like have sex for the first time and I didn't really give a shit about the arm. And she kind of just straddled me and she fucked you up. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I had to like pretend to come because I was like hurting because my bone was grinding against each other.
It was like a rodeo. Did you only last 8 seconds?
Like it was like a minute. Yeah, it was bad.
It's coming in for a minute.
Bro, it was hurt, bro.
Change position.
Shit, I don't know, man.
Why can't you just tell her?
Why are we scared? Just go, hey, watch my leg. It's broken. I think I don't know.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Just my masculinity, you know? I was like, I just don't know.
I've never heard of anyone who literally slinging dick. Seal the deal with a broken arm. Alright, well, Chuck, having fun times up here, dude. Hopefully we'll see you again down the road. There he goes, Chuck Roque, everyone. Well, another name out of the bucket. Let's keep this fun train moving along with the comedy stylings of Jeff Horstein. Jeff Horstein. Jeff Horstein. There he comes. Jeff Horstein.
Growing up, I was a bedwetter. Anybody else in the house? Bedwetters. Some honesty there. That's you guys probably like me. I spent the night at my friend's house. I had a pants that I had to bring to absorb the pain. And then your friend's going through your luggage and stuff you brought. Like, what video games did you bring? What's this? That's what people like. Do you know how nice you have to be to your friend's parents when it's understood that you're going to piss on the front
step in some dog paint. Can't even get mad at the dog. I'm like, yeah, no, I get it. I'm not trained either. So.
Oh yeah, there you go. It's a whole lot of pee. Thank goodness. Pee heavy set. Hell yeah. We're talking about R. Kelly, someone wetting the bed. R. Kelly went to bed when he was awake. Piss on other humans. Wow, that is interesting. When did you stop peeing the bed, Jeff?
It's a good question. Probably later.
Yeah, sure.
Last night on 35. 12. I don't know.
Do you have any pee chip sets? Like in the closet once? Yeah, we got it.
Especially 3 years. I think it's not. That's not a general thing. When's the last time I got to sleep walking?
Last year we took Bill Tony to Dublin, Ireland. We had a night off when we landed, and we ate like one of the biggest meals we've ever had together, and then we got funked. And that night, little red band here, Red band went to go find himself a restroom, and it turns out he walked outside of his hotel room, turned back around on his hotel door, and pissed on that hotel door. Yeah, it was locked out, so I had to go to the lobby. That's their behavior. He's locked out, then he didn't have his room key. Picture Red Band in his underwear having to go to the front desk. Why did he say that?
And that's when we started calling it Arsenal. Why belly?
Okay, well, are you shopping the jokes? Let's do a web shop, everyone. I killed Tony web shop.
I've placed my bet since then. I've drank alcohol before. Like I'm not gonna say I've never peed myself. I'm honest. In my lifetime, I didn't keep like a pee journal. I don't really know. See, the thing is, you came out, you had a good delivery, stage presence, you handled the crowd well. Essentially, all you did was tell us that you saw yourself and your dog's been so that's not the scope of the joke. I could have picked on it's hilarious. It's a biography, but I didn't really do like a biography of my upbringing if I said I could have. The joke's gonna be good. There it is.
Alright, so what else about you? Tell us something else about you.
Let's see. I've done comedy for like 9 years from Detroit.
You lived out here 9 years?
No, I moved out here at the beginning of January.
Oh, wow.
So I'm new to Los Angeles from Detroit. Dating a comedian as well. She's an age gap of a relationship. I'm 32, she's 47.
Whoa, look at that. Why did you do that?
She's sorry about this transaction. I don't want kids and she can't have them. So it's a good relationship.
You finish inside of her? Do you finish inside of her?
No.
So,
We're gonna go right there, yeah. We're gonna get there.
how do you know she can't
She's
check
on Steve. I don't know. That was a joke. She doesn't want to have kids. She's older. Yes.
You've never come inside of her? Have you ever pissed inside of her?
Not yet. We'll get there. We'll spice it up.
Absolutely. What do you do for a living?
For a living, I walk dogs and I do Postmates. Shout out to sponsors.
Do you ever eat the fries? You ever eat the fries? You ever Postmates somebody?
I think the food when they like just cancel after I already pick it up. You're fine. I'm like, I get a whole fucking meal. You're fine. What do you think?
Have you ever accidentally pissed in the bag of food?
Again, it's very pee heavy for his
Where'd you meet this 47-year-old at?
North Carolina, out in Detroit.
She moved out with you? She moved out with you?
Yeah. I moved out January, and then she moved out in April. I flew back and drove out.
She's gonna kill it, dude. 47 years old. Absolutely.
He's more successful in the company world. He's more successful. Oh, you got that, you old bitch.
Is she here tonight?
She's here.
She's with you? She's here right now?
I'm sorry. Where is she? I'm sorry. Where is she? Is the spotlight? She's in the comic section. You're just gonna say that right? I'm killing it by her.
You guys think we should have her in video right now? What's her name? Barry Taylor, his girlfriend, Esther Navarez. Everybody, here we go. Let's see what happens here. I think she's gonna be just great. Outstanding her a long time. She really is 47 years old, everybody. This is exciting. Hold on, I gotta get my walker. We've seen Esther before. This is exciting. Let's see how this goes. Here it's together for Esther Navarez, everybody.
So I'm old. Alright. So, yeah, it's weird. It's weird getting older because, like, when I was young, I used to be able to put on, like, a mini skirt and glitter and be like, oh, I'm hot for the weekend. Now I have to rely on interview. But it's so much fucking harder, right? I gotta, like, meditate and love myself. It's so much Lizzo. Too much. I don't have time for that. But, like, I sat around recently and half of my vagina fell asleep. So,
There it is.
and I like fucking
There has to be a vagina. I'm sorry, Tony. I know
walk it off. I was trying to like fucking walk it off and shit. Like, it was like a little pussy screw. Just like a little, like hanging on the side shit. Yeah, it was rough. It was. So, yeah, I didn't even know my pussy was awake. You guys are all sitting out there with me.
There you go, Esther Navarez, everyone. I like that. That was good. I thought she was better than him. Yeah, I thought so too. Younger looking. Yeah. Yeah, that's incredible. Right? He looks like Screech from Saved by the Bell.
What? I didn't know like this.
You just picked a random white guy.
Came out, gave a better minute, said that he,
I agree.
whilst he was over there, he said that he's going to be better. He's better. He's been on TV.
I want lies to me as well. That's what that power represents. I'm totally going to fucking kill myself right now. I'm just going to fucking shoot back in the fucking fucking kid. You give him a fucking half hour.
It's all pretty good.
Fuck you.
You want to switch chairs right now? You want to switch chairs? Can I hit your back?
Let's go. Come on, buddy. Hey, give Bruce the microphone.
Fuck this whole big train.
It was a train.
Like, a train for the first time in your life.
It's a Comedy Central half hour. 4 people are watching this show right now. Let's take a listen to it.
Just give us 60 seconds.
I think get rid of it.
60 seconds. Where you go?
So,
Ladies and gentlemen, an uninterrupted 60 seconds going to Louis J.
so I was hanging out with these faggots, and yeah, dude, they were like, yo, dude, I got this kind of club with all these niggers, and yeah, it's gonna be fucking crazy, dude. It's gonna be a faggot fucking niggery night, and you know, at the end of it, we're gonna fucking probably fuck some Jews in their training months. So yeah, dude, and then I was like, yeah, fuck. Central call me.
It's Jay Gomez. Even 20 seconds on the board, but we'll still take it.
Can I Just say that some of us still want to be on Saturday Night Live.
He's Puerto Rican. They're allowed to say that word. It's kind of true. Anyway, Luis J. Gomez joining the ranks of the few great comedians that have done it and well being a guest on the show up there with Dom Irera and Ron White. They killed Tony Allen. Mine wasn't the best. It was the third best. It was the best. It was the third best. None of those lines by far really the third best.
The most offensive. The crowd really liked it, though. The crowd really liked it.
Dom Irera did say the N word a little bit more than you, but well, you guys are an adorable couple. I mean, stick with each other. I can tell you guys really love each other. It's not easy to be comedians, you know, but this is cool. You guys are really successful. You have a Comedy Central half hour. She has the Mindy Kaling show. So, you know, you guys keep up the good work. There they go. Jeff Morris and Esther Navarro. And how about one more time for Luis J. Gomez? Huh? How about that? Special short set. Here we go, though. Ladies and gentlemen, if you know anything about this show, you know that one of the backbones of it is that we do have a regular on this show. We've always had regulars. It's an elite class of military strength soldiers over the years that have been molded by this show and the guests and their experiences of having to write a brand new minute every single week. This guy has been at it for quite a long time. He's an unbelievable regular, a very defined and improvised style, very methodical. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of the funniest young bucks I know. It's the great William Montgomery, everybody. Woo! Coming in hot tonight. I can feel it.
First off, I just want to say, Richard, this being, I love you. My dad loves you. He's a big MMA guy. So I started doing a bunch of cocaine with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's like we do it, and he wants to say, I'll be back. Yeah, I love listening to that. Although that really threw me off. I didn't plan that. I mean, seriously, this is the night to remember. You really just threw me off there.
Keep going, William. Keep going. You guys want to start over one more time with William Montgomery?
The legend killing the vigorous machine, William Montgomery. How's it going, Richard? This being, I love you. My father is a giant fan of MMA. I love it. I could have been in the NBA, actually. I had a mean jumper. Piston. So I have a t-shirt idea that is another is a circumstance. The t-shirt's green. Has an alien on the front. You told me to say that. Are you trying to mess this up? Speed up for Richard. This being, I'm a giant fan. My father loves you. He's a big MMA guy. That can have us sort of a lone wolf warrior type. Loves MMA. It's quite the experience to be standing up here with you right now. Here's what I was going to say second.
Okay. There you go, William Montgomery, everybody. Here's what he was going to say second.
Hey, Redman, have you been working out or are those shoulder pads?
Yeah, the shoulder pads I took them from your mom last night.
Whoa! My mom died 2 years ago in a haunted house. And now we're corpses no shoulder pads.
Is that true? What was she doing in the
Is it
haunted
a
house?
secret exit? Is that exit?
She was carrying William on her back, and that's why she broke both of her shoulders and died.
Yeah, from cancer. No, but Tony, honestly, I got kicked out of my apartment.
You did?
Yeah, when I was sitting it out here
Just literally, I'm looking for a room. I got kicked out this morning. I don't know what to do. Why? Why did you get kicked out? No, he's embracing the hook. He's embracing the hook. What did you just fucking do? Oceanside living. Somebody get this guy out of here. Really? Why did you really get kicked out? I really got kicked out. Tell us about me looking for a room. The guy watches this podcast, so I'm a little worried about putting too much into it. Basically, I get to the apartment last night, broken glass everywhere in the kitchen. His toe is bleeding. The girl is gone. He's still there. We've been drinking some beers. Just talking a bunch. I get into the work together. I get a text message this morning from Angie. What did you just fucking say? Basically, she's like, you have 30 days to find another place. How's your health? How is my health? I will just set it up, but I don't know how to read. I might aspirin and the pain. See, this is what my father told me not to say. He's like, William, being honest, I was being honest about needing a roommate. So I really need to stay out there with someone. It's just such a weird time to get kicked out of your apartment. It's like the very first third of October. I mean, it's just like, it seems like normally they just don't evict people. Like, you're out today out of nowhere. You're out today. And I'm like, my mother died on October 31st. It was a sad month for me. It was Halloween in that haunted house 2 years ago. Halloween, haunted house. Michael Bisping and I are there. Getting people with knives in the hallway, not giving a fuck. William, why do you look like awesome? Boom! And then you know what I picture? Just me masturbating in front of people. Just on a cruise ship, just reassuring everyone in the room, don't worry, there are no walls in the ocean. Seriously, I need a room. I have 30 days to find one. She's giving me this. This is not the time or place. I mean, you'd be surprised. A lot of people get a lot of things from just saying it on this show. Joel actually got a bed 2 weeks ago. Yeah, thank you for that guy. I got paid about $500 for a mattress. Thank you so much. So I really need a blowjob. Oh, wow. There you go. Heck yeah. If you need someone you can believe in, maybe you and I are working together. That was Chroma Chris, aka Maro Moro. Yeah, I work in a storage unit. It was a sad place. Letters everywhere. I don't know. Little pieces of wood. I don't know what to do. Okay. How's that relationship that you got in going for you, William? You're lovely. It's really they talk about it. You always seem to be elusive about the subject. It's been very nice. I almost don't know if I should be pledged. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, you should. I should interview on a live show. She told me today I can see her place. She lives with her grandparents in Lucina. Oh, no. I don't know if that would just nothing would transport in my car to my job. I don't know what to think. She missed her period the past couple times. No. What do you mean the past couple times? That is so true. What do you mean the past couple months? 2 times. She's pregnant, too. She's with 2 periods. She's pregnant. She was not once this girl. I literally got kicked out of my fucking apartment. Hold on. William, I not done the only hanging out. That's all totally true. William, you're kidding about this period thing, right? I'm not. She's Mr. When you say she's Mr. Period the last couple times, when you're saying the word time, so you're talking about months. I'm talking about 2 months. There were a couple slip-ups, 2 Plan Bs. So you're saying that maybe it's the Plan B messing cycle. It's funny how we're laughing at this. It's literally so true. I get kicked out of my goddamn apartment. I hired David Lucas to follow me as a joke as maybe the next regular. He's gonna be the next one.
What are you talking about? What did you just say? I don't even know what you said. Say that again.
I'm just saying.
No. William over here. William over here. What did you just say about David Lucas? I'm genuinely curious.
What I said is, I am so worried. I've had such a fun time doing this. If he's followed me the past couple of times,
This is good.
I'm genuinely worried he's going to take my spot. But Tony, I swear to you this, I'm going to go out with a fight. I'm not going to take it. I'm on edge. My girlfriend's pregnant. I just got kicked out of an apartment.
Very interesting. So there he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. It's very interesting. I think there was something very honest in that set. Something,
He just saw the new pilot, so he's good.
okay. It just seems like that. I think that's the first time we've ever heard William say anything honest before. He's threatened by a guy that I've been putting him after.
Is that his act? Is that his act? Yeah, or does he always look like that?
No, he looks a little bit, he always looks crazy, but it's always different. You've never seen the shirt open, hair back like that. But the interesting thing, I'm sure every Kill Tony fan's thinking and talking about is the fact that he just said something honest, I believe, for the first time in his entire career, that he's threatened about David Lucas following him a lot. And I absolutely love it. I think competition is great. It pushes people. So let's do it again, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, I present you a guy that's absolutely been murdering the past 2 weeks in a row. I present to you the great David Lucas. Absolute kill streak. He roasts me, I roast him back after his sets. It's crazy. This guy's mean. Come on, one more time for David Lucas, everybody.
I hate the word cocktail. I hate it because the word cocktail sounds like a story that two gay guys tell their kids before they go to sleep. Like, hey, son, you want to hear a cocktail before you go to sleep? I don't even drink cocktails, you know what I'm saying? Give me a mixed drink, motherfucker. You drink a cocktail, you wake up in the morning with a cocktail, you know what I'm saying? Here's your cocktail, tell about it. That's my time, thank y'all.
Tony, I want to say that he reminds me of a non-retarded black Montgomery.
You remind me of a ghetto-ass motherfucker.
Louis J, I should have warned you. That was me being a bad host. I should warn you. This fucking guy quick fire roast. I mean,
Slit your throat, it's not like you're in a fireplace.
shit. You got Louis. Raise your head, motherfucker. Let's see, we're gonna go. All right, good.
Take our 1970 glasses off with John Turkey.
Do not fucking let me down. You're the comedian.
You sound like Kurt Angle. I mean, you sound like Buster McGregor.
You sound like you're about to get fucked up backstage. Over here. Anything you say? Nothing to say for a Jimmy Conrad. I'm surprised you know about that. That's motherfucking dance. Come on, tell us a joke. Make fun of anybody but Michael Bisping. No, go back to learn. It's the last thing I want to hear.
I'm surprised you can hear me with that ear, motherfucker.
That should be talking about appearance. I'm just saying.
Your ear look like prostitute pussy.
I've never been made fun of by Morris in a jean jacket before. Let's check in with Herschel over here.
Yeah, can I just say that this big win on Monday for Lucas was the first time his eyes straightened out the entire unit.
Speaking of Popeyes, David Lucas is here, everybody. You look like what would happen if Jay Leno had sex with one of his cars. That's actually true. It's going downhill. It's starting off really good. What are you looking at? Me or the audience? No, shut the fuck up. Look at you. Hey, I cannot mix you, my motherfucker. Okay, I will cross eyed with you. You know I'm looking at you. You're like a white diva. I can't tell. Stop this. Last thing I get is Bisping ripping the heart out of your chest today. It's not going to be good for business. David, you know how to elevate. I don't go home and try myself to sleep. At the end of the day, let's be honest. You go home, you look in the mirror, you take your jacket off, you look like you no drop, no jokes at all. I fucking suck at life, motherfucker. Sit the fuck down. Bisping shots fired. UFC versus UFC. Jeremiah Walker. There he is. Why do you keep pointing? Why do you guys keep going after each other? He's a professional athlete. He can't go to sleep unless he has a headlock. Continue. You got some more? No, you continue. No, you continue. Well, keep it going. You're like black and white right now. Let's go. If you said one more, that would have been perfect. True, he needs three. And then pick him up. Go ahead. Change him up. That's how you do this short regulars. David, it's okay. Stop it. Stop it right now. This is obviously like Atari's BIG versus You are going balls to the wall. Locked in my Rory, my ass. David. Stop it. Do not even look at my fist. What's up, Typical bitch. I would tell me. Hey, but guess what, though? They buried the dead. I'm scared. Oh, wow. Okay, please promise me neither one of you. I would tell this we did not look at It's impossible to not look at motherfucker looking past me. The only other thing that's impossible is David Lucas actually buttoning up that jacket he's wearing. I can't button it. It's like the comedy store. I bought this jacket 65 days a year. I bought this jacket for my own way. Wow, that's incredible. That's it. Stop everything. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas has been absolutely murdering on this show on a very consistent basis. And I am excited to announce that history is made right now when I say David Lucas is the new regular on Countdown. There you go. Huge maneuver. He will be joining William Montgomery on a weekly basis. It will be William Montgomery and then David Lucas until one of them pass away. You keep making misleading jokes, you might not make it to your first regular spot, I'll tell you that. David, you're a monster. I mean, the energy and the climactic feel that this show has when you hit the stage is absolutely incredible. Even when you're antagonizing people or pushing buttons and causing trouble, you build tension and fun in every single direction. And I'm so excited to see you performing right in New Minute every single week, and then we make fun of each other afterwards. Push each other to a whole nother level. How about one more time for the great David Lucas, everyone? David, welcome to the family. Be careful. That makes me so happy.
Do you remember when Tony used to just have hot chicks be the regulars on this show? What happened to those days?
Hey, that's it. We are an equal opportunity employer here, and we, for a long time, used to sway the scales and have women be regulars, give them an opportunity to write for the men that we do.
There's no sway in David's scale.
Right, exactly.
Let's get real.
And then it sort of changed because, I mean, women, if you can get basically one laugh in 45 seconds, you're basically on, yeah, you're exactly. You get an hour-long Netflix special. So, instead we decided to balance it a little bit. Give a straight white male like William Montgomery. He's our first ever straight white male. He's also, has a short time to live. Anyway, so we have a new regular that's going to be every week. Do you guys think, I know it's hard to beat that. That's how the episode should end. But do you guys think we should go to the bucket one more time? Gotta give the people what they want. Here we go. One more quick one and then we're all going to get out of here. You guys sure you want to do this? That's a tough act to follow. I'm digging deep. I'm spinning the names around. So many goddamn names tonight. Your final comedian of the night goes by the name of Nick Lee. Nick Lee. Sounds all the way from the lucky corner. Is that Nick? No, these are angry people. Is that you? Is that Nick? Is that Nick? Nick, on your fucking ass, you stupid shit. Is that you? That's right. Well, then what? Keep playing music, man. Let's get this guy up here. Fuck it up. Here he comes. I told you we shouldn't do it. Wow, this guy has no confidence whatsoever. Shaking his head now.
Hi, Tony, everybody. Michael has been a big fan of you. Alright, so let's just get into it. Everyone's going dark and all that. I'm just going to follow up that big ass bottle. That bottle I'm dropping here. So, I'm going to talk about a very fucked up sexual experience I had at the time. So, one night I was about 18 years old. And things were really my lady who got me fucked up at the time. And that was the most weirdest thing she ever did. The weirdest thing she ever did was, as I was sleeping, I was up naked, she got to me. She got to me there, she put on her hand, she put on my balls, and it I'm like, how fast I looked up, how fast I jumped out that fucking bed was unfucking real. It was like some alarm and all, like, it's time to go. I ran to the shower, I freaked out, what the fuck? Why? How come? What's wrong with you? Alright, that's it.
There you go, Nick Lee. We just can't end an episode that way. That was absolutely brilliant. You had no confidence your entire walk here. It's just the worst thing ever. I don't know how anybody like you has the courage to come to a building this intimidating, not to mention sign up for a show like this. Not to mention even fucking waste everybody's time. Put the mic back in the mic stand. There goes Nick Lee. That's no way to end the show. And since I refuse to let the show end that way, we're gonna do one more special thing. There is a young man here, another guy that I know for a fact signed up tonight, didn't get pulled out of the bucket. Very special guy. The last time this guy was on this show was at Skankfest in New York because he actually won a spot by doing so good in front of Louis J. Gomez. He always kills a true
see on TV. If you see one, you think you're gonna get the wrong note. They're gonna have Matt Damon play you. And then he was like, hey, you can't even play in a zombie movie. First of all, you can't be a zombie. Look at your hand. You can't grab nobody. And you can't play the people who's alive. Just you're gonna die first. Even before the bad guy.
That's how you fucking do it. Steve Lee, ladies and gentlemen. An absolute killer. One of our favorite people of all time on this show. We haven't seen you for a while. Steve, did you come just because your boy Louis J. Gomez is here? Or is it just coincidence?
What happened was my dad really passed away, so this is part of the first part of the joke about my dad passing away.
Oh, this is the first time that you jumped
So
on.
who's there? Your dad.
Yeah, or Steve. Knock Knock is actually his sister's name.
So after Scan Fest, I went home and took care of my mom for like a month. And I came back out. I was not feeling well. So I was like pretty depressed and not hanging out at comedy studio. So that's why you don't see me. I mean, I was doing shows, but it was like, it doesn't feel right. And it's funny. And then my buddy was like, hey, how about you get weed?
Hey, how'd that go? Next thing you know, you're break dancing, just fucking killing it. You ever use infinite CBD?
Two boy hit a weed me through his cans away. I can walk. Steve, did you ever find a hot girl, man? A real hot girl.
Oh my god.
Like hot teenage girl. I'm a fucking hand job by Steve Lee.
You're not supposed to puppeteer handicap guys. Let's check it out virtual. Steve, is there anything else you want to say or that we should know before we put a ribbon on this thing?
I guess weed helps.
Yeah, it helps. Man, you are, what's that? You are so hilarious, Steve, and,
It's very funny. He clearly is. He came out here, you killed it. It's hilarious. Very, very funny.
I'll tell you right now.
I gotta say, even though, I mean, listen, you have your obvious disabilities, you have a great city, you have a very sad to see. You're still in better condition than that fat fuck that was on 2 at time.
True. Hell yeah. And we all know Bisping has an eye for talent. So,
What I'll say right now, Steve, you're fucking great, dude. You really are. I didn't hit my brain out of Scanfest South March 20th.
Steve Lee is going to Houston, Texas.
Send the show, like no other, and you're great, honest, fucking great attitude for comedy, and you're the reason we should all be doing comedy.
Scanfest South in March. Live from Houston, Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas except for Steve Lee's hands. One more time, good laugh for the great Steve Lee, everybody. We did it, everybody. Nobody has more fun on a Monday than us. How about one more time for the great Mike Bisping, everyone? Look at this drawing for the great Ryan J. Ebelt, everybody. He drew that while you were all sitting there doing nothing. Show these guys, just incredible. Look at that. Too. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, Mr. Ryan J. How about one more time for Kill Tony, absolute icon and brother, the great Louis J. Gomez, everybody. The beast from the east, the poor Guinness presents Luis J. Gomez. They have their podcast, Believe You Me, available everywhere on iTunes, Spotify, absolutely everything. This was so much fun, an epic, legendary episode that's going to be looked back upon in the history books. How about one more time for our newest regular, David Lucas? I think it's been like a year since we added a regular. We used to have 2 regulars since we started back in the days of Mustajabi and Wineshank, and then Wineshank and Compton, and then Wineshank and Makovsky and Esslinger. Now we're back to a big combo of Montgomery and David Lucas. An exciting new era for Kill Tony. How about a hand for the one, the only, the leader of the band, Jeremiah Watkins, everybody. November 16th, he's in Huntington Beach, headlining a big show November 29th and 30th, St. Louis, Missouri. December 19th to the 21st, Kansas City, Kansas. Tickets are at JeremiahWatkins.com. There's a brand new episode of Jeremiah Watkins, I believe, with Mark Norman. Whoa! How's that for timing? Don't forget, we just added a show to Washington, D.C. November 7th to the other sold-out Kill Tony. That's a really big deal. And I think I can say that we are going to New York right after that. We're making our return to the Gramercy Theater November 10th. So congratulations to you, New Yorkers. How about one more time for the silent but deadly Chroma Chris on guitar over there. Carl Lauro. Anything, what do you think about tonight's episode, Chris?
Tony, I won't expect anything less from Wild Wild West.
Wow. This is clearly not his best episode. It's been a malfunction. I love it. But you know what? He's always consistent. The one, the only. Joel Jimenez, everybody. There he is. Live in the flesh. He's mostly sorry on social media. Anything else, Joel?
I love you guys. Guys, you should have this guy messing up this shit.
What about your new drum?
Oh, yeah, West Coast Drum Supply. They gave me this dope ass snare drum. I love it. Thank you so much.
And of course, Bloodwing. He is an official sponsored artist of Bloodwing, and is an official drummer on his artist roster.
Also, shout out to Bernie Ball Guitar Street.
That's right.
Hey, Tony, we have a Kill Tony shirt that's going to be in both San Francisco and Sacramento this week. So it's very sweet. That's why I'm having a lot of fun.
Remember, there's just a few tickets left for those San Francisco Kill Tony Manias, which are different than regular Kill Tonys, in that instead of only going to the bucket, there's also a caravan of some of your favorite Kill Tony characters that come up to San Fran for a night, make some appearances, and get to sit on panel instead of having celebrity guests. We use some of our favorite Kill Tony people that you see get pulled up the bucket, and of course, some appearances from your regulars. So that's all late next week. But this is where home is where the heart is. Next week we're with Eddie Pepitone and Tom Rhodes. We love you guys. Thank you so much for coming out and spending your Monday with us. We love you. Good night. We're here. Everybody make some fucking noise. We are live at the Comedy Store on the Sunset Strip with Brian Redman. Hey! The great Ryan J. Ebels is here drawing tonight's episode. I'm going to hand for Ryan, everyone. The new Kill Tony the book is it's selling, and those orders are going out real soon. They're communicating with Amazon. It's all happening over there. Kill Tony the book. You can get that at RyanJEbel.com. That is a brand new book that features all the posters, all the prints from every single episode. It's incredible. So check that out. We're leaving for Sacramento this Wednesday. Those shows are sold out this Wednesday and Thursday in Sacktown. And there are tickets still available, shockingly enough, for a couple of the Kill Tony Mania shows, especially on Friday. That's Kill Tony Mania live in San Francisco. Those are huge, huge, huge shows for us, and that's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of special guests, special treats coming up there this weekend. We are in Brisbane next Friday, the 25th of October. Brisbane, Australia still has tickets available, and so does Melbourne the next day. And there's a couple tickets left for Sydney, Australia, the day after that. November 7th, Washington, D.C. just added another show. There's 4 stand-up shows there as well, and big announcement. Kill Tony will be going back to its roots, its home, its original home of where we're from, Columbus, Ohio, live from the Newport Music Hall, December 12th.
So they're right behind the Newport, man. I used to hang out there every day.
Look at that, back to the old port at the Newport, Columbus, Ohio, 12/12. Then we have a day off. It's going to be crazy. Might go eat some Italian food at my dad's restaurant. Might hang out with my mom, who killed here on the 5-year anniversary show. Then we go to Pittsburgh the next day. Congratulations to you, Pittsburgh. We are in the Rex Theater December 14th. And then the next night, Cleveland House of Blues. Wow, what an incredible treat. That's one of the original House of Blues and the home of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Cleveland, Ohio. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Also, Calgary, Canada. Kill Tony, January 23rd, and stand up on the 24th and the 25th. So, yeah. Oh, look at what Redman's wearing, everybody. Is that a brand new Kill Tony t-shirt? Just went for sale?
And they got a ton of black one at ShopSquad.tv. Check it out. It's really fast.
I love it. I've always wanted a cool, just like that. I mean, that is just as cool as it gets. That is simple and awesome and baseball style, awesome t-shirt. And, you know, it's cool to wear things that are simple as you get older. You know, I don't want anything too flashy and crazy. I'm getting old, you know what I mean? And one of the things that happens when you get older is, you know, you lose some fucking hair, you know what I mean? Reproductive organs don't work like they once did. But luckily, Hims.com exists, and that's a one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare, and sexual wellness for men. You know about this, Brian, right?
Yeah, absolutely. What's great is that, you know, for hair or ED medicine, you can get the alternatives, like going to the gas station and buying some, like rhinoceros pills that are from illegal from Mexico, you know, that, yeah, it's horrible shit. It does a lot of bad things. It's not healthy. Here, you just go online, answer a few questions, talk to a real doctor. You can prescribe real medicine for, you know, hair loss, ED, and a bunch of stuff. It's great.
It's true, they connect you to real doctors online and save you hours. It's completely confidential and discreet, and they determine if it's right for you. They prescribe it, and then it shows up directly to your door. It's the new hair loss treatment everyone is talking about. GQ, Men's Health, Esquire, Playboy, and Kill Tony. And our listeners can get started with the Hims Complete Hair Kit for just $5 today, right now, while supplies last, and subject to doctor's approval. See website for full details and safety information. So for us, hundreds send you into a doctor, pharmacy, or somewhere else. For Hims.com/KillTony. That's FORHIMS.com/KillTony. Hims.com/KillTony. You guys ready to start tonight's show? You guys are in for a special treat. These are 2 of the best comedians in the world, ladies and gentlemen. This is very exciting. We're going to have a lot of fun. Let's see how loud this place can get for the great Eddie Pipitone and Tom Rose. Here we go. Yeah, Tom Rose is here. His return to Kill Tony. And Eddie Pipitone's first time on the show, everybody! How exciting is this? 2 of my favorite comedians in the world joining us for an evening of debaucherous stand-up comedy and moments. first time on the show. Eddie is as Pep Talks on the All Things Comedy Network, and you're going to the East in November, you're going to the Southwest in December. Tickets are available at eddiepuppetone.com.
That's right.
Great. Tom Rhodes has his new album Around the World, available everywhere at tomrhodes.net. That's RHODES.
Yeah, around the world. I recorded in 24 cities around the world. Starts in Paris, ends in Jerusalem. It's all mostly jokes and stories about each place. It's the result of me doing the international circuits for 20 years.
That's great.
It's great. You have jokes for different countries, right? You have jokes for different countries. So each country is unique to the country itself. It's great.
Each country is unique to the country.
No, for your jokes.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, like you were telling me about this, like how some countries you have like jokes that you get to use in this special. So they're kind of like when you're in Texas, I have Texas jokes.
Yeah, right. Like there's some cities like Paris and Amsterdam and Dublin that I've been playing for 20 years, so I had material developed. But I played in Mongolia, and I read Genghis Khan's biography and wrote all these Mongolia jokes. And certain cities like Berlin and Oslo, I had to like write my ass off, and then Jerusalem, Tel Aviv.
Jerusalem. What's the big banger there?
I'll tell you the joke that killed the hardest in Jerusalem. And I brought my 80-year-old Jesus freak mother with me to Jerusalem. So if I wasn't the favorite child before, I think I got that shit locked down. But I'm from Orlando, Florida, and we have all these amusement parks there. There's an amusement park in Orlando called the Holy Land Experience. It's a religious theme park. And what they've done is they've recreated ancient Jerusalem at a highway house. And I have to say the place is very authentic because the parking lot is full of Palestinians and they can't get in.
Oh, shit. Look at that. Little
The
taste.
Israelis love that joke.
Little taste of a
80-year-old Jewish women. I love this young man.
Who else loves jokes? We have a band on this show, ladies and gentlemen. I love this. They are one of my favorite things in all of comedy. So fun, so silly. One of the best improvisational units available anywhere in all of comedy. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They have a completely separate dressing room from us in the back. So let's all find out what they are tonight together. I present to you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez, and Grover Chris. Uh-oh. Whoa. This is interesting. Wow. I have no idea what they are. They must be, my guess is some type of child show characters or something like that. Am I right? Yeah, yes.
It's Waldo.
Waldo. What are you?
My name's Christopher. What's yours?
Wow. You are like a children's television show cast. Wow, that's incredible. Well, welcome to the show. For a second, I thought you were the guy that gets Wally the artist in the Back to the Future movies. Can't remember his name. And then over there we have Chroma Chris. How are you, Chroma? How's it going over there?
Tony named Stanley, all aboard!
Oh, wow, look at that. Jeremiah's Christopher, Chris is Stanley. And then clearly back here we have a young Latina lesbian woman. Whose
name is Jason. I had to cover TV for the last 6 years, and now I'm battling a fucking crippling crystal meth addiction.
wow. Oh my goodness, I'm excited. This is the first time we've ever had children's television stars on this show. And so there you go. We have them, we have Tom, we have Eddie, we have Brian Soundboard, which brings me to this, everybody, the bucket of destiny, ladies and gentlemen, with the show's all about. A bunch of people signed up for the opportunity to get 60 seconds uninterrupted on this stage and then get interviewed by me and my esteemed panel. We'll find out more about you, find out what's interesting about you, what makes you special, meet a bunch of people all at once. You know, your 60 uninterrupted seconds is up and you hear the sound of a kid. That means wrapping up then, we're sure going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. You guys ready to start this show or what? It's Kill Tony Live. Here we go. A lot of people would settle for that, but I think we can do one one better. Guys, are you ready to start this fucking show? Now we're ready. That's what I need. Saturday energy on a fucking Monday. Get the show started tonight, uninterrupted, 60 seconds, going to Brandon McGee. Brandon McGee will start the show. There he is. Hey, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah. Here he comes, Brandon McGee. This is going to be a good start to the show. I can feel it already. Come on, one more time for Brandon, everybody.
So I just took my cousin to Six Flags and they passed out on the rides. I was pretty shocked because I thought that only happened to black people. But I guess I don't know much about that because I just went to roller skating and it turned out it's a pretty thuggish activity. Everyone was putting their elbows out and dancing and rolling up behind girls and talking and everything. Caught me off guard. I thought I was going to be a cool guy there and then I was like, nope. Gotta get better at that. Shocking. It'll take 2 seconds to register. And then I look down for a second and I see a guy I've never met before. And
Go ahead. We gotta know the end of this one.
that was one, man. It was a pretty thuggish Mexican dude. And he looked at me like, what the fuck are you doing here? I was like, dude, this is my house. And it was like a TV where the couch was there. My uncle pops up. And he's like, oh, you're home already. So that was pretty shocking.
Okay. Hell yeah. Brandon McGee, everybody. We have all the Six Flags thing was interesting, but I have 1,000 questions about your last joke there. You said that you were in Vegas, right? Is that where you live?
No, I was visiting my aunt.
You were visiting your aunt, so your uncle's place?
No, I came home and my uncle.
Where's home?
Montclair.
That's where. Oh, I see what you did there, children's television host. So you went to visit your uncle and your aunt.
No, I went to visit my aunt and I came home and my uncle lives there.
Your uncle lives where?
With me in Montclair.
Oh, okay, that's why it's confusing. All right. So you went to visit your aunt, and that's where Game Porn was on the TV?
No, I just came home and I opened the back door and there was Game Porn.
On your TV here in Montclair? Okay. So you went to Vegas, came home, Game Porn was on your TV, and your uncle is on the couch watching it?
No, he was getting right up on the back, but I couldn't see him. Like the couch, he would not up from here. I just see like up from here that Mexican dude, and I have no idea who he is.
What's up, homie? Never seen nothing like this before. You heard of gangbanging, but this is ridiculous.
I can tell that my uncle's like, hey, why'd you stop? So he pops up like from just see him pop up like that, and he looks and he's like, oh, you're home.
Yeah.
Was it your uncle? I just turned around and walked out of my own house.
Was it your uncle's suggestion for you to go to Six Flags so you get out of the house for a little while?
He thought I was coming home later.
Did you know your uncle was gay? Yeah. Right. Does he always, you live with your uncle?
He brings home random guys like every other night, you know.
How many people live with you?
It's just me, my dad, my uncle, and my sister.
Let me ask you this, is your uncle a big reader?
Wow. So, there was a guy butt fucking your uncle in your living room when you walked home, when you came into your house after going to Vegas.
Well, at least he didn't use any of your little league trophies.
No, I go outside and so I came in and I saw that and I come outside and 5 seconds later he comes out wearing my sweats. I'm like, dude, I know you didn't have time to shower and those are yours now.
Oh, shit. The word of the day is forgiveness. Do you know how lucky you are to have that kind of stability at home?
I mean, that is true. That's incredible that is.
That's right. I never got that.
Budget.
Thank you, Stanley.
Where was your dad? Where was your sister?
What does your dad do? He's in construction. Hell yeah, the whole family sounds like the village people. This is incredible. Construction. Good old time.
The worst, one time I went in the kitchen and there was two dudes, it wasn't even my uncle, like they were friends of his, they were in the kitchen fucking, and they had the same look every time, like, dude, you want a sandwich, homie? What's up?
What does your place smell like? Have you ever? Oh, there you go. There it is. So what's the look that they give you? Describe this look a little bit better. The look of just walking in and getting butt fucked.
They look at me like, we didn't have a third guy, like,
Right. Yeah, they think you're.
like, I'm the rude person.
I feel like your material should be more hard hitting. Just based on your life, it should just be, have you told the real story, right? That's what I think so too.
I'm guessing you're brand new at this, right? First time ever on stage, everybody. He's popping his cherry right here on Kill Tony, doing exactly what his uncle wanted to do with him this entire time, making him a breakthrough.
How did it feel to you the first time?
I was more nervous than I thought it would.
Yeah, exactly.
It could have been worse if you had your first time with your uncle.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. What did your uncle do for work?
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
It feels like you worked hard for me.
Yeah. Wow. How does he survive doing nothing?
Just makes excuses.
Just makes excuses. So,
Every time, like, he was with us, he's supposed to pay rent, and then he would just like say, oh, I have to pay you, like, for these games, like, for renovation. I'm like, no, you weren't working all the time, maybe you can save money on
He needs financial aids.
right. So does he have AIDS, or he's just taking preventative medicine?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Excuses are like elbows. Everyone's got them.
Wow, Brandon. Well, that's interesting. What do you do for work?
I'm trying to join the Air Force right now.
You're joining the Air Force. Why do you want to do that?
I'm BPJ.
What's that?
It's like their special forces. It's just, they're the guys that go in and save people when they're in trouble.
Why doesn't anyone want to be on the mundane forces? Everybody wants to be on the special foot. What about the forces that don't do a goddamn thing like your uncle? Or the Coast Guard?
Right. Absolutely. My goodness, you're gonna go straight to the. Is that how's that going for you? What are you doing?
I'm just waiting for my first date.
You what?
It's like the enlistment process when they do your full medical and everything, so I'm just waiting for that.
Just make sure you don't have any of your uncle's AIDS or anything like that, right? Just make sure there's no airborne handgun. 22 years old. Look at you. You got the whole world out in front of you. Just take it like your uncle would. Fuck it right in the butt. You know what I mean? Well, Brandon, congratulations. Your first time ever on stage. You did it at the Comedy Store. There he goes. Brandon McGee. American hero. He's on Instagram at Powerful Brandon Lee. All one word. He just had his first time in front of us at the Comedy Store. How exciting is that? Anything can happen here. It's a wild one. He's coming home and it's just fucking right. Joining the Air Force also. I mean, like you walk in and get horns on. That might be enough to turn around and go the other way, right? I'm surprised it's not the Navy. Yeah, no, that's true. It's going the other way. Air Force. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Omar Guerrero, everybody. Here we go. Omar Guerrero. See what happens here. Here he is. One more time for Omar, everybody.
I don't get anal. I just don't. I don't get it. The vagina is just so perfectly formed. God just put specific time into it and just made it, with itself. Just so perfect. I don't get anal. I just really don't. I started investing in the pens because a lot of you that fuck in the ass, when you're older, you're gonna be shitting yourself. Yeah, I only do vaginal. I'm married.
2 weeks ago to a woman. Yeah. She's a big fan of Nui. Yeah. Okay. That's your only option. Yeah, because any gay dudes, I mean, I don't expect you to do this sort of fighting or putting the dicks in the middle of the class with jacket off. I guess it's wow, there you go. Omar Guerrero, everybody. It's incredible. The same comedian twice in a row. That was mind-boggling. Same exact man just appeared twice so far in this show, starting with an audible. Did you hear my chick? He did an audible. Wow, really? Oh my god. Never met a man that wanted anal water. Yeah, exactly. Oh shit. Someone's yeah. No, you don't? No, really? That's your shit. Sure. Right. Yeah. That's your kiss comes out of the other one. They're both great and bad. Let's see which one holds. Okie dokie. Alright, there's the part more amazing. I like as you walked up the steps, I saw you go, shit. So like you were not prepared. No. At work. I like that moment of fear that I saw was funny. It's pretty hard. Are you a big reader? Do you know the last guy's uncle? Oh no. So let's talk about it, Omar. How long have you been doing this? Second time. Second time ever on stage, right? Your first time was just 5 minutes ago, so this is good. So you notice things like was your first set anal? No, my first one was a pedophile joke. It was actually on film. Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah. Not a big fan. No. So I had some. Let's hear what you wrote. Oh no. I still have a pregnant though. Okay. Yeah. Is your butthole before anal? What are you gonna cover politically? What's like the topic? The media. Yeah, what are you gonna say? Give us an example. Just like in 2016, I was watching the whole thing and the media just like flipped and likes everybody. They only notices. Yeah. Like what? With it? Well, when Trump won, it was really just the electoral college that everybody started freaking out. Like in Russia. Right. I haven't made a joke out of it, but shut up. Right. Second time. Calm down. It's my second time. I'll get there. That's definitely true. People did start freaking out. What are your thoughts on it? Well, they spent our money for 2.5 years. We didn't woke up and then all just came up and said, "Oh, there's nothing, guys." Right. So you are the rare, I'm guessing, Latino Trump supporter, right? Not a Trump supporter. I'm more of a libertarian, right? I observe both sides. Big anal community. There's so much fun fucking going on in the Libertarian Party. It's ridiculous. Do you expect them? No. You don't think he's going for the Junior Wings Libertarian? They're known as the Brown Party, right? Yeah. So, Omar, what do you do for work? Construction. Construction? Wow, are you sure you're not the last guy's, Do you have a cousin who lives in Montclair? That was a construction, right? So you work in construction, you're married? Yes. How long have you been married for? 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Oh, congratulations. I just got divorced. So, is your wife with you? And that is not Melissa Villasenor, am I correct? Oh, yeah. I've been looking at Stephen trying to get Jeremiah's attention during your set because I've never seen anyone look more like anyone else in my entire life. The same thing. I was certain by the end of this that Melissa Villasenor was just awkwardly sitting in the front row of this show. Wow, well, you're going to be surprised when you find out that a woman that looks 100% exactly like your wife is on Saturday Night Live. Oh, sure. Yeah. There you go. That's crazy, right? Now you see what I was pointing out to you during that, Jeremiah. I can't read lips. Very clearly you can't. Once again, can't read pointing fingers going like that. But it was good, though. You gave a real good update. I thought you were able to get his mom. I was like, okay, I see it as aggressive. Right. Anyway, Omar, so that's incredible. What's
what's something else interesting that we should know about you? You seem like you have an open mind. You pay attention to things, sort of, somewhat. Second time ever on stage. So what else about you? What about your life, or your family, or anything like that? Or just a bunch of construction workers. Yeah. Before you were married 2 weeks ago, were you doing a lot of cat calls or anything like that?
Has anybody ever gotten a long nail from a nail gun shot into their skull?
No, we do mainly on the road water.
Asphalt.
Yeah, asphalt. We do water. What do we use the ass and asphalt? Oh, Maria, nothing too exciting, to be honest. We're working on a comic, I guess. What do you even know with that? Writing shit down? Yeah, but then on the way back from our honeymoon, I started watching Mrs. Maisel. And I started realizing that she's fucking in it too, so. That Maisel is? Yeah, actually, the husband in that. Yes, the woman with a reference. That's great. I watched the Joker.
I didn't like the joke.
Oh, shit, wow. This is
To have the mental illness, and why couldn't the Joker be a badass great comedian with great jokes? Why did he have to be a shitty That's right, he should have been a fucking genius comedian like a Bill Hicks Crusher, and then he kills the Johnny Carson character. I don't care if I ruin the film. You should have seen it. I don't like killing rich people like they condoned in the film, but killing comedians, I'm always against that. So, I ruined the film. The next Joker, don't be a better comedian. Hey kids, we learned this.
So, Omar, anything else crazy about you that we need to know about? Well, I mentioned I broke my jaw last year. Broke your jaw? Yeah, I broke my jaw. You said last time? Yeah, my first time doing comedy was from Tony Austin. Oh, okay. It was here at the comedy store? It was Doug Benson. Oh, okay. And you broke your jaw? Yeah. How'd you break your jaw? Standing next to an ant. I was in the bed. He just wasn't looking and kind of gave up. Straight to the jaw. Got hit in the face. 6 weeks. Oh my goodness. That's incredible. Lost weight then, so that's good. There you go. Absolutely. Where was your honeymoon at? Ireland. Ireland? Why Ireland?
Where did you go to Ireland?
We went to Dublin and then we went to
Galway. Fucking nice work. So memorable. You had to say, where did we go?
I forget the name. My goodness. Well, why Ireland? Why would two Latino people, why? It was actually a good choice. Oh, yes. It was nice. Ireland was great. Everybody likes to drink a lot, loves a lot. Yeah,
Galway's awesome. Galway's like a little mini San Francisco University Seaport Village, and there's street musicians everywhere. If you were gay or a musician in Ireland, you would come to Galway. It's like that fucking cool city.
Let's shoot less things. Okie dokie. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Omar Guerrero, everybody. Omar Guerrero. How about a hand for the band, everybody? New songs that we're doing. How exciting. Okay. Let's see if this goes any differently. Clear hands go for Dante Cordova. Everyone, Dante Cordova. Here we go. Dante. Here he is. Dante Cordova, everyone.
What's up, guys? Happy Black History Month. Happy Black History Month. That was a test. As a black person, it's kind of awkward for white people to say Happy Black History Month. They'll only just say back to you on fear. Well, yes, Happy Black History Month. That's right. Our Thanksgiving is October 2. That's right. Speaking of niggas, let this nigga suck my dick for the first time. I got a blowjob from the dude for the first time. Thank you. This nigga sucked my dick from the bottom of his heart, you guys. Oh my god. It was dudes are better at blowjobs. Did you know that? Dudes are way better at blowjobs. If we're breaking down into numbers, I would say like blowjobs. A woman's blowjob is worth like 77 cents to the dollar of a man's blowjob. just not as good. Okay, I heard some feelings if I feel that. Look, if any ladies want to prove me wrong, I will be outside after my set. If any fellas want to defend the title, I'll be in the same place. So, find me.
Here he is, Dante Cordova. Very interesting set. Somehow, yeah, the set of the night so far. Dante, welcome to the show. That's right, if any women want to suck the dick of the weekend after he goes to a swim park, this is what it would be like. Dante, welcome. This is your first time here, right?
This is my second time.
Oh, your second time. Something changed about you?
I grew my hair out.
You grew your hair out. How long?
I like you. You had a lot of confidence when you came on. That was good.
Yeah,
I like the trick Black History Month opening.
I had confidence up here, then I got nervous. And then I got confident again.
Hey, look at that. Yeah, it's like getting your dick sucked by a dude.
You like it, then you don't. Then you like it again, then you love it.
Dante, is that true? Did you really get your dick sucked by a guy?
I did. I love my friend Cheddar sucked my dick.
Chad? That's right.
I don't know. I said her name already. I looked up. His name is Cheddar. That's his nickname.
The word of the day is snitch. Now I don't feel so bad about ruining the joke.
So when did this happen? When did you get your dick sucked by a guy?
It was March 19th, 2019.
Wow, you got it.
I'll never forget.
That's incredible. Hell yeah. So what were you guys doing? How did it start?
We were doing coke and ecstasy.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. I've sucked a lot of dick on it.
And then you started to get boner, you started looking at it.
No, he wanted to fuck me for like years. So I didn't let him do it.
Wait, you let him fuck you too?
No, I mean, he wanted me to fuck him. So I just let him suck my dick.
Let's check in with
There was no anal over it.
Let's check in with Christopher over here.
I would like to tell you kids about the DARE program right now.
So you're doing coke, you're doing ecstasy. Where are you guys at? Your place, this place?
We're in an Airbnb in San Diego.
Oh my god.
Where that kind of thing's going to happen.
Oh my goodness.
ESB stands for blood and balls.
Blood and balls reference. Interesting. Dante. So, you're serious? Best blowjob of your life?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, what's so good about it? Is it like muscle hairs?
A lot of muscle and a lot more suction. You know, women will just like let your dick go into the mouth. He like sucked it into his mouth, you know?
Oh my goodness, like a spaghetti noodle or something like that.
Exactly. Like slurp around and whip my face.
My goodness. So when you say muscle, what exactly do you mean? What muscles was he using?
Like a jaw muscle.
The jaw muscle.
You know, like a good bicep thing going. It's pretty hot.
Oh my god. So you were really into this when it was happening. It was your first time getting a blowjob from a guy.
It was my first and last time. I don't know. You're a little dad.
You're right.
Nobody knows anything.
Jesus. How do you know it was your last time? Did you hang up the shirt you were wearing in the rafters or something like that? Like, what makes
Ladies and gentlemen, retiring from the blowjob field. Yeah, I have a reader.
So what makes you say last one ever?
I don't know, like it felt great at the same time. Because it wasn't like he like convinced me to do it.
Yeah, how did he do that? What did he have to say?
He like, come on, and I was like, you're right.
How long did you for 3 years now? How long do you think you lasted during this blowjob if you had to guess?
Okay, so
This is always good.
well, that's pretty long. So like, we're in the room that's like in the middle of everything. So like the drugs are in the back room, and we're in the living room, so people are coming through to
side room.
It's like the hallway kind of cuts through the room, so you gotta go into the room to get to the back room. Yeah.
So it's like a closet that you were deep inside.
That was a room. They had a bed.
Heck yeah. Other than getting your dick sucked by a guy, Dante, what would you say the second gayest thing you've ever done in your life is? Come on, you know what it is.
I mean, I kissed a guy before.
Hey, look at that. What was that guy's name? Blue Cheese?
Shut up, Crystal. I'm on the other team, Chris Robin. Do you want to be there?
Dante, how long you been doing stand-up?
8 years.
8 years. Wow. And what do you do for a living?
I used to work at the Comedy Store in San Diego. I just moved here, and I got a job at a sushi place. I know comedy at the sushi place. How often do you watch your ads when you work? Not enough. Which one is it, so we can stay away from that? I can't say that. I can go away from it. Yeah, cheddar blow. Yeah, cheddar's cool, man. You can't tell us where you work. That's just money and source.
We don't want to know the name of the sushi place. Don't throw them under your big gay bus. Wow, Dante. Well, congratulations, man. You got your dick sucked by a dude. Best blowjob of your life. March 19th, 2019.
Oh, you remember too?
Congratulations to you, man. There you go. It's Dante Cordova, everybody. He's on social media. This is an incredibly gay episode of Kill Tony. See, like if I signed up for this show, right, and I'm waiting, seeing if I get pulled out of this bucket, and if I had any jokes about anal, butt fucking, blowjobs from dudes, I would be writing right now. I would be changing the tone of the show. That's what I do.
Like when you go to Australia, is there that many like fucking
No, this is a goddamn anomaly. This is like being dealt 3 aces in your first hand of poker. Maybe 3 jacks or something like that. Okay, let's see what happens now. Put your hands together for your next comedian. He goes by the name of Reed Rothschild. Reed Rothschild. Reed is coming to the stage. Here we go. Come on, one more time for Reed, everybody.
Fuck this up. So, we live in pretty rough political times right now. You guys notice that? You guys follow the debate and shit? Sure. Yeah. Abortion is a huge issue these days. It's like fucking huge. One thing you'll notice is that like big companies will start taking stances on issues like abortion. Here's a great example of that. I read this the other day. I read this fact about abortion. It said today alone, over 3,000 children will be denied a chance at life due to abortion in the United States. I was like, fuck. It's kind of a dark, simple fact. I don't think I want this anymore.
Who's that force snapple? Who's that priest? Whose mind are you changing? Who's standing by their convictions until their teeth help them otherwise? Like, bro, you've always been pro-choice. Have you tried the diet raspberry? It's like 0-calorie heroin. Side note, 0-calorie heroin. I want to make that. I think that would take off with white women. Give that fake guilt, like women ordering the roaches in the middle of the day. Like, guys, we are so bad at shooting up.
Reed. Oh, yeah. Whoa. Welcome to the show, Reed. How are you? This is your first time. I remember you. There's actually a little baby for you.
Why no anal material?
I don't know.
Don't you have an unemployed uncle at home? I love the Snapple joke. Yeah, that was funny. Clever twist, and then like a really uncomfortable topic like abortion, and then to switch that and flip that with a funny Snapple. I love it. I thought that was weird. That's how good it
you read? I just turned 24. 24 years old. Wow, that is incredible. You look like you watch shows hosted by these guys sitting behind you. Fucking amazing. You got a little baby face on you. Where are you from? I'm from Boulder, Colorado. Boulder, Colorado. How long have you been in Los Angeles? Since April. Since April. You live here now? Yep. You just moved here. How long have you been on stand-up? Off and on for about 5-6 years. 5 or 6 years. Off and on. That's incredible. You started young. High school. Wow. What's your living situation now? So I live in a hostel. At Melrose and Western. Yeah, so I live in a room about what I marked off. From like here to edge of the stage with 6 other people.
But you get to meet a lot of impoverished European.
It's only guys. Absolutely. So, and you've been living in that situation since April. I lived in Colorado for a couple months and then I moved to okay. And what's your work life like? Yeah, right now I'm just doing catering gigs. I'm trying to get more stable bartending stuff. Right. They allow you to bartend. Even though you look as young as you do. To the customers ID you. Yeah.
Have you been a bartender before?
No, I just went to like bartending school. So you went to school, huh? So you know how to like throw stuff around and everything. I didn't have any extra for that.
If you want to learn how to bartend, just
Not that bad. However you do read the book.
I can run the end for you. So what's the next step up after hostel? What do you
Honestly, I'm trying to I'm trying to do the whole acting thing, so I'm kind of cool with just saving money for the moment. Your parents are proud of you right now? What is your mom and dad do?
Today's word is disappointment.
Yeah. So my mom's an artist, she's a painter, so she kind of understands, right? She's a lesbian. And then my dad and all my uncles are all optometrists, so they don't really understand. Yeah, they don't really fucking all optometrists? How many optometrists are we talking about here? Like 4? Wow.
How is your vision? You don't need like contacts or glasses.
No, not yet. My goodness. Do they all have good eyes too, or are they opticians with glasses? Now they have glasses. Right. They went to medical school.
So expensive. Free.
Do you want it? Because they're all named.
There's like 3 companies that monopoly. An Italian company that does monopoly
Luxor or something. So my son told me on 2020 it costs like $20 to make Ray-Bans, and they just fucking do it.
So one Italian company bought up all of these glasses manufacturers years ago.
You could just buy under sunglasses, knock off the frames, and take it to like whatever Vince Crafters, and they could put a frame in there for around it. 2020 did a piece on it. So what has your dad specifically told you about your adventure doing stand-up comedy? Like what exactly? He's like funny in social situations, so he tries to write jokes for me, but they don't make sense. They don't. There's no punchline. What's so funny? What's the funniest thing you've ever seen your dad do? One time, I was in middle school with my friend. This was like 3 weeks ago. He walked into the room naked with a sock over his dick, like scared, and he was like, "Can you see my clothes?" That was pretty bad.
Go the Red Hot Chili Peppers act. You said you're getting into acting. Who's your favorite actor?
Kids, if you've been touched by a parent, call this number below.
Favorite actor? Might be Sam Rockwell. Sam Rockwell's a good choice. Oh, yeah, look at that. Are you taking any acting classes or anything like that? Yeah, I have a BA in theater. But I'm doing like theater acting stuff for college. Yeah, what plays were you in college? I was in clinical translations. Yeah, what was that about? What was your character? It was about like 4 people that lived in a family in Ireland. It was like
Hey guys, I'd like to do a little bit of the potato salad for you.
Would you mind That's all, ladies and gentlemen. Reed Rothschild giving us a little something from translation. Did you have an Irish accent during the play? Yeah. Okay, let's hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, Reed Rothschild, everyone. This was in 2015, so it's kind of 20. Don't bail out, really. So the old soldiers across the way at the mall moving those sticks up out, and they'd be like, oh, no, we didn't even know what they were talking about. We told them where to go. That was so incredible that we're going to have a guy named Cheddar suck your dick. It's amazing. I'm not really in any position to have standards, so. Right, yeah. Absolutely. Well, Reed, congratulations. Your first time on Tony. Funny stuff, man. Reed Rothschild. Yes, there he goes. Reed Rothschild. Oh! It's crazy. Oh, wow. This is so cool. We know this young man. He's been on the show numerous times. It's been a long time since he's been on the show, actually. He's a real badass comedian. He runs an amazing show at a place called the Guinness Underground. And he signs up all the time for this show. Put your hands together for me. Just got lucky. Makes a voice for Matt Devlin, everyone. Here he comes. Here he is. It's been a while since we've seen him. One more time, good luck for Matt Devlin.
So I'm at this gun show, and I bump into this guy that I do a little business with, and he says, "What's up?" And I said, "What's up?" And he says, "I just saw Joe Rogan a couple of weeks ago." I said, "How was it?" He said, "It was great." I said, "Great?" He says, "Yeah." I said, "Cool." He said, "The guy that went on before him was awesome." I said, "Who's that?" Anyway, Hinchcliffe. He goes, "Yeah, that's it. Toby Hinchcliffe." I said, "Don't you mean Tony?" He said, "No, Toby Hinchcliffe. Definitely Toby." I said, "I think you mean Tony." He said, "No, it was Toby." I said, "Big fat black guy?" He said, "No." Skinny little white kid. Oh, no, yeah, that's Toby. And he said, "Well, next time you see him, make sure you tell him I said hi." So Jenna says, "What's up?"
Hey! That's how it's done. Matt Devlin. Hell yeah.
True story. Oh, hey, Melissa.
Hey, that was great, Matt.
Really have.
That's a true story, huh?
It wasn't a gun show.
I like that.
Yeah, I'll give you business. That's not worth it. Too Tom, you know that. No trick questions on Monday night. He asked me if I knew you. I said I drank beer with his brother and we shoot rats in the alley in Venice.
You shot rats in the alley with my brother? My goodness.
And he hit a kid over the head with a skateboard once because he jumped over a fence.
Enough about my brother. How old was the kid, if you had to guess?
Did he hit?
Yeah. When you say kid, you don't mean like true kid. You called him. Yeah.
He was of the age.
Right, exactly. He was of the age to get hit in the head with a skateboard. Just like to make sure my brother's not Just like to make sure. I'm glad that you answered it that way, whether that's the true answer or not. Good job.
It is. Do you have any other Hinchcliffe brother stories? How about that fucking hair placement stuff? That shit really works for him.
Yeah, it's true. For him and Matt Devlin have a special partnership where he just dips his head in the mixture all the way to the
I
net.
was on the first episode too. This is great.
You were on Tony 1? Wow, look at that. How far we've come. You were one of the 8 people there that night, huh?
Yeah, you announced the guy who didn't go up, so I just ran it.
Oh, that's incredible. You were the first to break the rules like that. That's amazing. I love it, man. And you've been doing stand-up for a long time.
78 years. show up. I think that success is just doing things every day that make you feel good. Don't want to change. I'm intentionally unemployable, but I refuse all this Geico shit. And I don't know, I'm thinking of buying a pimped up Winnebago, driving around the country, doing the top road stuff. Yeah, maybe not all the passport stamps. I love to go to I like foreigners, especially the darker ones. The best looking Asian women. Hey, best looking Asian women. Oh, yes, my joke. The most beautiful women in the world are Thai men. Hey, I like that. Yes, thank you. It's on my album. Fucking buy it. Around the world. There you go. 24 countries. But I love to go to used bookstores, and I was in over in that, and I found this book, and it's like a daredevil, like Evil Knievel, and it looks like Evil Knievel, but it says devil, and I shit in my pants. I'd never seen it. I bought it from Matt, and I took a picture of it, and I was like, dude, did you know about this? And they're like, yeah. So yeah, I've never even heard of this. A lot of people have the same last name as each other. Lesser Evil Knievel. I mean, that's pretty special. He wasn't lesser. He was not. It's a devil was born before Evil Knievel. My chronology on this shit's up to scratch. It was a cartoon Saturday. It doesn't matter.
So you have an interesting look to you. You were very manly. Like there's a whole thing going on here. Like this is incredible, right? Have you ever thought about using that in any way to your advantage? No. Why not?
I don't trust myself. When I get big and famous and I can't even go to Rock and Roll Rouse and Mickey Rourke and get some fucking food, then nobody's gonna come in here shaving. Nobody will bother me on the street. I don't know, man. I love doing stand-up comedy. That's it.
Yeah. You never thought about being like a mall Santa or anything like that? Or...
I got something I can fall back on.
Yeah.
I
Absolutely.
took typing in high school too, so.
When was the last time you didn't have a beard?
My niece fit between my hand and my elbow there, and she's now 8, so.
8 years.
Yeah.
Do you have a weak chin, or is there a reason for it?
How hit me, man? No, I don't have a weak chin. I look like my mom, actually. People are always like, where you look like little Kathy. She's gorgeous, fuckers. You know what? I didn't grow a beard. I just put shit. Right. That was it. So what are you doing? To be cast as a model for denim manufacturing. They paid obscene amounts of money.
Wow, look at that. I think that's actually possible. Any denim companies.
I made it right for that. I just like it.
Did you work for NASA?
13 years.
There you go. That's wearing the hat, everybody. What's your love life like, Matt Devlin?
It's awesome, man.
Yeah.
I got booze all over.
Really? I imagine that there's chicks that are like really into like being with a, you know,
You talk about one and then you don't bring up the other one and he's got texting you and shit. I'm only on 2% battery, so. And this is going out loud. Aren't you the guy from World's Deadliest Catch? That was nice. I knocked out a cop once, though.
tell us about it.
It was, technically, it was a citizen's arrest. And this lady didn't like some shit that I did. So she jumped on my back and I just ran head first and bent over at the last second into the building. And, so yeah.
What do you and my brother shoot rats with? Is it a BB gun or a 22?
Talk about that.
I want to know now. I'm very curious. This is Venice Beach. You guys are shooting rats with a what? Like a BB gun?
It's a little too with the spray bottle. Take to the end of the kind of love the sound. And you can fade them, like you just sprinkle tuna fish all over.
Oh, Jesus. And you guys do
And
this?
when you do it on a Sunday night, full of fuckers come around and collect the trash barrels on Monday. Fucking America.
Sounds very fun.
You haven't lived.
I believe it.
I stole the idea from Woody Allen in that movie. Sean Penn was in Sweet and Lowdown. I should probably get off stage.
You know what? I was looking for a way out, but
You kill animals, kids.
people just do it themselves. I love it, man. Well, Matt, I mean, always a pleasure. You were on episode 1. This is incredible that 6.5 years later, here we are, both bigger, better, stronger than ever. I'm going to implement that with everybody. Matt Devlin is Matt Devlin on social media. DEVLIN. It's really good friends with my brother. I have a brother. He lives in Venice Beach. They all live in Venice Beach. And Bronston, my brother. Come here, guys. My brother is famous in Venice Beach just as being a free spirit. Yeah, like everybody knows him. Like people get starstruck when they find out I'm his brother. No, it's not really that. It's not really on the Italian side of the family. But those fucking A-rats, you know what I'm saying? Pulling another name out of the bucket. It's going to be our first lady of the night. Make some noise for Leah Mansfield, everyone. Leah Mansfield. Here we go. One more time for Leah Mansfield, everyone. Leah! That's all I got. Man, I'll tell you, my dad turned 68 this year, and he came out to me as a bisexual crossdresser. Yeah, together we make a full woman. My mom's dead. The thing that complicated that was that she had 2 cats when she died. And when she died, they didn't find her for 5 days. That's a long time. But hey, maybe be nice to your kids and they'll show up more often. Wow. Incredible. I believe it was the great Montel Jordan that once said the words, it's how we do it. Incredible performance, Leah Mansfield. Taking your time, owning the moment, absolutely just staying in the pocket. Really incredible stuff. Set of the night blatantly, and incredible stage presence. Welcome to the show. Thank you. I stopped giving a shit. That helps a lot. Hey, it sure does. Oh, absolutely. That's the most important fucking thing. Really? There's a woman that loves me. I'm like, that's it. Hell yeah. I can have sex tonight. That's cool. I mean, I probably won't, but I love it. I love it. How long have you been with that woman? A little over 2 years. Where'd you guys meet? Tinder. Whoa. Wow. That's a beautiful place. Yeah, dude. Listen, you can keep playing Tinder, but I'm one already. Hey, I like that. I didn't realize Tinder was a big lesbian dating site. I thought you guys would be on like Plenty of Smells Like Fish or something like that. It's a variety like oysters, but yeah. No, yeah, we met on Tinder, and we have her actually. She's calling into the show right now. That is her. Oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me. She's got a camera on me somewhere. Wow, I love that. Yeah, she's in charge. Lesbians tend to really. She's in charge. So she's more the alpha one. Of course. Wow, that's incredible. I would have guessed. I've got the short hair. That's it. Yeah. I do a lot of dishes. That's all she allowed, huh? Pussy eating. Yeah. So she's like the alpha boss in this. She is. She's an executive. Wow. I would have guessed totally different. I would have guessed you're with some like innocent little girl that just spreads her legs and just lets you fucking. Man, that was my thing for like 15 years. All you can eat buffet, and then you switched it. You're like, you know what? I want to be man-handled or woman-handled or whatever it is. Yeah, no, it's great. She bosses me around. Wow. Yeah, tells me what to do, tells me to shut the fuck up. Wow. Yeah, so are you sure she's not a man? Oh, man. She's a beautiful story. It's a week. It's fine. She's not a man. I love it, man. Yeah, dude,
here's what happened. A year before I met her, I stopped dating. I didn't go out with anyone. I didn't sleep with anyone. I was just working on myself, trying to be a better person. And I was like, what do I really want in a woman? And I was like, oh, here's what it is. I want a woman who'll be like, Liam, put that down.
Wow. That's incredible.
You got that.
So she's more the alpha in the relationship. So my next question is, wow, how short is her hair? So even, what does she have, the Joe Rogan? Like, she got a to Dr. Phil? She's a skull. Say that again?
Which hair are you talking about?
Oh, hell yeah. I love it. That's incredible.
Long hair on top.
Long hair on top, short hair, probably down below. That's my guess.
Takes good care of herself.
Leah, you are incredibly talented. How long have you been on stand-up comedy?
It's like an embarrassing length of time.
No, it's nothing. We're not going to be shocked because you absolutely destroyed with your minute. 14 years. You're a joke writer.
Thank you.
I loved every joke. The joke about your father at the beginning is he really a grocery store?
Yeah, it's a new thing. He came out very late, and I had to sit him down like he should have done for me as a teenager. And listen, I know what's going on.
Is this true?
Yeah, it's true. No, I did it like 3 days after my mom died. My mom dies, sit my dad down. I'm like, listen,
You knew when he started putting on her clothes after her death.
yeah, well, he was growing his hair, wore a lot of silk, and I was like, listen, I know what's going on.
Wow.
It's like women's clothes. That's fine. And he goes, he doesn't want to get any surgeries, but he likes going out as a woman. That's very, and I hate it, so we're perfect.
That's incredible.
The word of the day is acceptance.
Wow. So many words of the day today. That's incredible. Usually there's only one, but
It's been a long show.
Kids should watch this show for sure. They'll learn some shit.
love it, man. That is so great.
West of Seattle. Burlington, if you know it, but Seattle, if you know.
What do you do for work?
I have a rich girlfriend.
Oh, heck yeah.
Kids, if you work hard enough, you can get a rich girlfriend one day too.
So guys, listen, this is why it's important.
What does she do?
She's an executive, business executive. She does business strategy. She won good funds. She just got her severed from Disney. And
Wow. That is incredible.
we're going to Spain next month.
That is
We're going to
I have a
Spain.
question. Go to Sevilla.
Yeah, we go to Sevilla, Granada, Barcelona, and Andorra, just because we haven't been there. We just want to brag to our friends we went to Andorra.
It's nice.
It's pretty awesome. Yeah. I don't know how long this is lasting. I'm going to write it down as long as
absolutely.
I have a question. Do you have any tips for straight guys on like pussy eating or like how we could?
Yeah, totally.
I was actually going to get there.
You should talk to her beforehand.
I mean, I'm trying to, yeah, but anything else?
Right, ladies? Everyone just ask what's working. That's the biggest thing.
I think these are like technical advice.
Yeah, like, is there any chance that maybe if we, is there any chance that if we, maybe played some pussy eating music that you could give us a little example straight down the barrel? Hey, look at this. This is very exciting.
Who's got Barry White? We got Barry White.
Barry White, absolutely. We're going to bring that right up for you, whatever you want.
It's associated with dogs that need homes.
Yes, exactly.
I had a lesbian friend that used to refer to pussy licking as uphill garden. Ever heard of it?
That's great. Yes. That is. That's sort of like getting the oyster shell open with your tongue. That's what I think. Sometimes there's a pearl in there.
Alright, so this summer. Hey, how about that? Is that good enough?
Is that good? All right. You guys want me to scream pussy eating?
Who wants to see her show us how to eat a pussy eater live on Kill Tony? Here we go.
First, you start out eating a resume. Then a job. Then you meet a lady who also has a job. Both of you have jobs. You can meet once a week. Yeah, you have jobs. Then you take off your clothes and you talk about your jobs. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Makes sense. I like that. That's very interesting.
And you know what? You just gotta talk to her. You gotta be consistent. There's a button. They talk about it. I'm looking at the color purple.
Cauliflower, right? Brian's never had. As you can tell by his build, Brian's never had cauliflower before.
Don't go to that store anymore. That is bad cauliflower. No one says that about cauliflower.
My goodness. So, wow, that is interesting. We learned a lot here. Asked about his job. Yeah, because
So you find the thing, and then it isn't working, and then eventually you just don't have to ask those questions because you've done it enough times.
you've done it enough times.
Yeah. And then, make sure she makes you coffee in the morning. That's important too.
Wow, I like that. So she makes you coffee.
She does, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's how good it is.
Wow. Look at that. What was the last fight you got into?
Oh, I was applying for a scholarship to UCB, and I wrote out my scholarship, and she wrote out an alternative scholarship application, and we got a huge fight right up to midnight when I was going to apply. And I was like, I'm going to put mine in. And she's like, I think mine's better. And then I put mine in, and I got accepted.
Hey, look at that. Let's check in with Christopher.
Somehow that's gayer than getting your pee sucked by a cheddar.
Wow, look at that. Oh, one more time for the great William Mansfield, everybody. Coming on. Flexing how it's done. An amazing 60-second set for Leah Mansfield. Everyone. That is just awesome. I absolutely love that. Hell yeah, no doubt about it. That's one of the fun things about the show. Maybe it's someone's first time, maybe they're a couple years in, and every once in a while we'll have someone that really, really knows what they're doing. Goes to show there's no coincidences in this thing. Like, if you work hard and then fucking perform well and take your time, you do good. How about one more time for Leah Mansfield? Yeah, let's do that. We have regulars on this show, ladies and gentlemen. We have two comedians that perform a brand new minute every single week. This first comedian, you know him. He's been doing this for a while. He writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. It's a love-or-hate relationship, it seems, with this guy. He has a lot of haters out there. And some people just absolutely love him. Put your hands together for the great William Montgomery, everybody. Here we go. Let's see what happens here tonight. Here he comes, live and in the flesh. It's the one and only William Montgomery. Very controversial figure, very polarizing man. Come on, one more time for William Montgomery.
How's it going? I don't know what happened with me. So, today was Columbus Day. I'm glad they changed it to National Filipino Day. Finally, a holiday for my people. I would like to give it up for my uncle, Richard Chuinas. He's my Filipino uncle. He runs Chuinas.com. It's a lot like iTunes, but only Blue songs. Did y'all hear about that guy down in Florida who's single? Just kidding, it's the other way around. So I got pulled over by the police the other day, and the whole time I was just like,
I'm sorry. I wasn't coming up with this evening.
Tony, I can't get over the fact that your uncle is also named Richard Chuinas. Are we related?
We probably are, William. Welcome to the show. That's William Montgomery set, everybody. Richard Schmiedes seems to be running theaters.
That set got me on Showtime at the Apollo. I got off stage by the clown with Shepherd's Crook.
With the what? The Shepherd's what?
Shepherd's Crook. I don't know if that's Christians, but yeah, Shepherd's.
Shepherd's Hook. Okay. William, welcome to the show. Just saw you a week ago, but it looks like you've aged a decade since then. Is everything okay in your personal life?
How does he look older than Eddie?
Eddie's 19, you son of a bitch. How dare you? I have some good news and some bad news. Let's hear it. My girlfriend was in fact not pregnant. She was in fact very offended. I said she missed her period for 2 months. It was actually just a week. Clear that up. My lady friend, she was watching it right now. Like me. The bad news is I have been poisoning my roommates who came to me out of the apartment.
Yeah, what have you been poisoning them with?
They have Colgate. I've been putting a lot of Pepsi AC in their Colgate. That's a pill you take if things are wrong with your tummy. It's like Zantac. A lot like Zantac. I don't know if y'all saw the news, but it's giving me cancer.
And you actually, there's been a lot of people that hit me up on social media this week because you are famous for Zantac references. You've been doing that since your first appearance on the show. And a lot of people are wondering if your health is okay, if you've been checked out by a doctor. You've also talked about urinating blood and other things. Have you been to a doctor recently?
The other night, was on top of the building. Sort of, after all this bullshit about it, I've seen about jumping off. I didn't. I went to the doctor the next day and I told him my symptoms. He's like, strep throat.
You told him about blood in your urine and he gets strep throat?
Strep throat.
Where was this doctor at?
He was in the Philippines.
Yeah. He went to the Philippines and your doctor. Well, look at the look at him in Tom Rhodes. On over here.
I've been to the Philippines and I pretended I was a doctor.
Hey, hell yeah, strep throat.
Tom, can we act like I went down to the Philippines on a ship, took me a long time?
You know what? Let's skip that. Let's skip this idea. This is your first time being seen by the great and powerful Eddie Pepitone. Eddie, what are your thoughts on William?
I am confused. But I sense, a funniness, it just needs to be nurtured and coddled and edited.
William, something looks different about you. Did you shave your eyebrows off or something? What's different? Did somebody do something to you this past week?
I found myself 3 nights ago laying in bed, looking at walls of red.
Walls of red?
Walls of red, just looking at the gates of hell. Part of everybody's place. What am I doing here? What's going on? How long have I been here? I don't get it. It didn't take 30 minutes to get here. It was that big wreck on the highway. William, please answer me right now. Where are you? What's up with these red? I mean, what is going on? What has happened to the Philippines 2 months ago? You were having a pretty good time. You got sick. You were in the hospital for 4 weeks, up to a month.
William, I see a piece of paper sticking out of your pocket that has little words on it. Clearly, you write. What do you write? And why is it that you don't ever do any of that on this show? What do you have there? Can you give us an example of something that you haven't done on the show before that you've written?
I have just a bullet point. Michael Receive. And underneath it, in quotation marks. Hold on. This is Receipts.
Look at that. Look at the reaction you get when you do jokes. It's incredible. Do another one.
So I've got an idea for a t-shirt. Color is a circumstance. It's going to be the color green and have an alien on the front.
I love your style. It's got it written out word for word, Christopher.
It said that word for word.
Well, William,
Hold on, is it a green cup? Just in quotation marks. It said green closet.
okay. Now save some of this. We have a lot of shows coming up this week, and it's gonna be rolling around with us.
Thank you so much. I started trusting in Jesus 3 months ago.
Sorry, everybody. Something's different about it. I can't figure out what it is. Baby, step back from the ledge, my friend. Alright, we have a brand new regular, ladies and gentlemen. Last week, this guy was christened as, I believe, our 7th or 8th ever regular in the history of the show. This is his first time in the rotation, getting to write and perform an minute every single week. Everybody's absolutely thrilled about this. He is a monster, and we have so much fun every time he's on. Big surprise, brand new minute from the great David Lucas, everybody. Here we go. Here we go. Here it is, David Lucas, everyone. Come on, one more time for David, everybody.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to get more healthy. Gave up meat and shit. Yeah. Hired a trainer. But I hate when trainers ask me stupid ass questions. You know what I'm saying? After we work out, he's like, what you about to do? I'm like, nigga, I'm about to eat. Like, I burn 1,200 calories. You don't think I deserve to eat 800? You know what I'm saying? I had stopped in my gym. I was going to Planet Fitness. And these niggas was giving out pizza every Thursday. Well, y'all don't give a fuck about my health. Y'all got candy when I check in. You know what I'm saying? Like, after a while, I'm like, shit, the gym is $10. That's like an unlimited pizza pass. I was only going on Thursdays. Meeting with the rest of the black people. But hey, Ryan, what's up, man? They got a dick roast. Better come back next week. All right, man. See you later.
Fuck yeah, David Lucas, everybody. Hell yeah. Man, my goodness, that's interesting. Did you really stop eating meat?
Yeah, only fish.
Oh, wow. Only fish. What kind? Whales?
Anthony Hitchcock is at it again.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Only my mother calls me that when she's mad at me.
I know. She hit me up. She
Oh, you son of a bitch.
was like, I thought Tony needs a black stepdad. I'm like, be your stepdaddy, man.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, well, that's funny because your mom hit me up. She's looking for a new kidney. So,
I know I was healthy as fuck, motherfucker.
is that true?
She ain't got no health issues. Goddamn, all black people ain't got shit.
I mean, let's just say, I know you're the only thing that doesn't run in your family. You know what I mean? Something like that.
So, you're white. Do you have Asperger's, motherfucker?
I mean, if there were Asperger's here, you'd probably be ordering them to eat.
These are below the belt shots, Tony.
I can't see
Leave
you.
your mouth alone.
I don't know if anything's below the belt with you, David Lucas. It's like everything's really above the belt. So welcome. This is your first time doing a locked in minute on the show. So as always, it's a huge bang. It's the start of a new era. It's very exciting. Hell yeah, absolutely. This is it. It's all happening. How's the last week of your life been?
Hey, shit been good, man. I got a lot of new white fans. Y'all keep on following me and shit. You know what I'm saying? I love what y'all appreciate what cameras up.
They're following you.
I'll take all the darker.
Hey, look at that.
I like these two guys.
Yeah.
I like that's right. I like your confidence. It's very funny. It does. Planet Fitness or wherever you said you worked out.
It's like Planet Fatness, obviously.
They really do.
That's why you only work out on Thursday.
That's a fan person too.
Absolutely. What do you like to do at the gym? What's your
Look at women.
wow? Absolutely.
Look at women and use the towels. Just like
Absolutely.
I'm a frugal ass black person.
Yeah.
Take the time.
Just your gym.
My new gym got I upgraded.
Do you want to swim in the gym?
I can swim, bro. What you trying to say? Looking like one of them niggas from Jurassic Park.
Oh, wait. No, Shots at the gas station. That's like sweet. David Lewis goes to Wilson. Okay, all right. Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy on the gas station. Take it easy on the gas station. This guy has. Okay, David, you stop it. You stop it. David, stop it. He does this to people. He did this. This guy did this to Michael Bisping last week, one of the greatest fighters of all time, and he literally would not stop making fun of him. I ain't scared. You're definitely not scared. I was right, however. You only got one eye. I would have poked that good eye out. No, you wouldn't. He's not gonna beat me. I'm gonna poke that. I'm gonna spin in it, poke it, whatever. Oh my God! I'm so glad you're saying all this now that he's not here. Check it. That's a disability. All right. He would have a better chance if he was in a wheelchair. Why would he have a better chance? Because he got all the sight and shit. But man, that eye. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you're right. He had one eye when he won the light heavyweight championship of the world a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, too. You know, he beat that thing out. Okay, that only means one thing. Next Sunday, we're going to have Luke Rothschild here, and we're going to see if you can come on in. That was the guy, he was the former light heavyweight champion of the UFC. Oh, yeah, I'm going to say that. Okay. I mean, I agree. I think the only thing that you can really handle that's shaped like an octagon is a large pizza. Oh, God. I do. I eat shoestrings on my pizza, actually. I've been exposed here on my own show by large pizza, shoestrings, and paper napkins. Absolutely, which reminds me, when you lose your feet to diabetes, I love your shoestrings. I can't see your feet to be wearing wrestling boots and shit. That's true. Off the top rope for that. Absolutely. I mean, you know what it's like wrestling with obesity on it. So fun. David Lucas, his first minute as a regular. Anything else for David, guys? It's a machine, this kid. Oh, no, David, you be nice. So mean to people. I've seen you before. Yeah. What's your name? Yes, he's my own. I love Dusty Rhodes, but actually his real name wasn't Rhodes. He changed it. But I love Dusty Rhodes. That's true. I have lined it down at Kings and Queens. He's up for fucking me. I know he's somebody I know. Used to, like, Muhammad Ali used to do great rhymes. Oh, Dusty Rhodes. That's what I'm talking about. He sang Dusty Rhodes. That was his most famous line. He used to do this kind of white trash. I know the wrestling does. David, we gotta teach you how to be nicer. These guys could potentially take you to open and feature for them and things like that. I don't trust his mouth. Yo, David, you stop it. Oh my God. Oh my God, he's ruthless. All right, David Lucas, everybody, there he goes. That's unbelievable. This guy's a machine. If he burned calories like he burned bridges, he'd be an unstoppable machine. This guy comes up every week and tries to light up the gas. I didn't expect that. You know, it was like. And you didn't ask him. He's the only guy that's been up all night that doesn't know how to read, and you didn't even ask him. I'm just kidding. Menus. He reads menus. I just want to go back to the bucket one more time, huh? All right. Here we go. And your final comedian of the night will go by the name of Celeste Torrance. Everybody, Celeste Torrance. Here we go. Is that Celeste? Is that Celeste? No. All right. Let's hold on a second. I guess that's not Celeste. is here. I even saw her here. I saw her earlier. It's okay. Alright. How about Arden, everybody? A-R-D-I-N, Arden. There you go. Arden. Your final comedian of the night. It's Arden, everybody. Here we go.
Hello, it's good to be here. Good to see y'all. Good for hanging out. I know what you're thinking that, oh no, another white guy, very gentrified place. And it's not. I'm an actor as well as a comedian, and you always gotta be ready to audition. So I keep my hair up like this. So I'm tired of the gender inequality. Because I want to be a sexy male librarian. So tonight I'm gonna do my audition for everybody here, folks at home. So here we go. I think I should be paid $1.5 million for that. I think it's totally fair and reasonable. Oh, yeah. Come on. No? Damn. Thought my white privilege would come. Oh, well. Thank you.
Oh, there you go, Arden. Arden. Alright. That's one way to put a big ribbon on a fun episode of Kill Tony. It's incredible. Welcome, Arden. This is your first time on the show. I remember you, no doubt about that. How long have you been on stand-up? 5 years. 5 years. All of it here in Los Angeles?
I know. San Francisco.
San Francisco.
You're from San Francisco? No, from New Jersey. We started out in San Francisco. Yes.
What made you go to San Francisco first?
I was in advertising and marketing. My career just took me out that way.
Right. What are you still in that field?
No, I quit all that. Now I'm unemployed.
You're unemployed. How long have you been unemployed for?
Almost a year.
Almost a year.
Are you enjoying it? No, not very much. I've been trying to find work. It's a little hard.
Have you run out of money yet?
Oh, yeah.
So how do you survive?
Family very disappointed.
A very disappointed family that gives you money.
Do you know that I used to have really long hair? Yeah. And then I won a calendar and realized it wasn't 1986. Die. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist it. I'm sorry.
Son of a bitch.
It's hard. I feel bad.
So when you say your family's disappointed, alright, when you say your family's disappointed in you, like what are you talking about?
No, I mean now they're starting to come around because of pursuing the comedy thing, but
What do I see tonight?
this was nerves and yeah.
I gotcha, that makes sense. Is that a brand new bit?
No, I've been working on that for a bit. It's just a little.
Do you wear your hair in that bun ever?
Yeah, usually.
You have internet, right? Yeah. You know if everyone hates that shit. Yeah. We all make money. Why do you do it?
It's just the convenience of it. And I don't wear it constantly like that.
Wow, Jesus Christ, look at that. There's a real live YouTube commenter in the audience. Everybody is dropping some zero-star knowledge. Yeah, that is incredible. So tell us more about you, Arden. What are you into? You seem like a very hip dude. You're fairly, you have the San Francisco, you had a man bun a second ago.
Yeah, when I had money, I was into rock climbing. How expensive is rock climbing? Yeah, I used to travel with it. I used to go to like Mexico, Puerto Rico, upstate New York, Yosemite, just
All the climb rocks.
Yeah.
Wow, you thought Red Man hated you before. Wait till you find out his feelings on rock climbing. So, rock climbing, what else? There has to be something that makes you interesting.
I used to be a raging alcoholic. I'm sober.
How long have you been sober for?
3 years.
3 years.
It makes dating very hard. Just sober
like it?
I kind of like it. I just also can't figure out what I would want to do with it.
How many do you think we should give him a haircut right now? I guess. No?
Hair's great, man. Hair's awesome. You just keep it like that until you start balding like me.
Arden says no to the haircut. What an interesting thing. Why is it? What do you got going on where you don't want to cut your hair?
I'm working on a TV pilot that's about me kind of look like Jesus. So, yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
They never, those sticks never get made. You know, well, you can fucking cut your hair, man.
That's true. Absolutely. So you got no girlfriend, no real love life, dating's hard. Really? What kind of panic attack are we talking about?
I'm talking full-on sweats like this, a sinking feeling, heart palpitation the whole time. Whatever you got there. It was pretty much okay. It was a coffee date, but I had decaf, so that was alright. Do you have any meds for? Yeah. So now I take Lexapro and some other stuff. Still down.
Right. I'm sure your dad was excited when he found out he'd have to pay for all that too, right?
I mean, I was 5150, so he kind of,
Oh, they did you like that?
well, well, not to make light of the situation, but I was beating myself up, and I let that roommate call the cops because he didn't know
What do you mean beating yourself?
How many of you would like to see this guy beat himself up tonight?
There you go. Christopher, there you go.
I beat myself with my fist in my belt, and
You what?
I beat myself with my fist in my belt, and so they called the
You
cops.
beat yourself, so like where would you hit with your fists?
So everywhere in the torso region, and then my back with my belt. Yeah.
My goodness. And then they came and they saw you and they're like, oh my god, what woman did this to you, right?
Well, no, I
Slight bruising.
I told the cops when they showed up, they said, "We heard you were hurting yourself." And I said, "No, I fell." And they didn't believe me, so they took me. So I just said, "I need it. Honey, just one. Next time you gotta beat yourself up, put it on paper." Yeah. No, I'm trying not to do that anymore. That's why I'm taking the meds now. So,
Alright, well that's
now,
good.
mental health, it's a serious thing, and anybody, if you need help, please call for help. Like, don't get to where I got. Do you like to co-host my show?
Absolutely, we take mental health very seriously here on Keltone, and that's a real thing. So just want to make sure that disclaimer's out there.
Sorry once again to break down the whole energy again. Sorry.
You ever use CBD for your anxiety?
Yeah, and THC.
Very good, very good. You can use the promo code Keltone at infinitecbd.com and unbelievable discounts. It's incredible stuff. It's our old friend Brody beat himself up the old school way. You know what I mean? To the finish line, not like you just fucking throwing the ones and twos at yourself. He didn't slap himself with a belt like a fucking pussy. You know what I'm saying? Brody knew how to finish the fucking job. So
By the way, I suffer from a lot of fucking anxiety. You know, and anxiety can be such a fuel for pain. Like, seriously, like scream that shit. I've been screaming for 40 years, you know? Which is why my teeth are fucked. So, do you ever think of using comedy as like a cathartic experience to get that anxiety? I mean, I talk about my mother's suicide attempt. I talk about your tragic.
How did your mom try to kill herself?
She downed handle and jam in my prescription for Claritin.
Oh, wow. Claritin. Oh, my goodness. The old loud cry for help.
You know what's wild?
She must not have sneezed for like 3 weeks after that. That's incredible.
She floated herself. You don't look like you have lived this pain. Yeah, you just look like a guy who's like, hey, let's blow bubbles.
You look like you do acoustic covers of Dave Grohl songs.
Welcome to Cosmic Wishes, where we turn wishes into cosmic wishes by applying science. And what we're going to do with our guests is we're going to have them tell us their wish, and then we're going to draw from one of these science cards, and there are hundreds of science cards. So we're going to draw a science card randomly. We're going to apply that science to their wish and make their wish cosmic. And then after we do that, we're going to go through a series of activity cards, and there are hundreds of these too, and we're going to apply scientific-based activities to their wish and make their wish even stronger.
Yo, what up, dog?
How you living, pimp? Yo. Did you get your hours straightened out yet? Fuck no.
I mean, I'm trying.
You know we've got UFC tonight, right? 5 p.m.
Yeah, that might be late.
Dude,
I woke up at like 6.
you woke up at like 6. Okay. I've got a.
You know, I think you're gonna like this traveling.
Okay. I can play.
Laundry list that I've applied, including a very special bonus one that I think you'll like.
Okay, I can play. Maybe just one game for right now because I've got a podcast to do at 7, and I've got some stuff that I have to do this morning. Like I gotta pray and I gotta do my Kabbalah class. So I'm gonna do that at 5. But I'm good for the next like 2 hours. So that sounds good. Google, the fucking schmucks at Google banned like I don't know 600 of my blogs, like a lot. But that's okay. If I lost every blog in the world to them, I'd be fine. It's like who cares? Nobody gives a shit anyway. So long as I don't lose my like main blog from Medium, I'm fine. Like Medium, I care about. The other shit was just AI. So that's that.
Why did they delete it? Because you create a bunch of accounts.
I didn't create a bunch of accounts. I created a bunch of blogs, and they just said it's spam. But what is spam? Spam is just non-approved advertisement, and I don't know why it should even fucking matter. Like you should be able to put whatever you want, but so long as it's not like like my stuff was very scientific. So anyway, no big deal. And then I have a podcast to do today, a podcast to do tomorrow. Let me check my calendar really quickly. Nothing Tuesday. Nothing. Oh, a podcast on Wednesday. And then and I'm lining up podcasts for this week as well. And I've got the opportunity to do 2 interesting ones. I gotta look more into what this woman wants to do. Like basically, one of them is called Cosmic Wishes, where you just have a wish, and she says that she uses cards, which already like, if it's like tarot, it's generally considered against Judaism, because it's generally seen as like some kind of forbidden divination. So I'll have to look, and maybe I can't do that one. But tarot? No, it's tarot.
I've only heard people say tarot.
Nobody says it.
That's what I've heard.
Okay, so tarot, but it's French. Yeah, it's tarot. No, nobody. Are you saying tarot? Like carrot?
Yeah, not tarot, but tarot. Like if I go tarot card, TAROT.
Yeah, that's tarot.
Okay. Where are those things from?
I believe they are. Well, I think the pronunciation is French. But those types of divining tools are go back to antiquity. So I know a guy who's really into them. He's in one of the Masonic lodges I'm in, and so they first appeared in Ferrara and Milan in northern Italy.
Interesting. Wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, 1430s.
Shout out to the 14.
All right, are you ready?
Wait, can we read this? Let's read changes.
Sure thing.
Alright, so on the game session refresh, before when you refresh, it'll just push you back to that's fixed, so you can refresh and then you're still in the same game.
That's tight.
Every word you play, you get a definition. Not give you the definition. Only if the dictionary doesn't have the word, it'll give you the definition of it. Which I have to, I guess, fix that at some point. Yeah. So every word definition now comes in the thing. Custom game handicap. You can set each person's handicap to anywhere from 0 to 1,000 starting points and works with 3 players.
Excellent.
Consistent blank tiles, appearance in dark mode should be fixed. I did test that it was fixed, and then I haven't tested it after I've done some other stuff, but no problem. Reposition the game settings card below. That's number 5. Drag that to the bottom. Oh, one other thing that's not clear is that I just got rid of the margins and padding on it.
Yes.
So that
good.
Not just on the all of those bubbles. There's padding on the side. They just go straight to the edges now, but then also got fixed the tile rack. That was a big one. Tile rack is fixed. And also the game board, you don't have to adjust that anymore. It's just or you can still adjust it, but it should be pretty solid. Basically, auto build to the side. I told it to get rid of the margins and go straight to the edges. There's still a tiny little gap, but it's not better than it was. The end game scorecard recap. You'll see what that is. Autoplay and different rotation. So when Duke eats or rugs, they call it'll they'll just skip his turn and it won't bug out. Also, I added a feature where if you have tiles on the board and it's a valid word, even if you don't press play the word, it'll check if there's a valid word, try to play it, and then if it is a word, then it'll just play it for you automatically. So you can just, if you don't feel like pressing the play with word button, just let the timer run out and let the sticker blanks. Just like
glitterati. And
That's great.
yeah, you can also shuffle tiles in the rack by selecting it, highlighting it, and then just clicking on another tile, and then it'll change the swap the positions of those tiles. So, like, if you want to create a word in your tile rack, you can do that. There's this is a big one. Real-time tile tracking of the remaining tiles. So you can clearly see how many of each tiles are left. Just like the pros. What else? We have the colors toggle slider settings. So when there's 10 seconds left, it'll warn and flash red, and then if you have a word, then it'll highlight green pretty clearly. You'll clearly be able to see if you have that setting enabled. This the tile rack responsive scaling for depth, and that's 12 is responsive for dynamic resizing auto set. And then there's a secret surprise, but I'll see if you can find it. But it's the best. So let me know when you're there and ready to play. And I'll send you an invite.
You send an invite, or is it a code?
Oh yeah, it's like a code. Let me know when you want the code.
Just one moment. Okay, I'm ready for code.
PBGMD.
Okay, I'm in. Board looks great. Tile rack looks great. Remaining tiles. That's cool.
Let me know if you find the secret setting.
When you type in the chat, at least on dark mode, you can't read the text. It's white and gray.
You prefer dark.
Yeah. Okay, where's the timer?
Fuck, I didn't put that on. I'll create a new. My apologies.
No worries. What are your thoughts on the Knicks winning the NBA title? Oh, wait.
Yeah, I watched the last 5 minutes. Or not even like the last minute. It's a very close game. Alright, the code is TEWN.
Hold on, should I have to quit this game?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe want to put on there for quit, like, are you sure? Because if you quit, it's done.
Yeah, you can join back.
Oh, okay. PEWET?
TWN.
TWNT?
TEWN, like Marley, and then T.
Okay, I'm in.
Did you find the secret setting?
I see set speed, light mode, colors, quit.
There you go. Oh, wait, there you go. No.
Remaining tiles, that's really cool. Remaining tiles does not need a scroller at all. Dictionary lookup, gameplay log, room chat.
You're up.
In dark mode, the board is still like, is it supposed to be?
You can change it.
How do you change it?
You scroll to the bottom where there's kind of game settings. This is the secret. There's a cog icon in the upper right, and you change it, and it opens up this huge board menu. You can customize the board and the tiles.
That's tight, but it just needs to be. Oh fuck! Then if you quit that, it quits it. Hold on. It should
There's
just.
a back to game button.
Okay, I'm back.
Just play in light mode.
I don't like that. Get that out of my eyes.
Okay. Isn't there audience?
If I have the opportunity, though.
I'm gonna gather. You need another turn. No, you played time.
No, I do need another turn. Where's the thing? I thought it was supposed to blink.
It did blink at 10 seconds.
Where?
On the tile rack, on the top, the thing above and below.
The tile rack.
You'll see it.
Give me my turn back.
You played a word.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not done. I know. I'm playing off of that word. I have 2 more letters to add to it. Okay, I wanna. Okay, so I see the thing that says green. Okay, play word. I mean the whole back. Everything in the background should flash red. And when it's your turn, everything should flash green. Like there shouldn't be any white. It should be green. Everything is green.
Everything is green.
Like all of the space, like wherever there's white, it should be green when it's your turn.
Oh, up there. Do you see how like the words? It highlights in green.
Yeah, that's really nice. And the definitions are really nice. And you took away the space on the side. That's really nice.
Okay, watch what happens. It's 10 seconds. Like the tile rack should become red and the top will become red.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, but it's not blinking anymore.
Well, do you want a strobe light or just stay red?
Yeah, or strobe light's fine. Yeah, and then when it's your turn, everything should turn green. And that red strobe light should be everywhere. In case I'm looking down at like remaining tiles or gameplay log and I'm not paying attention, it's like, hey, it will alert you anywhere you are on the page.
Noted. Did you add any custom colors?
No, nobody's going to do that. It just needs to be a toggle that makes it black. But aside from that, it's really good. Okay. Okay, I see that it just flashed. And that's cool. I have to hit the play word button.
No, you don't. If you have tiles down.
Oh, then maybe I don't have a word that's... No, it played it, but it wouldn't play the title. I don't know. Let's try it again.
Okay, let me just see. Yeah, that's it. Oh, no.
If you're not allowed to use the term Scrabble, which you probably won't be able to, or the term literati, which you probably won't be able to, what would you call your game?
Diagonals.
You can't use the term Scrabble.
Uh, I don't know. Oh wait, but I may need more time. Oh, I got it. Okay.
the the definitions for game for luck are actually
What'd you say?
the definitions for um the definitions for like what a thing is. I don't know if that's great. Definitions are great. Something is off with the play word. I'm playing this word. It's a word. It just maybe it takes a while. It works now, but it doesn't play all the way. I don't know why.
Oh damn, that was devastating. Oh, with 29 points.
It's not that good. Man, the definition. I love the definitions of this. The fact that you have definitions on here makes me like it more than.
Oh yeah.
Like that.
When you customize the board,
How isn't this more points? Maybe it's not.
for 18 and 18. No,
I hit the play word button like 5 times. Maybe it takes a while for it to just Is there one place that you can see how many tiles are left? Yes, there is a place. Okay, 61. Cool. 61 seems like a lot of tiles, but maybe not.
I did not hear what you said. Like a lot of tiles?
Yeah, 61.
Yeah, I mean like 100 and then
Right.
15. 15. You have to like double tap.
Double tap to zoom in. I don't know what that is. Now, what happens when I swap the tiles? Does it just swap into my own bag, or does it swap into your bag?
Not entirely sure, but I don't know the answer.
I guess if it's supposed to be fair, then it shouldn't take from your bag, because then I could take your Z's or your Q's or your X's or whatever.
So I don't know if you can swap your high value tile into the public bag or if it. I think it splits. Like it's predetermined. Your own bag. I'm pretty sure. I can. I feel like in Scrabble, I have to share a bag. set up each player stuff their own separate deck of tiles at the beginning of the bag, or at the beginning of the game. This guarantees that both players get exactly the same number of vowels, consonants, 5-point tiles. I did not specify that you need the same vowels and consonants.
It says the same. It says the same number, but there should be a thing that says you get the. Like, you shouldn't have one person get more use than the other person.
No, there has to be some randomness, or else it's just not going to be different every time. I mean, I guess it would be if you pulled them out of a card or you pulled them out. This one you do get the same number of vowels. You don't get the exact same, like evenly, but at least you have the same number. Wow. S-tack. Then S-tack.
Blank.
That was terrible. I don't know why. Bad move.
Claw?
Claw?
What did you play?
Claw?
Why is that so bad?
I should play some better.
If possible, it would be nice to know, like, so you don't have to check the game log, what the last word was played. Like, you could just highlight it. What did you play?
4. I should have gone for this one.
I may need a second. Oh, I may need another. Iceberg. Dude, I love the definition aspect of this. It's phenomenal.
I agree. It's way better than wondering.
Right. Do you know what the normal timer is for literati?
A minute.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I like that it's adjustable too, because I was playing earlier on 30s, or like,
Oh,
you could do like speed scrabble on like 15 seconds if you want, or 30 seconds.
speed scrabble.
Also, enabling backwards letters changes the game a lot. You can play way more.
Do you need you need your time back?
It's your turn. Did you play something?
Oh, you played something?
That says you passed. I've played Sin.
Oh, I didn't know it was my turn. Okay, can you give me my turn back?
Yeah.
So that's the important thing. Like it turns to green, then I know. If not, I'm just waiting. And then if you play something, I don't know because nothing changes on my screen.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I feel like the thing that should be at the very top is the board every time. Like you don't need Fair Scrabble Live. You don't need the handle. That can all be below. Dark mode, colors, quick room, all at the bottom. The room code, all at the bottom. Maybe just Riser's turn, the timer. Even the thing for the zoom and stuff could be below. That way, whenever you scroll to the top, you just know it's going to be the one every time.
What are you doing? Are you searching in the dictionary all the time? Like,
No, I read the gameplay log.
Not realize it was my turn.
Exactly. Oh, good job. Okay, but you played something. Oh, you played Quinn? Wait, Quinn?
Yeah, I had to get rid of.
How did you get a Q and a Z?
Because it selects randomly between kind of like the Q, the X, the Z, and the J.
It's a
It'll
huge,
just give you two random.
it's a huge advantage. So I would change that to be if the person gets the. It should be if the person gets the Q, then they also get the J. If the person if the person gets the Q, they get the X. If they get the Z, they get the J.
Why not just one random of each, either the Q or the Z, or you get the like you get the Q or the Z, and then you got the X or the J.
Okay, but then there's the argument to be made that playing the Q is much more difficult than the Z, and playing the X is easier than the J.
Oh.
What did you play?
Big cow. Big cow.
Something's wrong. Okay, so do you see in the bottom right, grudge?
Pardon me?
Do you see in the bottom right, there's grudge?
Yeah.
Hold on, give me that back. Did I play it? Oh. Can I play it?
What are you trying to play?
A-R-E. I'm gonna need this back, but something's wrong.
What are you
I'm letting you know. Okay, so do you see there where the R is with wider and grudge?
Yeah.
I'm trying to play an A next to the R, to the left of the R, and an E to the right of the R for the word R, A-R-E. And it's not letting me play that. Yeah, like you are, they are. So I don't know why that is.
Does it give you an error?
I'll tell you. A-R. So I can play the A, and it would be plus 2 points. Then if I play the E, it says invalid format. GA was not recognized as a valid English word. But if I remove it, oh wait, hold on. Okay, I see the error. I'm going to need this back, but we're just doing troubleshooting. Okay. Send it. Oh, it autoplayed it. Okay, whatever. So, AR is a word, and it will let you play that, but GA is not a word. So it should say AR is a word, but GA is not a word, so you can't play it. Right now it just says, right now, no, you don't understand what I'm saying. Wait, it let you play GA?
Let me play R. A-R-E.
Okay, then something's wrong with it. Because it said GA is not a valid word.
Yeah, but in the dictionary, when you search it up,
I know. So, hey, what happened?
Oh, wait, no, wait, never mind. When you search it up again, it says GA is not.
So,
Yeah, GA is not. So then it shouldn't have let you place the A there.
exactly, there's something wrong with it. So, like, maybe take a screenshot of that as, like, an issue that arose. Can you swap with, like, no matter how few tiles are left?
They're in your rack. They're two separate racks. But in real Scrabble, if there's less than 6 tiles, you can't do that. Spamming the other person with the other crappy tiles. Where does it say like so and so played this?
I think it just highlights it on the board.
Guys like some famous. Guys like some stutter. Read the game play log. Read it out loud.
Riser, oh, that's turn by turn recap. The champ is here. The champ is here. The winner is Sex Beast. Riser is garbage. This is cute. William Montgomery knows they're garbage. Bob Lazar knows they're garbage. Joe Rogan knows they're garbage. G.I. Joel knows they're garbage. Brendan Schaub knows they're garbage. Marlon Hill knows they're garbage. Casey Rackett knows they're garbage. Miranda Cosgrove knows they're garbage. Everyone knows they're garbage. That is phenomenal. Did I win?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. Turn by turn recap. That's fine. Shouldn't it say like how many tiles were removed from my score because I didn't play them?
Deduct you at the end.
Yeah, but how would I know? Like, how do I find that information?
Yeah, it should log that.
And if possible, have like a thing that like, it's fine. It doesn't need a pop up. But like, maybe change the screen color or something so you know it's over. Like, you shouldn't have to be like, read the gameplay log. That's phenomenal. That thing.
For the final game score, it says game over. Just above the board.
So you might still be just looking around, and if the other person isn't like, I whooped your ass, then you wouldn't know. You made it a lot closer than what it was, dude. It's amazing. It's not even like I'm not even busting balls about it. It's amazing. To the point where the fact that they have the definitions there means that we're not just sitting here jerking each other off. We are learning new words, which I think is really important. And like the little things about whatever, like not being able to play GA, or whatever, that stuff, that 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 we can get over, or we can fix. Before I want to play diagonal and I want to play backwards, I want to make sure one game mode is really, really good. And this one, out of 100, the game itself is like 96 out of 100, 97 out of 100, and its accuracy is pretty close to that too. So that's all really great. So yeah, I'd love to play it more, but can you play against a computer?
Well, I mean, you can't yet. It's possible.
Yeah. Right. Oh, look who the fuck showed up. Dude, are you there?
Yeah.
How you living, pimp?
Not bad.
Riser, do you know that Zoot is going to perform on Monday?
Yeah, he does.
Did you impregnate the chick that got kicked out of her house?
What?
He asked, did you impregnate the chick who got kicked out of her house?
Nah, I haven't told you that.
Are you gonna say hi to Chelsea on Monday? That bitch sucks. No, I didn't say. I just said I gotta say hi to her.
Sure. That's all right on Saturday.
Did you tell her that she sucks?
Or did you do that? What'd you say? Is she a poet? She did poems on stage? No. Just stand up. You didn't get funnier that night? Yeah.
Did you tell her that she sucks? No, you didn't, and you need to. You need to put that bitch in her place. She needs to know that I get banned from enough people in this world that she should not try to continue negativity to those who may one day make a significant impact on her life.
There's so many other girls there.
Okay.
Rabbi, sure cut my hair.
Should you cut your hair?
Shut up.
You should be a man and make your own personal decisions and not ask other people. Are you saying cut your own hair? Are you saying cut your own hair?
I have a fringe around.
What's a fringe?
What's a fringe?
Yeah.
When your hair grows out of your forehead.
We call that bangs. Dude, so what are you going to talk about on Monday?
You might get offended.
Okay.
But I'm gonna go into the way that's like not offensive.
Oh, the fact that you already said that means it's going to be extremely offensive. If you don't preface me on stuff like Amish orgies and weird people on the bus, then this is automatically going to be offensive. But let's hear it.
Oh, I don't know if I can say it.
All right, well then don't say it.
We will help you, Rabbi. We will help you. No. Rabbi.
What up, Zoo?
Is blasphemy the biggest sin you can commit?
There are arguments.
You don't believe in it.
There are
You don't
arguments.
believe in it.
There
You don't believe in it.
There are arguments to be made that you should not blaspheme, and that in its own way, it can be the worst thing that you can do. There are also arguments to be made that murder is the worst thing you can do. So it depends. Why? What do you want to say?
Yeah, Yeah, I've just been. I've been blasphemized though on stage.
It's blasphemed, not blastified, but no big deal there. When you call God, like maybe they have mental issues, that's like your biggest set. That's what got you to the finals of Raw Comedy or whatever. State finals. Dude, tell us what you're gonna say, and just don't, like, if it's super offensive or whatever, you think I'll get in trouble for it, then just spell it out or spell it out or something. Okay, what is it?
No, you're gonna hate me for this. But I'm gonna say it anyway. You think if Jesus Christ did his mission today, the Jews would have put him on the Epstein list?
Why is that a thing?
How did you get it? How did you choose 2,000 years ago when we had cameras around and evidence and everything? It would have been easy to prove himself today. Why did he not want to choose today? Afraid that he was going to get put in the Epstein list?
I don't understand.
You don't understand?
Yeah.
Just saying, like, God chose to come down to Earth at a period where there was technology and cameras because he was a PDF.
Yeah.
Where is that in your doctrine? Where is that in your doctrine? That the Nazarene abused children. That person abused children.
What?
Right there. Can you translate?
He didn't.
I don't
He
understand.
never did.
Okay. I don't understand the joke. Riser, can you translate it?
I don't get it either.
Because I wrote it.
Okay. Well, for clarification, we do have sin in Judaism, but we don't have original sin and not like the cardinal sins, but any of the transgressions of what we consider the 613 mitzvot are sins. And you had said blasphemy would be like the worst sin, but there are arguments to be made it'd be idolatry, but there's no like perfect list that or perfect Jewish law halakha that would determine that. So I don't understand your joke though. So if you could, can you just clarify it?
Like, people who control the world, you think that they would put, like, you think they would put the name as, you think they would make the honest worse than it was, do things like put him on the Epstein list. It's kind of what I was going for.
You're gonna get crickets if you say this in the middle of a
No, I haven't quoted it properly.
Okay, because it doesn't make sense. Like, I think what you're trying to say, or maybe you do need help with the wording, would be something like, if the Nazarene were here today, do you think that they would be seen as an enemy of the state and be put in a challenging position on the Epstein Island? And if so, how would that?
They chose to come in that time knowing that they'd be nailed to a cross for like 3 days and die. And chose that time period to go to.
Okay, you recognize that not everybody in your
Allegedly.
not everybody in your stand-up room is Christian, right? Maybe only 50%.
Yes. They all know the story of Jesus Christ.
No, I get that, but you're acting like everybody should know that they knew that they were going to be, that the Nazarene was like had all this knowledge of going to be crucified and everything. Where there are some people that might not know that.
I'm in a Christian country.
As am I, and I'm telling you right now that like there are a lot of that is a, as I understand, a certain doctrine of Christianity, but it's not every Christian believes that.
I don't know if Australia is actually. I don't know if the Muslim population is outgrowing the Christian population in the last decade.
Okay, I don't know. I don't think you've got a winner with this one. I think Tweety Bird is much funnier. I don't know if this is gonna work. Tweety Bird's funnier.
Well, you said she thinks that working they get to.
Dude, every single joke you've ever had, in my opinion.
No, it will work when you get everything put together. No, not at all. Actually, opposite. Man never sinned.
Okay, but like that's a Christian take.
Christian take and never sinned.
Correct. And of the room that you have, especially if they're stand-up comedians, more than 50% of them are probably secular. Unless you have a really killer religious joke, it is not a good idea to joke about religion. People take it too seriously. What did you say? What are you?
Just reading. Oh, do you want to hear my four favorite movies on Letterboxd?
You told them to me like 6 hours ago, but sure, let's hear it again.
City of God, Casino, Zero Wars, and AI artificial intelligence.
Do you like Casino more than Goodfellas?
Yeah.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Casino is like more of a better just it feels like an escape where in a world that I like.
And Goodfellas doesn't?
Goodfellas is kind of like Goodfellas is like they all get caught. They all get caught. You like Goodfellas?
Yeah, but not by much. I like them both a lot. I could go either way, frankly. And in my opinion, Goodfellas is, or Casino is underrated.
I don't think I think Goodfellas is probably better made. It's a better book.
I think that Goodfellas wins slightly because the soundtrack's better, frankly.
Yeah, guess.
Which isn't a huge thing. Like, and the actors in Goodfellas are probably slightly better, but
So the same.
well, but no, you don't have Ray Liotta, but Casino has Sharon Stone.
Yeah. Sharon Stone
In a bun?
in her prime.
In her prime, yeah. But that lady in, I forget her name. She's also in Sopranos. She's really hot too. But like Sharon Stone's kind of like another level.
Sharon Stone.
Dude, I don't know. But Casino, they're both based on true stories, and I like the ending of Casino a lot because it's just like it's very true that like casinos went from being run by the mob in the 1990s or so to being corporate entities of family fun, and then they changed again. They stopped being family fun, and they went back to being adult. But when they were family fun, it was like another world. I think it's arguable that when Las Vegas went to be family friendly from like the 1990s to the 2000s, it was its own almost in its own way. Like Las Vegas has seen different peaks, but there was definitely a peak. They had all kinds of fun things there for kids. They had the best arcades in the world. They had roller coasters. and these huge shows that were all free, and it was like they had like um my family stay would like back in the day we'd stay this one what like at the peak of all of this Treasure Island, and which is based on Robert Louis Stevenson's book. And for like an entire year of my life, it became pirate oriented. Everything I did was like I wanted it to be pirate oriented because um my my parents would go down to the casino sometimes and just leave me. I would ask to be just left in the room because 24 hours a day they would just show the same movie on the TV, and I just wanted to watch the movie Treasure Island. And I got to learn this movie super, super well. And then we'd go and like, I don't know, like Lego was pirate, and the um the arcades were pirate, and uh it was just everything was really cool. And that all went away. Anyway. Hey, dude, are we listening to the fucking radio? Dude, you should be in here at 5 p.m. Pacific time for the White House Freedom 250, dog.
Everyone woke up.
I mean, it's not over, dog. Canada tied on Friday. What up, Zoo?
How do you feel that they give up words for trillionaire?
I always knew that Elon Musk would be competition, but at least from what I recall in my dream, I would be the first trillionaire with $1 million in the bank, or first trillionaire with $1 trillion in the bank, I should say, not on paper. I could give a shit of being a trillionaire on paper. To me, liquidity means everything.
Elon Musk got much money versus billionaire. Elon Musk is not the first trillionaire.
That's a first publicly acknowledged trillionaire.
He's the first public trillionaire.
That's true. And I would have rather been a billionaire 100 years ago than a trillionaire today in terms of the power of the dollar. The dollar is just extremely devalued. Dude, I have a question for you. Are you ready for my question? Are you sure? That girl who won Raw Comedy, the finals, or not the finals, but she went to Melbourne. Um, has she been back and has she been doing stand up and has she seen success?
Yeah, so.
All right. Did she do well?
Yeah, yes. She's getting better.
Okay. Is anyone telling you at stand up that they think you're funny?
No.
Okay. Well, that's a big sign. That's a big sign.
No.
I don't know about that.
Australia won both the World Cup.
They haven't had time to play twice. I don't think so. The World Cup started on Thursday, and
They won the match.
yeah, 2-0. And Canada tied 1-1 against Bosnia. But where are you getting your information that Australia?
and South Korea.
Just within their division.
Oh, they're winning. Oh, they're talking to the US. Does that mean they're playing the US next?
No. You want to know who they play next?
Yeah.
They played in Vancouver. They play
Playing US next.
they play
Saturday,
the
June 7th.
they play the United States on Friday at noon. Are you gonna watch it in here with me?
I know the US.
We're not that good. Now here's my question for you, Zoot.
Yeah.
Do you think Australia has a better soccer team than New Zealand?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who Vinny Eastwood is?
I mean, the last time the US played Australia, they won.
Who's they?
The US. Last time they played Australia, they won.
Okay. The U.S. is probably a top 20 team in the world, but not top 5. And so you've got to be really good to be at that level.
How does the division work?
As I understand, it works like this.
Sorry?
You have your groups, and then the winner of each group then makes it to the playoffs. And the playoffs are 16 teams and then 8 teams. And that round starts in early July. So there's a round of 32, and I think you have to end up in the top 2 or 3 in each division. Or I should say, you have to be in the top 2 or 3 in each of your group. And that's done by points. So if you get 1 point for a win, and
How long does it go for? July.
yeah, the finals are July 19th.
Who do you think's going to win?
Probably Spain. Probably Spain, but I'd like England to win. They haven't won since 1960. What are the chances of Australia winning? You told me yesterday it was 1 in 600.
I think it's high now if they win that game, but what's the next game?
The next game of anybody is today at noon, or no, 10 a.m. Pacific time. It's Germany versus Curacao. then Netherlands, Japan, then Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast versus Ecuador, then Sweden and Tunisia.
And Belgium, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, US, New Zealand. Is Israel in the World Cup?
No,
Israel in the World Cup? Why not?
they didn't make it.
Sorry?
They didn't make it. Same with Italy. China's not in the World Cup. Dude, who is so loud on the mic right now?
Why is it? I'm not even talking. The breaking is the one.
Dude, that's what I tell you. You're so loud. Your microphone is so sensitive.
It sounds like a snorting person.
It does. Dude, did you know that yesterday the two flags of countries that have the most differing dimensions played, Qatar and Switzerland? Switzerland is like a 1x1 flag, it's square, and Qatar's is like really long. Have you ever seen the full Qatar flag? It's like longer than a normal flag.
I still have you. Instagram now.
Did you just say you're going on Instagram now?
I still have. Rabbi.
What up, Pimp?
Rabbi. Who's the most five powerful comic superheroes?
I mean, isn't Superman?
I don't even think Superman reaches the top 5.
Okay, I don't know this. I'm not good with this kind of information. What I can tell you is that the White House is establishing a new UAP Science Advisory Council. Harvard astronomer Harvey Loeb has been tasked by the White House with helping form this new council. What up, Pimp? Okay. Dude, I have a question for you, and this might be the best question anybody's ever asked you. If you had to be on a tropical island with either the girl who was a finalist of Raw Comedy or Chelsea, which one would you pick?
How long am I on the island?
10 years. That's what I said.
Oh, that sounds like that. I don't want to do that.
No, but you have to choose.
How do you say that? Tenders and coconut?
It's tropical. There's fruit and there's water. And
Is that so?
no, there's no cell phones. There's no Instagram. You have to spend time with that person. I'm going to ask you again. You are on a desert island, a tropical island, with either the girl who is the finalist for Raw Comedy or Chelsea. Who are you choosing? Her name is what? Tilly. Tilly or Chelsea, dog? All right, who do you find hotter?
Oh my god.
Why? We know the answer. Tilly is slightly hotter than Chelsea. That's facts, dog. No, I would say that without that. But since she blocked me and Tilly did not, then Tilly's way hotter. Do you like Pink Floyd or AC/DC more? Do you like Pink Floyd or Led Zeppelin more? Do you like the Beatles or Led Zeppelin more? Do you like the Beatles or AC/DC more? Do you like the Beatles or the Rolling Stones more? Are the Beatles your favorite band?
None of the other bands. I love all the bands. Like every band in existence. There's somewhat
That's true. Dude, did you know that I'm going to be on a podcast in 2 hours and 19 minutes?
Oh.
Is that the coolest shit you've ever heard?
Yeah. Did you say that? Bands have been and so that.
For sure.
Like Coldplay is just modern day babies.
Correct. What did you just say?
Oh. What about Oliver Schroeder? What's the Oliver Schroeder band? So it's actually
Jet.
Jet?
Yeah.
That's an obscure answer.
I know, isn't it? It really is. It absolutely is. They're like the 7th most famous Australian band, but they have 2 really good songs. Cold Hard Bitch and
Are You Gonna Be My Girl?
Are You Gonna Be My Girl? There you go. Good job, Zoo. Yeah, those. Yeah, so Jet's an amazing band. There's
Their second album goes zero.
I imagine nobody knows what happened, but they had a really great name. And then what would it be? Is it Men Without Pants? Or is it Men at Work?
Men.
But yeah, Jet is an obscure answer. Riser, do you know who Jet is? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Maybe if I heard the song, maybe if I heard the song, off the top of my head, man.
Do you know who Men at Work are?
No.
You don't know Land Down Under?
Maybe if I heard the song, maybe if I heard the
But you
song,
come from the
I
land
would
down
recognize
under.
it.
It's like Zoot's theme song.
I don't think I've heard it.
You better
My
run.
dude had things.
You better run. You better say, oh. Don't you know I'm from the land down under? Zoot, sing it.
Nah.
Don't you come from the land down under? You better
What
come.
about Success?
Yeah, they're big. For like the 80s.
No, I don't know.
She was. At one point, she was the flavor of the week. Her sister was never that big, but she had that song, and I still love it. Love at First Sight. I love that song. Kylie Minogue was like the Australian version of Kylie Rae Jepsen. She,
Big. 5 seconds of summer.
that's Australian?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're pretty big.
Like that go, they'll be another biggest. They're like, they must be one country, Australia, but they're focused. They're not true boy band, but they're actual boy band.
Dude, do you want to be in a boy band? Yes or no? I'll wait.
No.
Back in the day, you wanted to be in a boy band?
Yeah. But you have a girls one of the girls with guys recording it.
Who's the hottest girl who performs at Raw Comedy? I'll wait.
Formed of real comedy or open mic.
Open mic, I should say.
How many chicks in Australia supposed to be hot?
Some are. Some are.
Said some.
Yes, I said some
It's
are.
not like eugenics and made everyone
Correct. But girls in Australia are looser than other countries.
What do you mean?
They're whores in a good way. You know that Alex Mather is doing an Australian tour at the Botany View Hotel in Sydney? You knew that? Dude, have you ever seen the Kill Tony where they go to Sydney Melbourne and Brisbane.
Yeah.
You did watch them?
I've seen them on YouTube. I just watched it.
Were they the greatest things you've ever seen? Okay, while you're answering that question, did you know that Tony Hinchcliffe married an Australian woman? Yeah, I did. Nobody knows anything about this woman. He's very private. Alright, you go to Laugh Lab Instagram. Dude, did you watch Tony Hinchcliffe's special? Yes or no? I'll wait.
I seen clips on it.
Did you see that guy in the front row who wasn't amused? Dude, you should know all about this man. He kept a frown the whole time. Allegedly. Dude, where was that special shot? Where was the special shot?
Houston, Texas.
It was in Houston?
I was just guessing.
No, I think it was in Phoenix. Dude, do you know that Riser made a really good Scrabble game? He made it. No, it's amazing. He made improvements to it. It's even better now. Maybe next you should ask him to make a 3-person Mancala game.
Not that one.
You have to redesign the board.
I'm sure somebody could figure it out. It's not that complicated. They could work like pool, like it's cutthroat. Riser, if you asked AI to make a mini golf game with a different hole every single time, could it?
I don't want to have fun, but that might be a good project. Unfortunately, Play-Doh doesn't want you to do that. It would be so much cooler. Maybe like a little thing to tinker around with.
Did you ever play the game? I doubt you did, but it's called Sim Golf. It's by Max, it's the people who did The Sims.
Are you saying Sims or Sim?
Sim, S-I-M.
Oh yeah. I don't know.
You can create your own golf course. Actually, you create your own country club. And then you get to play on it. And it's a lot of fun. It's like SimCity, but for golf. What did you just say, Zoot?
Nothing.
Dude, have you been taking your medication?
Have I had rambled about bullshit?
No, you've been really good on that, but I'm just asking, have you?
You haven't taken medication.
I don't need medication.
I said I've been taking medication.
Oh, okay. Good. Good for you, man. Excellent. Shout out to Zoo. Why don't you ask that girl out? The girl who was just living on her friend's couch or whatever.
Dude, we all know there's a spark there.
Yeah, definitely. I would tell that woman, hey, I know you don't have any money or whatever. Here's $20 or whatever for you to go to the store and get whatever you need to get deodorant or whatever, maybe $40. I don't know. But like to get her self-esteem back, and then you go to whatever you go to there. You could invite her to comedy or like, do you? If you're performing at comedy, do you have the ability to bring a guest or no? Okay, so why don't you ask her to comedy on Monday?
Have you not heard his comedy?
That's a great point. That's an excellent point. That's the second best
Like,
point.
wow, this is released for me. I'm gonna
Right.
use that as motivation and as fuel and turn my life around.
She'd be like, wow, I almost set it up with that guy. That is the most eye-opening phrase that I've heard. Oh, he just what? Okay, I'm not the one who said it. Riser said it.
When you're a comedian, you have to go to trash talk.
You need thick skin, but no, I get it. That's fine if you wanted to say F you to me on that one. I get it. I have no issue with that. That was kind of mean by Riser. But it's very funny.
That's just a joke.
Dude, what is the girl's name? What's the girl's name of the girl who's hanging out on the couch or whatever? Indiana? Like the American state? How'd she get that name? No way. That's an interesting name. That's a great question. It's like a family name. So, my grandfather who passed, I took his name, and it means Hebrew. It means who is like God. And my Hebrew name is Moshe, which means from the water or drawn from the water, and that's also from my grandfather. You okay? Are you choking on a dick? All right, gentlemen. I'd love to shoot the shit with you all morning, but I gotta get ready for this podcast. So I'm gonna put you guys on mute. Dude, come in at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Riser, be here at 5 p.m. Pacific time.
5 p.m. my time. 5 p.m. my time. 5 p.m.
Doug, Riser's the one who said that we were doing a fight watch.
Remember when do the good people go on?
They're all good. The seven, there aren't any preliminaries. Everything is the main card.
How long is it? Like 6 hours?
It'll be like 3 hours.
Okay.
You won't be here at 5. You'll be here at 7:30.
Yeah, I'll probably be a little later, but
No, that's bullshit, dog. That's bullshit. Okay, boys. Take care, my friends. Shout out to Riser and Zoo. So, have I ever done intro? get me with them.
Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam and Eve. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 3,761 creation of the world. Birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. Minus 3,631 130 Seth, son of Adam, was born. Minus 3,526 235 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Minus 3,436 325 Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. Minus 3,366 395 Mehalelel, son of Kenan, was born. Minus 3,301 460 Yer, son of Mehalelel, was born. Minus 3,139 622 Chanuk, son of Yer, was born. Minus 3,074 687 Metashalach, son of Chanuk, was born. Minus 2,887 874 Lemit 2, son of Metashalach, was born. Minus 2,831 930 Adam died. Minus 2,705 1,056 Noah, son of Lemit 2, was born. Minus 2,225 1,536 Noah began the construction of the ark. Minus 2,205 1,556 Yaphet, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,204 1,557 Cham, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,203 1,558 Shem, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,105 1,656 Metashalach died. Minus 2,105 1,656 The Great Flood covered the earth. Minus 2,103 1,658 Arpachshad, son of Shem, was born. Minus 2068 1,693 Shalach, son of Arpachshad, born. Minus 2038 1,723 Eber, son of Shalach, was born. Minus 2004 1,757 Peleg, son of Eber, was born. Minus 1974 1,787 Ryu, son of Peleg, was born. Minus 1942 1,819 Sirach, son of Ryu, was born. Minus 1912 1,849 Nakurai, son of Sirach, was born. Minus 1,883 1,878 Terah, son of Nakurai, was born. The Forefathers. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,813 1948 Abraham, son of Terah, was born. Minus 1,803 1958 Sarah, daughter of Haran, was born. Minus 1,788 1973 Abraham married Sarah. Minus 1,765 1996 dispersion from Babel after building the tower. Minus 1,761 2000 Terah left Ur casting with his family. Minus 1,755 2006 Noah died. Minus 1,743 2018 The Covenant, Brit Bain Habitaran, with Abraham. Minus 1,738 2023 Abraham settled in Canaan. Minus 1,727 2034 Ishmael, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,713 2048 Abraham circumcised himself in Ishmael. Minus 1,713 2048 Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. Minus 1,713 2048 Isaac, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,677 2084 The Agda, where Isaac was brought on the altar by Abraham. Minus 1,677 2084 Sarah died. Minus 1,653 2,108 Jacob and Esau were born. Minus 1,638 2,123 Abraham died. Minus 1,603 2,158 Shem, son of Noah, died. Minus 1,590 2,171 Isaac blessed Jacob instead of Esau. Minus 1,576 2,185 Jacob went to Haran. Minus 1,574 2,187 Emer, great grandson of Shem, died. Minus 1,569 2,192 Jacob married Leah and Rachel. Minus 1,566 2,195 Levi, son of Jacob and Leah, was born. Minus 1,562 2,199 Joseph, son of Jacob and Rachel, was born. Minus 1,556 2,205 Jacob left Haran. Minus 1,553 2,208 Benjamin was born. Minus 1,545 2,216 Joseph was sold. Minus 1,533 2,228 Isaac died. Minus 1,532 2,229 Joseph became viceroy of Egypt. Minus 1,526 2,235 Pahat, son of Levi, was born. Minus 1,523 2,238 Jacob and his family went to Egypt. Living in Egypt. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,506 2,255 Jacob died. Minus 1,429 2,332 after Levi died. The enslavement in Egypt began. Minus 1,393 2,368 Moses was born. Minus 1,355 2,406 Joshua was born. Minus 1,314 2,447 Moses encountered the burning bush. Minus 1,313 2,448 the Jewish nation left Egypt. Traveling through the desert. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,313 2,448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. Minus 1,313 2,448 the revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah. Minus 1,313 2,448 Moses broke the tablets. Minus 1,312 2,449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablets. Minus 1,312 2,449 the tabernacle was erected. Minus 1,312 2,449 the spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Minus 1,274 2,487 Aaron and Miriam died. Minus 1,273 2,488 Moses died. Judges and early prophets. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,273 2,488 the Jews crossed the Jordan into Canaan. minus 1,258, 2,503. The appointment of the land of Israel was completed. Minus 1,245, 2,516. Joshua died. Minus 1,228, 2,533. The rule of judges began with Othniel ben Kenaz. Minus 1,188, 2,573. Ehud ben Gera became leader. Minus 1,107, 2,654. Shamgar ben Anath died. Minus 1,107, 2,654. Deborah became leader. Minus 1,067, 2,694. Gideon became leader. Minus 1,027, 2,734. Abimelech, son of Gideon, became leader. Minus 1,024, 2,737. Tola, son of Pua, became leader. Minus 1,003, 2,758. Jair, the Gileadite, became leader. Minus 982, 2,779. Jephthah, Hagiladi, became leader. Minus 969, 2,792. Elam, Hazavilonai, became leader. Minus 959, 2,802. Abdon ben Hillel became leader. Minus 951, 2,810. Samson became leader. Minus 931, 2,830. Eli the Cohen became leader. Minus 907, 2,854. David was born. Minus 890, 2,871. Samuel became leader. Kings in the First Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 879, 2,882. Saul was appointed king. Minus 877, 2,884. David became king of Judah and Hebron. Minus 869, 2,892. David became king of Israel in Jerusalem. Minus 837, 2,924. Solomon became king. Minus 833, 2,928. The building of the first Beit Hamikdash commenced. Minus 827, 2,935. The first Beit Hamikdash was completed. Minus 797, 2,964. Solomon died and his kingdom was divided. Minus 797, 2,964. Rehoboam, son of Solomon, became king of Judah. Minus 797, 2,964. Jeroboam ben Nebat became king over Israel. Minus 718, 3,043. Elijah went up in a chariot of fire. Minus 677, 3,084. Joash renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 619, 3,142. Isaiah began his prophecies. Minus 574, 3,187. The first two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 566, 3,195. Another two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 562, 3,199. Hezekiah became king of Judah. Minus 556, 3,205. The last of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 548, 3,213. Sennacherib invaded the land of Judah and retreated. Minus 533, 3,228. Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, became king of Judah. Minus 463, 3,298. Jeremiah began his prophecies. Minus 458, 3,303. Josiah renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 442, 3,319. Jerusalem was conquered and Jehoiakim, was exiled. Minus 443, 3,321. Joachim burned the Book of Lamentations composed by Jeremiah. Minus 434, 3,327. Jerusalem was conquered again and Jehoiakim was exiled. Minus 433, 3,331. Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. Minus 429, 3,332. Ezekiel prophesied in exile. Minus 425, 3,336. The final Babylonian siege of Jerusalem. Minus 423, 3,338. The walls of Jerusalem were penetrated. Minus 423, 3,338. The sacrifices ceased in the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 423, 3,338. The first Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 423, 3,339. Gedaliah ben Achikam was killed. Minus 421, 3,340. Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar dream. Minus 410, 3,352. Ezekiel prophesied about the future Beit Hamikdash. Minus 372, 3,389. Daniel read the writing on the wall. Minus 372, 3,389. Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. Minus 371, 3,390. Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 370, 3,391. Building of second Beit Hamikdash commenced. Then halted. Minus 366, 3,395. Akashverosh II made his great banquet. Minus 362, 3,399. Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357, 3,404. Esther took action against Haman's decree. Minus 355, 3,406. Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Minus 353, 3,408. Building of the second Beit Hamikdash resumed. Minus 349, 3,412. The second Beit Hamikdash was completed. Building of the second Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 348, 3,413. Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. Minus 335, 3,426. Nehemiah returned to rebuild walls of Jerusalem. Minus 313, 3,448. Ezra died. Minus 313, 3,448. Simon the Zodiac met Alexander the Great. Minus 313, 3,449. The Minyan Shtarot began. Greek cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 273, 3,488. Simon the Zodiac died. Minus 246, 3,515. 72 elders translated the Torah into Greek. Septuagint. Minus 143,621. The revolt of Mattatyahu the Shashmonite. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of the Shashmonite. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 139, 3,622. Judah the Maccabee ruled. Minus 139, 3,622. The second Beit Hamikdash was rededicated. Minus 138, 3,623. Hanukkah was declared a festival. Minus 133, 3,628. Judah the Maccabee was killed in battle. Minus 133, 3,628. Yonadan, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 127, 3,634. Shimon, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 119, 3,642. Yohanan Hyrcanos, son of Shimon, ruled. Minus 93, 3,668. Judah Aristobulus, son of Yochanan Hyrcanos, ruled. Minus 91, 3,670. Alexander Yanai, son of Yochanan Hyrcanos, ruled. Minus 73, 3,688. Queen Shalomzion, Salome Alexandra, wife of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 65, 3,696. Aristobulus II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled/TD. Minus 61, 3,700. The Romans gained control of Judea. Minus 61, 3,700. Hyrcanos II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 43,721. Antigonus, son of Aristobulus II, ruled. Roman client kings and rulers. The Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 36 3,725 Herod I ruled. Killing all the Shashmonanim. Minus 33 3,728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19 3,742 Herod I began rebuilding the second Beit Hamikdash. Minus 11 3,750 renovation of the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. 1 3,761 Archelaus, son of Herod I, ruled. 8 3,768 Hillel died. 10 3,770 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman Emperor. 21 3,781 Agrippa I, grandson of Herod I, ruled. 28 3,788 The Sanhedrin moved from the second Beit Hamikdash. 44 3,804 Agrippa II, son of Agrippa I, ruled. 53,810 Rabbi Gamliel I, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel, died. 66 3,826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 69 3,829 The second Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74 3,834 R. Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86 3,846 The Sanhedrin moved from place to place, under R. Gamliel II. 133 3,893 Bader fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134 3,894 Judaism was banned, and R. Akiva was imprisoned. 189 3,949 R. Judah Hanasi completed the Mishnah around this time. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 219 3,979 Rav left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247 4007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 254 4014 R. Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294 050 R. Huna was the leading Talmudic authority. 298 4058 R. Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304 060 R. Kista was the leading Talmudic authority. 309 4069 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 321 4081 R. Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325 4085 Abai was the leading Talmudic authority. 338 4098 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 359 4119 Hillel II, who established the calendar, became Nasi. 392 4152 R. Ashi was the leading Talmudic authority. 427 4187 R. Ashi died after the compilation of the Gemara. 475 4235 The Talmud was complete when Rabbeinu II died. The Rabbanan. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 551 4311 Mar Zutra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylonia. The Janine. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589 4349 The Talmudic Academy of Pumbedita was reconstituted. 609 4369 The Talmudic Academy of Sira was reconstituted. 614 4374 The Persians conquered the land of Israel. 614 4374 The Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629 4389 The Byzantine Empire reconquered the land of Israel. 636 4396 Har Yitzhak was the last Jayon of the Arde, by Rothschild. 637 4397 The Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645 4405 One of the attack on Ahijim was enacted at this time. 755 4,515 RKJ on left Iraq for the land of Israel. 759 4,519 Yehuda became Jaon of Surah. 759 4,519 The Halachot Gidalot, B.A. Hag, was written at this time. 788 4,548 Another of the Taganah Hajanim was enacted at this time. 858 4,618 Aramum, who wrote the Siddur, became Jaon of Surah. 928 4,688 Rabbi and Saadia was appointed Jaon of Surah. 955 4,715 four captives were ransomed at around this time. 968 4,728 Bar Sharer became Jaon of Pampedita. 997 4,757 High became, the last, Jaon of Pampedita. 1,038 4,798 High died, and the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,040 4,800 Rabbi and Jerusalem Hagolah died. 1,088 4,848 The Rif arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1,096 4,856 The Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1,099 4,859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1,103 4,863 The Rif died. 1,105 4,865 Rashi died. And the era of the Tosafot began. 1,135 4,895 The Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1,144 4,904 The first, recorded, blood libel took place. 1,147 4,907 The Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 1,147 4,907 Rabbi and Atam was captured by the Crusaders. 1,148 4,908 The Rambams and the Radex families left Cordova. 1,165 4,925 The Rambam visited the land of Israel. 1,171 4,931 Rabbi and Atam died. 1,175 4,935 The Rashbam died. 1,184 4,944 The young son of the Ri was killed. 1,187 4,948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1,189 4,949 Yaakov d'Orleans was killed in London. 1,190 4,950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1,191 4,951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as the Radak, wrote his commentary. 1,194 4,954 The Rambam, Nachmanides, was born. 1,198 4,959 The Arei Avid died. 1,204 4,965 The Rambam died. 1,236 4,996 Rampaging mobs massacred Jews in France. 1,242 5,002 A massive burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1,244 5,004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1,252 5,012 The Inquisition began to use torture. 1,267 5,027 The Ramban left Spain and settled in the land of Israel. 1,270 5,030 The Ramban died. 1,286 5,046 The Maharam Mirothenberg was imprisoned. 1,290 5,050 New works advanced the study of Kabbalah. 1,290 5,050 The era of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim. Persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,295,050 all Jews were expelled from England. 1,293 5,053 the Maharam Mirathan died in prison. 1,298 5,058 the Rheinfleisch massacres began. 1,298 5,058 the author of the Mordecai and Hagahad Maimoniyot were killed. 1,305 5,065 the Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1,305 5,065 the Rosh and his son, the Tur, arrived in Spain. 1,306 5,066 all Jews were expelled from France. 1,310 5,070 the Rashba died. 1,320 5,080 Jews were massacred by the Pastoros Crusaders. 1,327 5,088 the Rosh died. 1,336 5,096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the Armleiter bands. 1,338 5,098 the Ralbag wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1,349 5,109 the Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1,367 5,127 the Rabbi and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1,391 5,151 Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 1,391 5,151 the Rabbi and Rashbats left Spain. 1,394 5,155 the final expulsion of Jews from France. 1,413 5,173 R. Yosef Alba was in a forced debate with Christians. 1,421 5,181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Gazera. 1,475 5,235 the invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1,481 5,241 the Inquisition was established in Spain. 1,488 5,248 Bar Obadiah de Berganora settled in Jerusalem. 1,491 5,251 Columbus consulted Bar Abraham Zakito for his travels. 1,492 5,252 all Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. The great scholars of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah Consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,493 5,253 R. Itzhak Abarbanel arrived in Naples. From Spain. 1,496 5,257 all Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1,516 5,276 the Ein Yaakov was printed. 1,516 5,276 the Turks, Ottoman Empire, conquered Eretz Yisrael. 1,525 5,285 R. Yosef Yasselman saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1,553 5,314 a mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1,563 5,323 the Shulchan Aruch was completed by R. Yosef Karo. 1,570 5,330 the Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 1,572 5,332 the Arizal died in Sfat. 1,573 5,333 the Maharal came to Prague. 1,573 5,334 the Maharshal died. 1,575 5,335 R. Yosef Karo died in Safat. 1,599 5,359 the Maharal returned to Prague again. 1,614 5,374 the Maharsha became Rabbi in Lublin. 1,616 5,377 the Tosafot Yom Tov commentary was concluded. 1,621 5,382 The shallow arrived in the land of Israel. 1,629 5,389 R. Yom Tov Lippmann Heller was imprisoned in Prague. 1,640 5,400 R. Ul Serks. The Bach died. 1,646 5,406 The Shaj and Taz, on Shulchan Aruch, were printed. 1,648 5,408 Jews were massacred by Chmielnicki's forces. Early Karanim and East European massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,654 5,414 The first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1,655 5,415 Many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1,656 5,416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1,656 5,416 Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated. 1,673 5,433 The Magen Avraham, on Shulchan Aruch, was completed. 1,676 5,437 Shabtai Tzvi died as a Muslim. 1,689 5,449 The Beit Shul, on the Shulchan Aruch, was printed. 1,698 5,458 The Baal Shem Tov was born. 1,702 5,463 The Nia Yehoshua's family was killed in an explosion. 1,712 5,472 The Siftei Chachmim was arrested. 1,724 5,484 R. Yaakov Kulai, Miam Loizi, arrived in Constantinople. 1,727 5,487 The Mishnah Elimelech died. 1,734 5,494 Jews were massacred by the Haidamach bands. Akaranim and early Hasidim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,741 5,501 The Hachayim arrived in the land of Israel. 1,747 5,507 R. Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, Rambam, died in Akko, Acre. 1,750 5,510 R. Jonathan Ebeskuts became rabbi in Hamburg. 1,754 5,515 R. Yechezkel Landau, known as the Noda Yehuda, became rabbi in Prague. 1,757 5,518 The Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 1,759 5,519 Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1,760 5,520 The Baal Shem Tov died. 1,764 5,524 The Council of Four Lands, known as the Ba'ath Arba'aritzot, was discontinued. 1,768 5,528 despite resistance. The Haidamachs massacre thousands. 1,772 5,532 The Maggid of Maziritz died. 1,782 5,542 R. N. Adler and Chatham Sofer visited the Noda Yehuda. 1,786 5,546 R. Elimelech of Lizinsk died. 1,791 5,551 The Pale of Settlement was established in Russia. 1,793 5,553 Jews suffered in reign of terror of French Revolution. 1,797 5,558 The Vilna Gaon died. 1,798 5,559 The Baal HaTanya was released from first imprisonment. 1,799 5,559 Napoleon led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1,806 5,566 The Jidah, R. Haim Yosef David Ajalai, died. 1806, 5566. The Chatham Sofer became Rabbi in Prespa. 1809, 5570. R. Levi Yitzhak of Berdichev died. 1810, 5571. R. Nachman of Breslov died. 1814, 5574. R. Akiva Bager became Rabbi in Posen. 1814, 5575. Koshnitzer Maggid and Yehudi of Pashishka. Both died. 1815, 5575. Chosed of Lublin and R. Mendel of Rimanov both died. 1819, 5579. Anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 1827, 5587. Russia began conscripting Jewish children to the army. 1840, 5600. R. Yisrael of Ruzin was released from imprisonment. Later a Karanim and the Changing Society. Secular Year Jewish Year Event in History. 1843, 5603. The Tzemach Tzedek of Lubavitch was repeatedly arrested in Russia. 1846, 5606. Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews. 1848, 5609. R. Yisrael Salinger left Vilna. 1851, 5611. R. Shimshon Raphael Hirsch became Rabbi in Frankfurt am Main. 1859, 5619. R. Menachem Mendel of Kodsk died. 1864, 5624. The Malbim was imprisoned, and then expelled from Romania. 1866, 5626. Chedushe Aaron, Tiferet Shlomo, and Tzemach Tzedek died. 1873, 5633. The Chafetz Chaim was published. 1874, 5634. The Minchat Chinook died. 1878, 5638. Petah Tikva agricultural settlement was established. 1881, 5641. Many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of pogroms. 1886, 5646. R. Shlomo Gans Fry, author of Kitzer Shulchan Aruch, died. 1892, 5652. R. Chaim Brisker became Rabbi in Brisk. 1905, 5665. The Sfat Emet died. 1905, 5665. Many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911, 5671. Chazanish was published. 1914, 5674. Over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 1918, 5678. Over 60,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 1923, 5684. The Daf Hayomi study cycle commenced. 1927, 5687. The 6th Lubavitch Arab was released from Soviet prison. 1938, 5699 Jews were attacked in the Kristallnacht pogroms in Germany. The Holocaust. Secular Year Jewish Year Event in History. 1939, 5699 Germany started World War II. And mass killing of Jews. 1941, 5701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941, 5701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar in Connery. 1942, 5702 400,000 Jews of Warsaw were sent to death camps. 1943, 5703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943, 5703 The remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1943, 5703 Jewish uprisings at Treblinka, Sobibor, and Bialystok. 1943, 5703 The Danish
British people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944 5,704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944 5,705 uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945 5,705 Nazi Germany was conquered. And World War II ended. 1945 5,705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1947 5,707 publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947 5,708 the United Nations divided Israel. 1947 5,708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 1948 5,708 the State of Israel was established. 1948 5,708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949 5,709 the War of Independence in Israel ended. 1955 5,710 all Jews left the ancient Jewish community of Iraq. 1955 5,710 almost all Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951 5,711 the Lubavitch Arab accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956 5,717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1967 5,727 the Lubavitch Arab established the Tefillin campaign. 1967 5,727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973 5,734 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur War. 1974 5,734 the Lubavitch Arab established the Shabbat Candle Campaign. 1982 5,742 massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987 5,746 the first international conference of Chabad Lubavitch emissaries. 1993 5,753 a secret agreement signed in Oslo. 1994 5,754 the Lubavitch Arab passed away. 2008 5,767 deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad House in Mumbai. India, kill 6. 2020 5,780 Israel signed Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco.
I think we already did this one.
I'm Dr. Justin Slash, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore your arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Such a, it requires such a heavy amount of background knowledge of religion. So there's just no right way of covering it without doing an entire class on it. Recap from last time is that by the 15th century, Kabbalah spread its movement not just within the Jewish community, but also moving outside the Jewish community, especially in Christians are picking up Kabbalah. They're doing their own kind of Christian Kabbalah. They're taking Kabbalah from their Jewish neighbors. They're higher from converted Jews to translate text from for them to Reese's ideas and communities. And so Christian Kabbalah would formulate a part of this larger trying to mine older traditions for these perennial truths. In that process of mining the older traditions for perennial truths, is going to build up a philosophy that's sometimes referred to as esotericism, Christian mysticism, specifically and this form of Christian Kabbalah is going to eventually become a whole thing to itself. The Christians are going to kind of run with Kabbalah, out the ideas from it, and eventually what's going to emerge was not referred to as a prophetic Kabbalah, but is Kabbalah that bases those ideas and Christian mysticism ideas and Jewish ideas will find this synthetic thing. This will come as a groundwork for what is now called Western esotericism. So, in many ways, Kabbalah gains a life of its own. Kabbalah eventually becomes some form of mysticism, completely independent of Judaism. Of course, the big form of Kabbalah that develops at this time is the organic Kabbalah. Just to go as a refresher back over to what we covered last time, because it's been a couple weeks since we more of it. But the big ideas in organic Kabbalah is that it is going to really focus in on the logical structure of reality. He's very concerned with how reality comes to be, how it is that God comes to be through all of reality. This is very pantheistic, or pantheistic, whatever shade or flavor that you want to go with. But he's really concerned with the descent of the universe, how the universe comes into being. And he develops, or helped develop for him, the idea of the 4 or 5 worlds of the council. The various levels of reality. And what ends up happening is that every level of reality there are 4 zero. Or 4 zero. Here in the house, I can show you they have a dome, which is a kind of a map of reality according to the classes where you have to take, where you have this enormously complicated system of 0 and 0 and 0. So if you're in the house, let's look up below. So I'll show you what it becomes a system of red. It's a system of 0 and 0 there. That's what I can say. But the big ideas, right, are this idea that God retracts himself, God's self, into divine light. That divine light, divine light which shatters vessels inside of it, which leads to a cosmic tragedy. And that cosmic tragedy is where it's been subject to the process of tikkun, is accomplished basically maintaining the Torah, which is the strict observance to Jewish law, and by that strict observance of Jewish law, the metaphysical realities, various realities, are prepared in order to go to and then pay for it. So, and so the messianic idea, this is going to be a big deal tonight, the messianic idea in Kabbalah begins to really have all over the period of Kabbalah. And unless the idea that God is a big someone who becomes the Messiah, or thrown into history as the Messiah, not made Messiah for all time, like Jesus did. Rather, Messiah is something that you can become, that you become Messiah by becoming sufficiently righteous, sufficiently metaphysically able to manipulate reality and transcend this time process. So there are a lot of ideas of exile with redemption in organic Kabbalah that are very important in just a bit. And so what's going on in organic Kabbalah is a radical renovation and systemization of Kabbalah as has been inherited over the past several hundred years. But the Sacred Zohar was only basically written down or published in the 1270s, and that we're now in the late 16th century. It's in the 16th century that the organic Kabbalah came about, so it's been about 300 years since the development of the Kabbalah. It's a 300 years is kind of a long time, but it's in this 300-year period that Kabbalah really undergoes its major systemization, and also its first and its major systems theory. And that major systems theory is the part of converted Zenfluria. Now, again, I just want to drive this point home. Is Zenfluria not a lesson system? Not just so much for teaching, it's so much for students. And that students don't even read about exactly what it's teaching for. Highly Collins, the most famous student, he was one system of teaching. His earlier student, Israel Sohomer, who is the Rusty student for whatever reason, but he published another system first, just to theory, and I think that's kind of cool. So the question is, what is the real Florian Kabbalah? The answer to that is, we don't know. We don't know what Florian seems to be so exactly how this seems to happen. The degree to which when God sees so everything come out in the vacuum, everything pulled out of the water, stuff left behind, and stuff left behind, what stuff behind. It's just a bit. I want to say is, one thing here. I'm going to be talking a little bit differently than what the slides are saying. So there's going to be a lot more information on the slide than what I say, because I was looking at being different about this talk than other talks. And the reason why that is so much information that I want to get out about kind of the theme and the slides and talk about all of it. So there's a lot more information on the slides, and talking about when I figure the slide from there, so read the slide and then go get a lot more information from there. So that's the main thing about the general flow. So if each of you is listening to this as a podcast style to me, then you're missing a lot of information about how to do this. So today we're talking about the Messiah, failed Messiah. Judaism is full of failed messiahs. We have lots of failed messiahs. Jesus, John actually, Shimon Bar Kokhba, we have Judas, we have a lot of failed messiahs. What is the Messiah? What is this concept of Mashiach? What does it mean to be a Messiah? The idea developed primarily during the Zoroastrian influence period. That's the very first period of the reigns of the Apocalyptic. The idea does begin to appear very late in the Tanakh, and it seems to be the idea of a kind of chosen person by God to do something wrong to something thing. Now, in the Bible, it's not really clear what that means. The fact that a person in the Bible is referred to as a Messiah is actually pagan. King Cyrus, this person came as a Jewish guy. So now the idea that basically God used Cyrus to do this very important historical thing, I feel like the Jews are trying to roll to the Jim, and that becomes grounds for the Bible to refer to him as a Messiah. He's the only person referred to as a Messiah in the entire Bible. So if you go to the Bible for it, the only person referred to as a virgin king. Now what ends up happening is over time this idea of Messiah evolves and changes. And as it evolves and changes, Messiah has to make. And so some of the list of things that they were supposed to do are things like having more negative bloodline related like blood to negative infiltration of the back end. They have to rebuild all the rooms in Israel. So every city in Israel is going to have to rebuild. We have to construct a third temple. They have to do. They have to be both king and high priest. They have to live 1,000 years. One of the main problems with Messiah is that they die. So show people that's lived, above the age of 60. So they tend to die after 1,000 years. They have to bring world peace. Okay, well, in fact, not only bring world peace, they have to bring peace to the point where not even the animals hurt each other. So that means world peace to the level of not even animals hurt each other. They have to cause every nation in the world to worship the God of Israel. So everybody becomes kind of Jewish. They resurrect and judge the dead. They say judge the dead. They don't resurrect them. They judge them. In fact, they judge them by smell. Which is weird. The Messiah said to smell and judge. They can know your sin by a smell. Like a sense. They stop all illness. They stop all death. They stop all sadness, hunger, and strife. They called all the Jews to immigrate to a newly established Jewish kingdom, which stretches from the Mediterranean to the Great Revolution. So you know all that. That's the bare minimum. Just to be clear, this is the bare minimum. There are all kinds of other things the Messiah is expected to do. This is just the minimum, right? That they have to do. Even the end. Now, as you can tell, no Hebrew who's ever lived has ever done any one of those things, much less all of them. Now, according to Christians, Jesus will come back and do all this stuff later, but they've been waiting for 2,000 years. This guy's a shit back up. So, he's this general outline of Messiah and Jewish theology. Messiah and the reason why we're waiting for him. Now, we go back in time to the 17th century. We go back in time to the world was going to introduce this false Messiah, Shabbatai Tzvi. There's a couple different things that are going to be important from this whole cultural context. So I want to go through those briefly. The first thing that's really important about the Jewish world is that rational philosophy has lost the line to Kabbalah. Kabbalah has won. There is no more Maimonides. Not really. There's not much in the way of rationalist Jews. Rational Judaism is kind of fallen out a little bit, and what's basically taken over at this point is a turn toward Kabbalah. Now, it's not to say that Kabbalah has spread very far and wide. It certainly is the dominant intellectual movement at the time. Like most of the intellectuals are either going straight into legal stuff in the Talmud, or they're that in Kabbalah, but philosophy, for the most part, is just not a big part of the equation anymore. And so in some ways, it makes for the unchecked kind of enthusiasm around Kabbalah. The second thing that makes all this very important is Al-Hara. Of course, the Al-Hara Creed is a complete disaster for the smart Jewish people working to check Spain, which injected, of course, and this injection did two things. One, it heightened messianic expectations. People really thought this was the end of the world because it was the end of the world. And the idea was that because it was the end of their world, perhaps God would appear to them and say, how God is let all these hundreds of thousands of people be kicked out of their homelands in Spain. God appeared and God didn't fix it. It doesn't happen. What ends up happening is that people end up converting. Converting fast. All of that, the hundreds of thousands that convert to Christianity. And what ended up happening is that they converted to Christianity, individuals left and began a Jewish community. Now, what ends up happening through some of these conversion communities is really important, and a couple things I want to bring forward. The first is an intense feeling of exile. An intense feeling of exile. They are experiencing exile. People are going through exile from their homeland in Spain, and they are, that's what they really want to turn. And a big part of this is that Kabbalah, which is exile, restoration of people. Secondly, there's just sort of an apocalyptic flair here. We're going to talk more about that in just a minute. But in the 1600s and the 17th century, apocalypticism, the idea that the world was about to end, was just a overgrowing cultural aspect of what went on there at the time, both with Christians and with Jews. One of the things that's also important about this is a shift Rabbi isn't the Messiah or the Child. Birth, the day morning, the day of celebration. So already we have Shabbatai born just the right day, and not just before Shabbat, but also before Shabbat. And this is the auspicious start of the year. This is 26 in Izmir, Turkey. Izmir, as you may know, is the site of ancient Ephesus. By the 1640s, as Shabbatai is growing into a very strange practice that's already is not no longer working outside of his family. It turns into a ascetic practice. And he surrounded himself, I would say, so far in Sefer Hakana. Sefer Hakana is a book where a student presents a teacher about the various laws, and the teacher tells the student why we do the laws and what they do, and then question the law before the Shabbatai is like this receiver did. Also, it's around this time that Shabbatai, whenever he's a teen, that he has this vision of this experience of his penis being damaged by a demon. It's not clear exactly what happened, but sexual issues plagued Shabbatai his entire life. And so the idea that he was being afflicted by demoness Rabbi, who's a demoness in the second part. You may know her better as the Noah's wife, actually. But this demoness Rabbi, who's a Mari Satan, done something to Shabbatai's penis and caused him all kinds of problems. It is around this time in his teenage years he also begins to experience these periods of almost illumination in darkness. These periods of illumination are periods where he doesn't sleep, he's singing, dancing, spiritual behaviors. These last for several weeks, and then he'll be plunged into a period of darkness where he gets home out of bed. He's sure everything is the worst. Everything's terrible. So he's probably suffering. Most psychologists have talked to diagnose him. That, of course, is something like manic depression. But he also, at the same time, you can now begin to claim that he can do supernatural things like levitate. In fact, he claimed to levitate in front of several of his friends. His friends said that he really didn't levitate, and then he told them that he just didn't deserve to see him, because they weren't righteous enough, they weren't pure enough. But he really did levitate, according to Shabbatai. His family tries to fix him by marrying him off, which is the common solution for things back in the day. Just get married and things will get better. Shabbatai refused to consummate either marriage. He just basically would not have sex with these women. And these women complained that Shabbatai was basically just studying the Zohar all the time. These illuminations, darkness fits. He wouldn't have sex with them, and his marriages were dissolved. And of course, as you imagine, this is a huge problem for his family. It's a huge embarrassment for his family. But he just refuses to have sex with these women for whatever reason, and they divorce him. And so he's twice divorced by the summer of 1648. And on June 11th, 1648, he has a vision of Prophet Elijah coming to him and telling him that he is the Messiah, basically anointing him and making him into the Messiah. And we're told that he began to exude fragrance from his body. So this is a thing that's commonly talked about Shabbatai speak, is that he smelled really good. He had this intense fragrance coming off his body constantly. And so he told some of his close friends and his family that he was the Messiah. I don't know how they responded to this, because he kept it pretty secret. In the aftermath of him thinking he was the Messiah, secretly by 1651, Shabbatai is kicked out of Israel. He is exiled from his homeland. He's kicked out. He's exiled for reasons that aren't terribly clear exactly. But one of the things that we do know that he was doing at this time was that during prayers he was enunciating the divine name of God during prayer. This is a no-no in Judaism. You're not allowed to say God's name, and Shabbatai was doing this in prayer, along with some other strange things he was up to, and this eventually led to him being kicked out of the community of Izmir. He'll come back with the vengeance. The period that he's roaming around is typically referred to as the years of darkness by the community of folks who believe in Shabbatai speak. The period of the years of darkness has him traveling around all through the Mediterranean world. We don't know his exact itinerary, around Egypt and the Mediterranean basin. And he did some strange things. He would settle in the really heavily Kabbalistic city of Salonika, and what is now Greece, and there he publicly married a Taurus girl. That also was not a thing you should do. That got him kicked out of Salonika. He seems to have made a pretty strong impression on people as he traveled. Now, making a strong impression is not making a good impression, and so he also made a bad impression on people because they thought he was crazy, or maybe he was a prophet or a Kabbalist or whatever. But he made an impression on people no matter where he went, and eventually settles in Cairo, where he comes into the family of a very wealthy leader of the Jewish community. And it's there that Shabbatai actually had a job being basically a fundraiser. What he would do is he would go to Jerusalem and he would raise money for the community there. The community in Jerusalem was notoriously poor, and what he would do is he would go back and forth raising money from local folks trying to get the Jerusalem community back online. He was actually on one of these missions fundraising back in Cairo that an orphan from the massacres that I mentioned in Poland earlier actually had arrived in Cairo, and she was a piece of work herself. She was a pretty famous sex worker, and she was a former orphan that had been orphaned by the massacres in Poland, and she had traveled all the way through places like Livorno and Amsterdam, where she eventually made her way to Cairo, and she made her name as a pretty famous sex worker, something like a not exactly a courtesan, but famous sex worker. When Shabbatai was in Cairo, he actually heard about her reputation, and one of the things that she claimed was that she would marry the Messiah. That was her big claim to fame, is that she would marry the Messiah, and Shabbatai, already having ideas that he was in fact the Messiah, took this as a sign, sent for her. I think she was in Livorno at the time. He sent for her, and she came to Cairo, and he married her in the house of this really famous Jewish leader in Cairo. And he did this probably as part of his messianic buildup, because as you may know, the prophet Hosea also married a sex worker as a sign of his prophecy that he was acting out his prophecy by marrying this sex worker. And what's interesting is that Sarah basically remained loyal to him until she died. She was with him all the way in his very tumultuous life, as we'll see. She died in 1674, and they were divorced briefly, but they were together for their entire adult life. And so they lived there for about a year until Shabbatai eventually made his way back to Jerusalem. But on the way to Jerusalem, he stops in Gaza. He stops in Gaza because he wants to meet a young and up-and-coming Kabbalist. That young and up-and-coming Kabbalist is 23-year-old Nathan Benjamin ben Elisha Chaim Halevi Ashkenazi. Nathan of Gaza is probably one of the leading up-and-coming Kabbalist minds at the time. From his writings, we can see that he understands not just Kabbalah in general, but he also understands really higher-level debates that are going on inside of Kabbalah. So he even knows that there are specific schools of Urianic Kabbalah, and Nathan of Gaza is actually wading into the waters of these really technical debates around the nature of Kabbalah as it's being developed. Now, what ends up happening is Nathan of Gaza is also himself not just a mystic, but a kind of prophet, and he's having visions. He begins to have visions as a young man, and these visions are such that he becomes kind of a mystical healer. Now, that idea of a mystical healer isn't completely foreign to Judaism. We actually see the same idea, for instance, in Cycloria. Cycloria is a physician of the soul, as I sometimes refer to. And there's the idea that people like Luria and Nathan of Gaza can cure spiritual diseases that you have by diagnosing those spiritual diseases and by giving you a tikkun or a cure, a reparation, and that cure will fix your spiritual illness. It will solve your spiritual problems. And so it seems like what ends up happening is the Shabbatai actually travels to Gaza to meet with Nathan, and it basically becomes cured of his what we might call manic depression, cycles of elimination and darkness. Well, what ends up happening is that he ends up traveling to Gaza several weeks. And in the several weeks, they go on these very long epic walks. They walk from Gaza to Jerusalem, which is a quite a long walk, and they also walk from Jerusalem to Hebron. And it's in those walks that eventually Nathan tells Shabbatai that Shabbatai is the Messiah. He lays it on Shabbatai. He's like, not only can I not cure you, but you don't need to be cured. You're the Messiah. And Shabbatai says, look, I know that I'm the Messiah, but I'm not. I gave it up. I knew that I could be the Messiah, but I gave it up. He seems to be one of the dark periods in this whole business. What ends up happening eventually is that Nathan eventually announces the entire Shabbatai is the Messiah business in near Shavuot 1665, and Nathan is possessed by this Magin spirit. This is all incredibly weird. And eventually, what ends up happening is that Shabbatai is experiencing a profound one of these depression periods, and then 3 days later, he declares that he is, in fact, the Messiah. Now, again, people declaring that people are the Messiah is nothing new in Judaism. People, every once in a while, come along and say they're the Messiah. And what typically happens is that no one believes them, or very few people believe them, and they get themselves killed. That's typically what ends up happening. Well, what ends up happening with Shabbatai is absolutely shocking. In Gaza, he declares he's the Messiah, and he announces that the fast of the 17th Tammuz is to be abolished, and he abolishes it. Not observe the fast. And rather than observe the fast, he announces that the Hallel should be said. Hallel is what you say for praise. It's what you say in Sukkot for praise. And so rather than engage in the fast of 17th Tammuz, he declares that he has abolished it, that the days of Messiah are here, the days of fasting are over, we can now all celebrate. And he takes, at this point, he has about 40 followers. He takes them from Gaza to Jerusalem, and he declares himself the Messiah in Jerusalem. He says, I am the Messiah. He tries to get on top of the Temple Mount to perform a sacrifice, basically to try to inaugurate the reality of their temple. He also begins to refer to himself as the Amirah, and the Jerusalem community stopped.
Cesar, can you hear me? Absolutely can. Can you hear me? I'm well, thank God. How are you? Excellent. I'm excited to be here. Most certainly. And if possible, certainly I want to talk about my project, but additionally, topics on futurism and perhaps even some alien discussion. Is that okay for you? Excellent. Excellent. Great question. Well, you have really great SEO, so you should know like you're visible in a lot of places. Absolutely, in the important places, including iHeart and Spotify and Apple Podcasts. So, like, shout out to you. So, absolutely. So directly, it was through Spotify. You had your email listed, and I basically saw that you were open to these types of discussions. And I feel that hosts as yourself are more open to just really science and important discussions that maybe aren't maybe aren't occurring um, on a daily basis in the mainstream, but that doesn't mean that they're not important. And it doesn't mean that they're not scientific. And so I felt like, hey, this is a great opportunity, and sent you an email, and the rest is history. Absolutely, absolutely, yes, 100%. Absolutely. And then occasionally with Riverside, some of the hosts need you to stay in the room afterward because of, and that's fine. I'm just checking on that. Absolutely. Sounds great. I'm lovely, thank God. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, Cesar. Absolutely correct. I'm Rabbi Rothschild for your audience. If you don't know who I am, chances are you will. I live stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. We're approaching 5 years. And I really have been doing so as a commitment to not just global peace, but ending world hunger and world thirst. I have created the largest data archive of human activity in global history. This, like you said, is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, your audience, all financially independent if they're not already. I want to ensure that you all have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. And that's a little bit of an introduction about who I am and what I do. Excellent question. So, people of the past who did their own version of this. Buckminster Fuller was someone who had an idea to archive a human life using a journal, and people of the past who would use diaries had this kind of idea of recording a human life as best as possible. However, no one had done it in a way that was on video. And I was someone prior to the pandemic who was, in addition to being an Orthodox rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. And my position had gone from going into work every day in a suit and tie to transitioning to a digital world and having remote work. And I, like many people, transitioned to this virtual world of being on camera much more often than I was normally used to doing. And my anxiety, I would say, of social media was decreased, and my confidence in being able to share parts of my life with not just my coworkers, but also people within my religious community increased. And it was in the summer of 2021 when I began getting GoPros, and I would start to record myself just in my daily activity. And one of the things that I really like to do is golf, and I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like on camera. And so I would take an iPhone and record myself, and every day after work at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California. And I would notice sometimes I would slice the ball, or I'd hook the ball, or top the ball, whatever it may be, and I'd make jokes to myself, and just kind of knowing that I was on camera, but thinking, this might be a funny little quirk to be able to record. And I thought, you know what, God willing, someday I'll have a family, wife, and children, and if I do, I might want them to see what their dear old dad was like before they were even a gleam in my eye. And so I would take that data and archive it on of 2021. I made the decision, if I'm going to do this, if I'm going to record aspects of my life, I want to do it better than any person ever. So I bought 33 different devices, everything from iPhones to Android smartphones to Chromebooks and laptops and GoPros and voice recorders, and put them all around myself. People who are watching this stream right now can watch me literally live 24/7. I'm live on YouTube on more than 20 different YouTube streams. And I want people to be able to view my life from a whatever way they're comfortable. If they want to be in my with my ceiling cam, they can view me from above. If they want to be right next to me on a pillow, right next to my bed, they can. If they want to view me straight on, they can. From the side, they can. These redundant streams I found to be beneficial to the audience and making sure that they were comfortable in viewing my life. Then also, you run into a lot of technical aspects when you're live streaming for such a long period of time. Everything from disconnects to app crashes to just random notifications that can cause issues with your stream. And recognizing that I don't have one stream that goes 24/7. I have multiple, and that redundant aspect of it makes my stream extremely valuable. And I think that in the future, people will not only study my stream from the story of my life, but it's a story of history. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life timeline and a real lifetime capsule. And I think people 10 years from now will watch this to understand what life was like in the pandemic and with all of these other events. 100 years from now, even 1,000 years from now, the data that we're creating, we're still in the infancy of the internet, and it will be studied. Moreover, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2022, so I have an entire year of my life that I archived that large language models were really not a part of our daily usage. And so I've been able to have like the pre-large language model era, and then its launch as a user of ChatGPT and OpenAI November 30th, 2022, and then everything that's happened since, how we've seen automation and the competition from ChatGPT, from Gemini and Claude and Perplexity and Meta AI and DeepSeek and all of the others, and how they're changing our society. And I think people in the future will study this. And then one last thing about this topic is I am really the largest human example of data for AI in which to build its models in the future. And thus, it's not just my life from one angle. It's like almost like the movie The Matrix. You can view my life from 360 degrees. So the cameras are archiving my micro behaviors. They are archiving my blinks per minute, my breaths per minute, my circadian rhythms when I sleep, um, my behavior, every aspect of the human, the human of a human life has been archived. And I think that that data will be of extreme value to people in the future, just how we see people's diaries and journals of generations ago to give us a good idea of what life was like from a human basis in the past. Oh, yeah, absolutely. On like 20 different YouTube streams. Oh, absolutely. I had some people in here from Australia not too long ago because that's it's like their daytime there, and Canada as well. I get people from certainly Oceania, Asia, Africa, definitely Europe, and then North and South America, depending on what daylight is in their area generally. And so it's almost like this routine of people who come in. I know when their waking hours are, and we come in. We talk about topics like time travel and perhaps like revivification of the dead. We talk about religious subjects. We talk about philosophical subjects, whatever they're interested in. But also, I'm a pastoral leader. Many people I help through personal issues, certainly romantic issues. Maybe someone's having an issue with a loved one or something, or they've experienced a loss. I'm there to help people from all backgrounds. You don't have to be Jewish to be a part of this. I am Jewish, and there's a Jewish aspect of it, but in reality, it's a humanist aspect too. So anyone from any background can connect with me. The best place to do so is in Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm live in Discord 24 hours a day. And so that's a unique aspect of my streaming as well. Most users or most influencers, it's one way. You just have the chat generally if you're going to be able to connect. but not with my stream. If anyone wants to connect with me, discord.me/rabbi. They can watch me sleep, they can watch me eat, they can watch all aspects of my life. We have people who play games on a nightly basis or daily basis, depending on where we are in the world. I like to play board games. I certainly like to watch movies and sports. We've got the World Cup that's going on, Freedom 250s later today. There are some really exciting things that I've been able to archive, including multiple Olympic Games, both men's and women's World Cups. Certainly, the NBA title, which happened last night with the Knicks winning. We have multiple Super Bowls. This is really an archive of any person's interest. If you're a music lover, I have something for you in my Discord. If you're a sports lover, I have something for you in my Discord. And just really creating a community where anyone can connect. And then if you want to just never talk with me ever and just watch me on YouTube, we have that as well. I give people a portal into my life. And that's really unique as an influencer because most people aren't that comfortable doing that, but I have become so. I am not the only one, but for many years I was the only one. I got a good head start on everybody. So I have found some other people who do similar things. For the audience, if they want to know, I don't really consider myself a streamer, but more an archivist. And let me explain the difference. People who stream, there are people who just start a stream and keep the stream going for long periods of time, and that's great. But generally, that's on Twitch or YouTube or something, and those streams are not archived for the general public for more than 12 hours. Mine are because every 12 hours I restart all of my streams. So there are basically little 12-hour segments that people can digest over the course of a given day so that you can watch my life last week, last month, last year, 4 years ago. Just really interesting aspects that not everybody has the opportunity to be able to view. Moreover, the people who I've met who are doing this have not done it to the degree that I have. I've had people in my Discord like who have said, "Hey, I saw somebody else doing this on YouTube," and immediately when that happens, I want to know everything about them because we have so much in common. I want to connect with them on all our similarities, and so I have met other people who do this, but their streams are at maybe at this point like 340 days, and I'm over 1,700 days. So I'm approaching 5 years of doing this, but I'm glad that this is becoming more of a phenomenon. Some people call it life streaming as opposed to live streaming. Other people call it life logging. It just depends on how one wants to discuss it. And there are some people who are have the feeling that they just want to do it for a set period of time. They're going to do it for 1 year, and then that's it. I want to do it for the rest of my life. This is something that's very important to me. It gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace, which is the heart of my project, and to discuss futurism and the benefit of humanity. And I think one day will perhaps make me a very influential individual. I don't do this for money. Fortunately, due to my success with launching of apps on the App Store and Google Play. I do have some financial independence, though. I certainly can't travel the world in the way in which I may want to in the future, but it's good enough now that I don't necessarily have to work a full time job. The first year, though, that I did do this live streaming, approximately I did live stream while also working remotely. So there are going to be people who have the opportunity to see me balancing work life in real time, which I think gives the stream a certain flair as well, and will be quite interesting for people to be able to view in the future. But overall, this is somewhat unique in the way that I do it. The other people who stream their life, they don't do it from multiple cameras, and generally they don't archive it in the way in which I do. Absolutely, life life logging, absolutely. And you are talking to the best. There's no doubt about it. I have more I have more content than any person ever. I multi-stream on more platforms than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. There's no one doing what I'm doing. You're rocking with the best. Thank you. Well, I certainly have friends who I've built over the course of the live stream. My family, I like to surprise people, so they know that I'm basically um, working on a project, but I don't really reveal anything to them. Um, I do have my friends who, some of whom I have sent my links to, and what do you say to somebody who wants to do this? We wish you the best, and um, I haven't really found anybody who thinks it's a bad idea. So that's good. I've had a lot of support. And then, really, all of the friends in the community that I've been able to grow. Just on Discord alone, I have nearly 3,000 people and some people who live alongside me. So I know if I'm willing to do it, there are people right now in my Discord who are streaming their life as well. They're watching this interview occurring right now, and they may not be archiving their life on YouTube and such, but in their own way, they've connected with my live stream, and they're being recorded in one way or another as well. So my IRL life generally, I've done my best to not necessarily uh, oversaturate my IRL friends with my links in every single time that I'm streaming, but they know about it, and then so the people with whom I live generally they have been on stream, but I do my best to allow them to have their privacy. I understand the privacy aspects of their life, so for the most part, they know that when I'm well, like if they're interacting with me, that I'm going to be live streaming it. But overall, this has really been my story and what I do. Though in the future, I would like to have many more people on the stream. I have had some fans come and visit me from as far away as like 8 hours away in like Northern California. They've come to the Los Angeles area. We've gone on picnics together. We have basically given people like I've given them room tours and house tours and stuff. So I do have some IRL aspects of this, and I do some IRL streaming with some friends. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the desert and mountains, as far east, or as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. So there are a lot of IRL people who have been on my stream. My family generally, I kept them. They just know I'm working on a project, and I'm really looking forward to surprising all of them and all of my IRL friends as well. But for those friends who I have shared this with, they've been quite positive. Yeah, I think some of them have like looked me up and researched it, and then maybe sent me a text or something like that, and they'll be like, "Is this?" Yeah, exactly. And so I have shared some things with them, but like I don't have brothers or sisters, and within my family, I've always been someone who goes their own way, and it's a unique individual, and so from that aspect, I think that I'm in a really great place to be able to surprise a lot of people, but I think a lot of people in my family definitely know what I'm doing, and those people with whom I've had contact, they've all been very positive about it. And when I was a child, I used to mention doing something like this to my family. We would have like events, whatever it may be, and we would have like the old VHS camcorder kind of a deal, and I would ask my family, why don't we just continue to run the tape while we're living our lives? And the answer to that was, well, nobody really does that, and there are certain private aspects of a family that not everyone might want to record, and then also the feasibility of this. I remember asking this, and it would be like, well, over the course of just a month, we would probably run out of a room full of cassette tapes. And so, over the course of a year, you'd have to have 12 extra rooms to be able to store all of this. But those types of challenges have been overcome with the invention and the usage of live streaming, where I don't have to store this data on my own. It's all cloud stored. And what I consider that I'm creating are home movies of myself, and I'd like to share these with my future family as well. So, in addition to my family being able to view these streams in the future and know what I was doing during this, I also want to share it with the people who don't even exist yet. I live with people now, so I generally do my best to stream within the confines of my room. I do have roommates, and they have been on the stream, but generally they like to keep their private lives. And occasionally I will stream like I I do my best not to stream in the bathroom anymore. But and the reason why I say that, I don't have an issue with it, but a lot of the terms and conditions of the different platforms do not want that type of content. So what I do is I usually take a GoPro, and whenever I'm showering or bathing or whatever, I will wear some type of like swim trunks or something, or record myself from above the waist. And generally, from that aspect, there's a lot of that content that is on different social media. But because I don't want to lose my accounts, I don't. I do my best to not jeopardize them anymore, because like, especially with AI, um, they don't know that I may have shorts on in the shower or whatever, swim trunks. So there are some aspects of it that I do everything I can to preserve the data in as best a way I can. And so from that perspective, there are some other areas of my house that I do show, and I have had other members on my streams, but generally it's about myself. Though I have had some visitors come visit and given them room tours and such, so it's not only about me, but I respect that other people don't want their life archived, and so I have to be understanding of those needs as well. Yeah, so generally I have things delivered to me, though when I go on walks and things, I will take at least one or two devices with me. But I don't really enjoy those streams as much because I'm really focused on battery time and lighting and audio and connectivity. And those are some issues when you're just a single live streamer that you run into. Um, as opposed to if I am in my house, I have 33 different devices. I have clear Wi-Fi. People can hear me. I don't have to worry about dropping the devices. Or really, a major issue that occurs when you live stream is the overheating of the phone, where you just get that temperature message that comes up that says your phone needs to cool down. And especially when you are live streaming and you have the brightness up or whatever it may be, you can run into that issue pretty easily, especially in the California sun. So um, for the most part, I have things delivered. In terms of restaurants, I keep kosher, so and in Orange County there aren't many kosher restaurants, so to speak, that generally in Los Angeles County. But I do have some of my archive that is at restaurants. One of my favorite places to go is a dairy restaurant called the Milky Way. It is owned by Steven Spielberg, and his mother started it. And so I have a lot of footage of my from the early days of my stream there and some other restaurants. In terms of shopping, I do have a lot of archives of me at like the pharmacy or the store, whatever I may need to be picking up. Um, and so I can't say necessarily that this is only a stream in one location. Uh, I do have I do have quite a bit of footage of shopping, and I really don't have a lot of fears when it comes to the streaming aspect. Like when I go to the ATM, I show people what's in my bank account so that they're aware. No other streamers are going to do that. I show people my PIN. No other streamers are going to do that. Um, and what else? Like I know like even just live streaming my life at a computer. If you have other streams that are recording you, somebody could reverse engineer your passwords to all of your devices. The way that I see it is, if I become popular enough that people want to do that, let them, because everybody will know about me by at that time. And I have enough issues getting into my own accounts that if somebody else thinks that they'll be able to get into my accounts, well, by all means, let them. I don't really have too many fears in terms of that. I have a lot of two-factor authentication, and it would just be very difficult for someone, I believe, to be able to get into most anything that I do. However, for those people who want to try, I'm they have the ability if they really want to watch all of my streams. But again, you have to have some really great Zoom, and probably you're gonna have some errors in trying to understand what my passwords are and stuff. So I don't have too much of an issue in terms of the security of my stream. Again, it's difficult enough for me to be able to do it, but in terms of going to the store, a lot of the stuff I have is just delivered, and then I can make my meals at home. In terms of driving in the car and stuff, I have huge amounts of data archived from just driving in LA and talking to the camera. That's one thing I would say that is unique when you're live streaming your life. If I weren't on camera all the time, I wouldn't have many of the conversations that I have to the camera. But I know I'm live streaming, and so I don't want it to just be silent. So I kind of treat the camera like it's another person, and I've done that especially when I do IRL streaming. Like what's an example? Like I might see something that's really interesting, and I'll make a comment on the camera, like, "Do you see this building or whatever? They've just redone this building. It looks really great, etc., etc." You'll see in the earlier streams that we have that this building looks different, but I'm noticing it. And instead of me keeping that information silent to myself as I normally would when I'm not streaming, I will make comments like that. But an overall answer to your question, I do live streams at the store and at restaurants and such, but generally, most of my stream just takes place within my house, and that's where it's easiest to stream. So that's where I'm most comfortable. I do. Many times when I'm working on a project, I'm quiet and I'll be quiet for several hours. And I won't be vocal until someone comes into my Discord and says, "Hey, how are you?" And then I'll ask them how they found out about me. If they're new, if they're not new, I'll ask them about their day, about a project that was going on, about a question that they had. But there are large amounts of my stream where I am just silent. However, that doesn't mean that nothing is going on. I keep a radio going in the background of my streams 24 hours a day that is archiving the world's events. So you can go back to any moment of any day, essentially for the last 4 and moving into 5 years, and know not just what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history, which I think is a really interesting aspect of the streams as well. So even when I'm silent, somebody could be listening to the radio alongside me, learning what's going on, and with how I am experiencing life. I've heard this described as well. If any of the listeners or you have ever played the game Grand Theft Auto, there are radios within Grand Theft Auto, and the radio almost becomes its own character within because it allows you to know what's going on in the character's life. And in a lot of ways, I feel my radio does the same. Um, and my reactions to what's going on. I mean, I remember where I was when Queen Elizabeth died. I remember where I was when there was the assassination attempt against Donald Trump. I remember where I was when we had the election and things like that, and my reaction directly to hearing this news. And then usually, if there's a big news event that goes on, I'll take in 30 minutes or an hour or so and talk about it, so that like what my initial feelings are, what my initial reaction is to this, because I know that there's a very good chance that people will study this in the future, and I want to give them as much information as they would want. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Every day I get people who send me really mean messages. Um, Many times because of my religion, many times because they're just bored and they don't have anything to do and they want to get a reaction out of someone. I let the negativity roll off my back like water off a duck. Basically, having thick skin, confident in what I do. I know I'm an intelligent person and I don't let anybody get in my way. In my own way, I feel I'm the coolest person on earth. I live stream my life. Like, what's cooler than that? And if I know internally I'm comfortable with myself, no one else is going to be able to affect what I do. Do I get people who say that they want to cause me direct harm? Yeah, I do. And I don't really let it bother me. I know it's just chatter on the internet. And I know that a lot of times the people, I do my best. One thing I must say, to be in my Discord, you have to be 18 years old. But I get people on my YouTube I have no control over who just want to chirp at me, and maybe they aren't of age. And I know what it was like before I was 18, and you just don't have the same maturity that you have. So I don't worry about that too much. In terms of my movement for global peace, I do get people who maybe are not against it, but they just are doubtful of it. And but not when I explain to them my thoughts. And so I say to them, look, we're in 2026. When I was a kid, people used to talk about world peace, and it's been this goal for perhaps all of humanity to be able to have some type of world peace system. If you study colonial empires who did exploration hundreds of years ago, generally they needed to have peace and in the home country, in the motherland, before they could do all types of exploration. And so in the same way, if humans are ever to get off world and start exploring the solar system, the inner solar system, the outer solar system, interstellar travel, the cosmos, and such. We need to have peace on Earth. We can't have civil wars because we won't have the ability to be able to have the resources to be able to balance both traveling or space exploration and fighting wars at home. So I see it as an inevitability. And I'm a transhumanist. I'm someone who thinks that we are moving away from our traditional Homo sapien type background into something new. Some people call it techno Homo and such. But I think that if we are able to reverse age and perhaps delay death for some individuals on Earth, that the idea of world peace no longer becomes a problem for future generations. It becomes our problem. And because of that, I find that this becomes a real issue that we need to discuss. And for those people, once they hear me discuss like that, and they say, "Okay, Rabbi, how are you going to live longer than the average person?" If I may just interject with this, because it helps to understand world peace, I'm someone who is who, at least for people who watch my stream, I want to give them the resources to be able to utilize emerging technologies like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, blood transfusions, and whatever the emerging technologies are. The first anti-aging and reverse aging pharmaceuticals have already been distributed to humans. And so when I start to talk about this and increasing the average life expectancy of my audience and anyone who watches this from age 80 to age 100 and 120, I get people who say, okay, well, maybe that is a realization. And then they say, okay, well, what happens when my body starts breaking down at age 120 or whatever it may be? And I say to them, this is all with your consent. But if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology or other types of technologies, but one in particular known as mind uploading technology, where with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner and MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you and your audience is that the opportunity of some type of immortality or digital immortality may not be too far off. And if that's the truth, then the idea of having a world peace scenario becomes more realistic, that it's something that we all are going to have to uh, overcome the challenge to endure. So when I put the world peace topic in those types of terms, that it's no longer an issue for the future generations and just kicking the ball down the can down the road, and it becomes perhaps our issue, people awaken to that. And then also the idea that if we are going to have space exploration, that we need to have peace at home first. And, uh, we're 99.99% the same DNA generally. We have so many things that unite us as a species than that which divide us. And that's what I do on my streams, really to focus on that which unites us. No matter your background, your income, your creed, your color, your culture, whatever it is, we all, and people can witness on my streams, we all laugh, we all want to have fun, we all want to be entertained, we all eat, we all sleep, we all sneeze, whatever it is. And I think that my streams give people a unification aspect to recognize that we're all not that different, and that peace is achievable if we just begin to talk about it. Uh, there's a quote of John Lennon: all we are saying is give peace a chance. And that's all I'm saying as well. So, from that aspect and the pursuance of world peace, when people hear that and they're actually listen to me, I'm able to convert a lot of people. And so, overall, do I get some negativity? Do I get threats? Every single day? But they don't bother me at all. I'm very comfortable in what I do. I know that this perhaps could be one of the biggest projects in global history. And I know if we look at humanity into the future and we don't destroy ourselves, world peace is inevitable in order to explore the cosmos. Thank you. Okay, so you're saying just like consciousness? Okay, sure, sure. Uh, well, probably something along the lines of a human zoo. And what do I mean? I think there is a lot of evidence, and I don't know for sure. It's very difficult to verify any of this, but we may be part of something known as guided panspermia, basically that aliens seeded humanity here on Earth or seeded life on Earth and do experiments just in the same way that we do experiments on animals in a zoo or perhaps on a safari or just in the wild by tagging animals. And from that perspective, well, somebody may say, where do you base this on, Rabbi? Because that goes generally against a lot of creation stories. And I think um, that there are ways to intertwine creation stories with this type of idea. But there are some whistleblowers. One in particular, he was an S4, a Sector 4, Site 4 scientist of Area 51 named Bob Lazar. In his briefing of working at the Nevada Test Site Area S4 of Area 51 or Site S4, um, he in his briefing it was stated that aliens have been here since the beginning, that we are seated here, and that they have done at least 65 major DNA um, alterations on humans, which would explain perhaps why we seem so uh, intelligent in comparison to even other primates or other animals. And that would make a lot of sense to me that um, if we, Cesar, if let's say we had all the power in the world and we could do exploration, and I said to you, hey, there's this area in the corner of the universe, and it has a Goldilocks zone where it can be inhabited, and we're going to make this for you. What would you do? It would be very much like a sim building experiment where you would create a civilization, maybe different types of species, see how they react. You might be able to study them, and there are other like alien abductees who discuss perhaps that this has been that we've been seeded here. Now, there's the idea of just panspermia, where perhaps we came from like an asteroid or something like that. That all could very be true as well. But when you get into the alien phenomenon, you recognize they're here every day, that we have them on camera. We have military whistleblowers about them. We have people who say that there's some type of program that is being undergone that where we have communications with them. And to me, the best way in answer to your question is a human zoo. Now, there are other people who say, well, is this a simulation? It depends how you define simulation. Um, there are also the idea of there's also the idea of the multiverse, and maybe every single moment that we're experiencing is happening on other dimensions as well. The answers to that I don't have. I wish I did, and I wish I could share them. But overall, from what I've understood from the alien phenomenon, there's a planned or guided panspermia. Um, Earth is a, for lack of a better term, a zoo where experiments are going on, and we're being guided um, to being a Type 1 civilization. And on the Kardashev scale, if your audience is aware of that. If they're not aware, basically a Soviet scientist, Kardashev, developed a scale, the different types of potential civilizations that may exist in the cosmos. And a tier one basically is a civilization that is able to control its, or at least absorb all of the energy that is being outputted from the home planet. Tier two is like of the star, and tier three is perhaps of the galaxy, in something along those lines. And so we are still in our infancy in terms of where we are evolving as a civilization. And in many ways, if we were being observed by aliens, not just perhaps one species, but other species, this would be, for lack of a better term, a human zoo. So, in summary of my answer, how would I describe this to someone? Human zoo. it could be because of our guided evolution, if that's really a thing. And to anyone who is listening out there, I don't know. Cesar doesn't know. We are just doing our best to take educated guesses at this. And anyone who does tell you that they know, I would be leery of. So, with that as just a basis, the idea, and one other thing I wanted to say about what you said was that maybe all of the ideas of a simulation or a matrix or a human zoo are all accurate at the same time. I absolutely agree. That could be something. Um, these are subjective interpretations of what's going on. So that doesn't necessarily mean that there's one objective answer, that many different interpretations could be different or diverse, but have the same end. So, with that also being said, but it does seem that humans have had some type of evolutionary advancement that doesn't necessarily synchronize seemingly with your traditional animal mutations. Like, what do I mean? Or evolution, I should say. We have been able to utilize tools and shelter and be able to manipulate our environments far better than any of our the current animals that exist on Earth. There's an argument to be made that, well, maybe there was, Homo erectus or Neanderthals or something like that that perhaps during a time of earlier human development, maybe there was more competition, and then the Homo sapien eventually won out. That's an interesting interpretation and could be accurate. I don't necessarily know, nor do I think anyone knows. But then there are other interpretations as well. That there's the stoned ape theory, basically the idea that maybe mushrooms or psilocybin had some type of development to allow for some type of mutation uh, or that enhanced human um, evolution. I'm not closed minded to any of these, but what does make sense to me is what Bob Lazar was allegedly briefed on in his initial paperwork at Area 51 S4, and that 65 major DNA alterations have occurred on the human species, and that's why we are so much more advanced than what we currently are. But again, do I know that for a fact? No. And Bob Lazar himself doesn't necessarily believe that. That's just something that he read. He thinks that this could perhaps be disinformation or maybe to be able to track a whistleblower to some extent. But um, it makes sense to me. It absolutely makes sense to me. If we had a simulation game and you and I were just working on it, and we would generally expect the species to stay somewhat close in terms of their evolution, not necessarily have one just advance so much more quickly than all of the others. In terms of our brain size versus our body size, we have quite large brains. And especially in terms, not just brain size, that's not necessarily the important part. It's about surface area and how much surface area that our brains have and their abilities to make interpretations and to problem solve and such. Um, so I would say that the I'm someone who thinks that we have not done all of this evolution organically. That there may have been some we may maybe have had some assistance along the way, perhaps off world. Also, maybe there was some type of psilocybin or something that we were able to utilize that enhanced our brain cognition or something like that. But generally, I would think that we would, if we didn't have the same type of guidance or advancement, then we would just be like a large ape, much like a chimpanzee or an orangutan or a gorilla or something like that. That is still very primitive in its evolution, as opposed to what we have, where we have space tourism and we have cultures and the ability to certainly travel around the world at supersonic speeds. These are just developments um, that I don't think are are organic. And actually, if I may add on to this, now that it triggered something in my mind. even what we have as humans in the last 100 years, really since Roswell, has seen exponential amount of development. And so this goes to a theory of uh, Colonel Philip J. Corso, uh, and it in his book Day After Roswell. Basically, he was a military whistleblower who stated that after the 1947 crash at Corona, known as Roswell, much of the craft that had the craft on the ground was much of that that the scraps or whatever the evidence was gathered and eventually given to the major contractors post World War II, places like Bell Laboratories and Edison, General Electric, and basically asked to be reverse engineered and a um, in in a way that if they were able to reverse engineer it, then they could basically claim the patents on it. And this is how we allegedly got the transistor. This is allegedly how we got stealth technology. This is allegedly how we got Scotch Guard and things like the integrated circuit and things like perhaps night vision and quite a few other things, maybe even some types of communication. So I think that that's another step of our evolution that really hasn't had that much of effect on our DNA, so to speak, but certainly of how we view ourselves in 2026 or the modern age. And so we may have had guided uh, or planned panspermia, whatever you want to call it, seeded here. Then we may have had some type of DNA modifications done by some other um, type of species, some other type of alien or extraterrestrial species. And then on top of that, we have the reverse engineering of alien technology that allow us to communicate in the way that we're communicating now. And if you really look at technology in really after World War II, it's just been this explosion that we haven't been able to necessarily grasp yet. The fact that I think the argument is between 1901 and something like 1901 and let's just say 1970 or so. Within 60 years, we went from never being able to get off the ground using a plane, maybe we can with balloon or something like that, or some type of blimp or something. But we went from really having no fixed wing aircrafts to supersonic jets. That's an amazing amount of development over a very short amount of time. And if that amount of evolution or technological advancement wasn't assisted, then it's an amazing credit to the human race. But there's a lot of evidence that shows that it was. Yes, absolutely. Yes, yes. That's absolutely correct. And to just give a summary, in addition to Velcro, some of the other developments uh, that Philip J. Corso references are things like integrated circuits, so microelectronics, fiber optics, lasers, night vision, Kevlar, and advanced materials, and then also some things perhaps and types of radar, particle beams. But really, if even just the idea of um, microelectronics or integrated circuits, that's every aspect of humanity that we have in the modern age. And so, um, if even we just glean information from another alien civilization, that would be enough to see much of the development that we have, in let alone all of the other types of things that we may be able to have received or been able to reverse engineer. And to your point, maybe we don't even have it all yet. Maybe it is still just being disclosed. There's an argument to be made that we're in a period of soft disclosure, or some say it's just a slow disclosure. And over time, we have different types of technologies that are emerging. And now with AI in its own way, that is allowing us to advance so much faster than we, even within the last 10 years. Just the idea, if you were to say to a student 10 years ago, if you ask somebody, what do you want to be? And they would say, well, I want to be a coder, maybe a software engineer someday. And uh, that's a great aspiration. But now we wouldn't want them to be a coder because just a basic large language model can code better than the best coder in the entire world right now, and it's just going to get better. Just from that perspective, we have seen the world change, let alone what happens when we've had AI, artificial general intelligence, AGI, and then moving into artificial superintelligence within the coming decades. It's going to revolutionize every aspect of society, and there's a very good argument that all of this could have been connected to uh, perhaps extraterrestrial origins. Yes, it's a good question. Kind of. There are some colors that the human eye cannot interpret. So one of these is known as like magic magenta. It's like a pink color, or a certain color of teal. There are some colors out there. If you want to go into like things that the human eye can't perceive, perhaps there's a whole other world out there. But really, everything is within the color wheel, right? I mean, that's what you're basically saying. Um, yes, right, correct. I'm in I'm in agreement with you, and something that you triggered is a quote by Ben Rich, the former director of Lockheed Martin's Skunk Works. Anything you can imagine, we already know how to do. And also something else that you said that I've heard of whistleblowers, they basically have stated that when we have 1 year that passes on the above ground calendar, the black budget calendar advances by a century, and we are just slowly being leaked new advancements in technology. And yeah. So the idea is that there are groups with Lockheed Martin and Skunk Works and Boeing and Rafael Advanced Defense Systems of Israel and L3 and Northrop Grumman, basically your military industrial contractors who have maybe through classified programs been able to have access to types of technology that isn't available to us when I say above ground, basically in the classified world. And thus, when 1 year passes on our calendar in the unclassified world, perhaps 100 years of advanced technology could take place in the classified. Whether this is true or not or accurate, your guess is as good as mine. But it would make sense that if you had, let's just say AI 10 years ago, that you could have quite an advancement on what's going on with classified budgets and black projects and 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 be able to advance certain types of technologies much faster than you could without it. Before, you would need a lot of human um, uh, quality assurance. You would need human innovation. But with AI, it can replace all of that. So if this, I don't think that AI just emerged with OpenAI's ChatGPT in November 2022. It had been worked on for many years and eventually perhaps was humans were allowed to use it, or people in the non classified world were able to use it. But there's a very good chance that AI may have been utilized before then in just black budget programs, and so there's arguments to be made as well that the defense, the military industrial complex is more powerful than the United States government or any world government or any government in the world, I should say. That they don't that they are there's no um, accountability for their budgets. It's basically signed off with full approval, and uh, they have no bid contracts. Uh, Organizations like Halliburton and Bechtel basically can rebuild entire countries when you or I couldn't create an organization to be able to compete with this. They basically have a huge head start, and they could be sitting on a lot of technology. Even companies that are probably more familiar from a uh, the audience's perspective, things like Apple or Amazon or Google. Like Google has Project X, or that's basically their classified arm. Apple has classified arms. Amazon certainly does, especially with its relationship with the United States government. And there's very good chance that there are advancements that are being made by contractors that aren't allowed to the public for months, years, or decades, and they could be quite advanced. And uh, in summary to the original question, what do I mean by on the surface or above ground? Basically, that the advancements that we're seeing from the corporations that we go to work to which we go to work every day and such may not necessarily be the only advancements that are taking place. That there could be huge advancements that are occurring, but generally these are kept in a compartmentalized industry, which is the military-industrial complex. Okay. Um, so it's basically what's the difference between an invention and a discovery, so to speak, or there's some. It does. I'm thinking through it almost from a philosophical point. Aren't all inventions just in their own way some type of discovery? Basically, things exist out there, but we haven't discovered the ways how to do them yet. So, in the same way, like we say the invention of fire, something like that, just as a rudimentary example. Well, it's just something that we discovered, or the invention of electricity. Well, that already existed, it's something we discovered, or the invention of microelectronics. Well, that that already existed from a physics perspective. We just had to put things together to be able to discover it. And in the same way, I would say that's accurate for AI. That AI exists. Artificial superintelligence exists. We just have to discover how to do it. And so I don't see necessarily a huge differentiation between the idea of inventing something and discovering something. It's really the how. How do you get from one point to another? But the idea that so let's say something like traveling faster than the speed of light, if it's possible, which it's been hypothesized in both that it's not, but also that it uh, has already is already there. It's just waiting for us to discover how to do it. And so I think that AI is something that we're discovering. We're discovering how to do it, and then we put the term on it that it was invented, but in reality, everything is just awaiting our discovery. Futurism, the study of the future, world peace, absolutely. So I feel people don't focus on the future as much as we should, and we talk about history a lot, and I love history. But the idea of even just futurism or futurology, the study of the future, is not really a common phrase that's used, and I want it to be. I want people to discuss where we're going as a species. And so topics like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space tourism, space elevators, space slingshots, things like perhaps space habitats and terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, telekinesis, teleportation, things like telepathy or Santa Claus machines, basically a replicator, a 3D printer that's connected to all of the world's or all of the elements in the periodic table that can create whatever you want. These are all inventions that perhaps within the next century or the coming century will become a reality. And we're even in a, almost what some people would consider to be science fiction has become science reality or science fact, one in which is known as de extinction. And for those listening, what is de extinction, Rabbi? It's basically bringing once extinct species back to life or back to fruition. Uh, Many people want to call this like, is that what you would see in Jurassic Park? That's a far advanced level of perhaps de-extinction, but for a more realistic idea of de-extinction, it's already taken place. The first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal, and I'm just surprised that more people aren't talking about it. They Colossal made waves and made had some um, uh, publicity when they had their direwolf project. If you've seen their direwolves, or the audience has seen their direwolves, now many people will say, "Well, this isn't true de-extinction. These are hybrids." Okay, it's getting there. I mean, we just started this basically within the last 3 decades or so, but give it 300 years and see where we're at with this. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, scientists want to bring back the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which is just a really exciting set of goals that I feel that many people in the past would have considered to be science fiction, and I consider it to be science fact, and we're moving towards science fact. Other things about which I'm passionate, of course, are world peace, ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding, ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. 2/3